missing the point, Ian. The point I'm trying to get to is when you're discussing about America, is it going to let a convicted felon become, the leader of the free world, or is it going to let the first time ever, first female black lady to become the president of the USA? I mean, this is monumental. Rather than, thinking of all the negatives, we should be also thinking of the positives about actually the moment in history where you've either got the second time a person becomes elected as a president, or also, on the other hand, a female black president. But in hindsight, also, there could be riots, there could be chaos, there could be looting, there could be all sorts going on. I mean, this is crazy that we're faced with this situation. I can't actually believe we're actually witnessing this going on. It's ridiculous. And not the American lady, but the lady before her. I mean, I had to take a moment to take, some time to get my thoughts together, because anyone would think that she was some sort of, American political correspondent. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, he's been accused of being many things, Donald has, but he also did a lot of benefits, and a lot of things changed in the advantage of the American people, jobs, also social welfare. There's a lot of things that Donald Trump did do good for the country. And I recall many times that you don't like Donald Trump, do you, Ian?
It's not a case of not liking him. I wouldn't want him as president, no.
Why would you not want him as president, though? The things he did to change the country was good. It was positive, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, for 1 minute you're talking about him being racist, and the next minute you're praising him. I mean, which is it?
I don't say that Donald Trump was racist. I said...
Well, you certainly more than hinted at it.
No, this is the problem with you, Ian. I mean, I used to work for Menton Media, and we actually were the producers of Question Time. And when I used to work for Menton Media, you used to always say one thing, but then jumped onto something else. I never said Donald Trump was racist. I said that statistically areas of America are found to be racist.
Right. So what's your point?
I don't know why you just got me saying from America, but...
Well, maybe I misinterpreted what you said, but that was my interpretation. Maybe I was wrong. If I am, I apologise.
I'm expressing a personal opinion that this is actually a monumental moment in history where this is going to be looked back in many, many years and think, oh my gosh, I can't believe I actually bared witness to it. Because if history will tell us, this would well be the second time that someone could well be elected as president. I mean, if I can try and... I think it was maybe... as far back
okay. Well, look, it's a fair point to make, and thank you very much indeed for your call, Toby. Apologies if I misinterpreted something that you said there. Well, thanks for all of your calls and texts this evening. I will be back tomorrow from 7, but you don't want to go anywhere. Stay with LBC throughout the night for the very best analysis as votes are counted across the United States. In the morning at 5 a.m, Nick Ferrari at breakfast will come live from Washington, D.C. as Nick and guests take stock after what promises to be a fascinating night. Will it be 4 more years of President Trump, or will Kamala Harris become the first female president in American history? Well, poised to bring you everything you need to know for the next 7 hours are Sheila Fogarty in London and John Sopel in Washington. They'll be with you after the news. Now, in one of the most unpredictable elections in living memory, anything could happen. It really could, as America decides.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 10 o'clock, Kamala Harris has made a surprise appearance at the Democrats' headquarters in Washington, thanking people on the phone who voted for her in the presidential election.
Have you voted already? You did, thank you. Thank you so very much. It's so important that everybody participates.
Americans are still deciding whether she or her rival Donald Trump should be in the White House. The Republican earlier said he was confident of victory after casting his ballot in Florida. John Bolton, former US National Security Advisor in the Trump administration, told LBC the result is too close to call.
I've never seen an election with so many polls this close. That doesn't mean it's going to be close when we know the votes, but it leaves everybody wondering which direction things could go in. And I would just say, because of the Electoral College system, you could still end up with a very close vote, but at the end of it, it would look like a fairly big victory for either Harris or Trump.
Well, LBC's correspondent Henry Riley is in Washington tonight.
82 million Americans voted before today. The polling stations nearby are completely full. We won't have a result in a few hours, obviously, but we will get some early declarations. And I think early on, if Georgia and North Carolina, which should be declared within a few hours of the polls closing at 7, 8 o'clock here, a lot earlier than in the UK, in just a few hours, then we will know really how this race is going to go.
Well, meanwhile, we now know a man arrested at the US Capitol earlier was carrying a torch and flare gun. The visitor centre has been closed while police carry on their investigations. In other news, Israeli Prime Minister has dismissed his Defence Minister Yoav Gallant in a surprise announcement. In a statement, Benjamin Netanyahu says there is a crisis of trust between them. Planned strikes by London Underground drivers have been suspended. ASLEF members were due to walk out on Thursday and next Tuesday over pay. And the Queen's withdrawn from her engagements after becoming unwell with a chest infection. Buckingham Palace says Camilla's resting at home on the advice of doctors. In the city, the FTSE 100's closed down 11 points at 81.72. The pound buys $1.30 and €1.19. LBC weather, patchy rain in the northwest tonight, mist and fog also developing overnight, and a low of 2 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets.
America decides.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
I don't have a lot of respect for her, and I think she'll be a terrible president.
He's been one of the most polarizing figures in recent history.
We're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country.
Will it be the return of President Trump?
Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way.
I will proudly put my record against his.
Or will Vice President Kamala Harris claim the White House?
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictators.
Stay with us for the best analysis throughout the night.
It all starts now as America decides. Listen and watch on Global Player.
Kamala, you're fired.
America decides.
Well, it's happening. Good evening. John Sopel of the Newsagents and the Newsagents USA and I will hold your hand throughout the night. You can hear us here on LBC, on LBC News. You can see us in vision, you lucky things, on Global Player, and you can follow all of our coverage throughout the night on lbc.co.uk/USA. Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent, is, you guessed it, in Washington for us overnight. We have a host of reporters, particularly at those all-important swing states, and John Sopel there in Washington throughout the night. John, I mean, you have so much experience of this over the years, of elections, of reporting on, commentating on US politics. Put this election into some kind of context.
Well, Sheila, good evening, and it's going to be quite a night, I suspect. Look, every election you cover, you say this is a consequential election, and you try to inject a sense of sort of urgency and historic resonance in your voice. I really do think this is the most consequential election I have covered because there is so much at stake. It is about America and its place in the world, and that affects us in Britain, it affects Europe, it affects what happens in Ukraine, it affects the Middle East, it affects Asia Pacific. So that's for starters. Then you look at the two candidates themselves and what is at stake for them. For Kamala Harris, it's either her place in history assured by shattering that glass ceiling that Hillary Clinton used to talk about and becoming the first woman president in American history, the first woman of colour to become president in American history. That's for her. Or alternatively, it puts back the cause of getting a woman elected, I suspect, for a generation and the end of her career. And for Donald Trump, it is not overstating it to say, for him, it is either the White House or the jailhouse, because the legal difficulties that have amassed over the past couple of years, ever since January the 6th, 2021, will not go away if he has lost this election. So for him, it's either a chance to a kind of 2.0 to impose his MAGA view of the world, his view on America as a more isolationist country. And so I do think the stakes are absolutely phenomenal. It is about the future of American democracy. It is the future of America's place in the world.
And, we have 7 hours ahead of us, John, so we've got plenty to talk about, which gives us time, I guess, to go back a month, 2 months as to how Kamala Harris ended up being the candidate, what happened on the Democratic side, and also what happened since she took over as the candidate, not least 2 assassination attempts on Trump. I mean, you name it, it's been happening in this campaign. So take us back to why she is here tonight in the first place.
In American politics, ever since Jimmy Carter tried to release the hostages that were being held by the Iranians back in 1980, and it failed, and with it, Jimmy Carter's attempt at re-election failed. Ever since then, there has been this talk of the October surprise, the big thing that jumps out at you and takes, oh my word, I didn't expect that to happen. I mean, instead of what we've had, we didn't need an October surprise. We've had enough blooming surprises over the past few months, as you have indicated.
Yeah.
Joe Biden was in decline. It was clear that he was in decline. And I remember, just forgive me for a kind of little minor detour, I remember being at Carpus Bay in Cornwall for the G7 summit in 2021, and Joe Biden is there representing the US, and the whole message is America is back. And I see him walking towards me at this kind of in this secure area where there was a bar. And him and Jill Biden come and sit down next to me. And I'm really struck by how vacant he's just staring into middle space. He doesn't seem to be engaged. Now, I thought maybe it was just jet lag, but I've always been slightly conscious of the idea that Joe Biden isn't quite where he seemed. We then spool forward to June of this year, the CNN debate, him versus Trump, mano a mano. The two old men go head to head. And it is a catastrophe for Joe Biden. And I think that from that moment on, Democrats knew they had to pull the plug on him. They had to get him out of the way. It was a brutal coup. But the only person that they had time to put in his place, given the constraints of the electoral timetable, was Kamala Harris. A lot of people had said she was not up to it. A lot of people in the Democratic Party had spoken ill of her. Actually, since she's entered the race, she has run a good campaign, and she has kind of exceeded expectations, I think.
Again, we'll talk more about it throughout the night because it will start to become key in the development of the night. But it's a very different system to ours, isn't it? You have the popular vote, i.e. individual votes, but you have the all-important Electoral College. Worth a quick explainer of that before we hear from Simon Marks. Over to you, John.
Okay, this is where
for that one.
This is where everyone suddenly thinks, I'm getting a bit of a migraine now as Sopel is trying to explain how the Electoral College works. Look, every state, you have to get to 270. Why? Because across the 50 states of America, there is a division of 538 Electoral College votes. Imagine it as a board game. You've got two counters, one red, one blue, going against each other. And each state has a certain number of points attached to it. So a small state like Wyoming or Vermont, there's only 3 Electoral College votes, not that many. California has 50, Florida 30. And so you want to keep landing on states until you get to 270, because that is half the Electoral College votes plus 1. And so 43 of these states, we think, according to the polls, are sort of already done and dusted. So Kamala Harris is probably already guaranteed 224 Electoral College votes. Donald Trump almost guaranteed 216 Electoral College votes. But they've got to get to 270. And so over the course of the next few hours, you're going to hear me banging on about North Carolina, about Georgia, about the Rust Belt states of Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania, and out in the West, Nevada and Arizona. And that is where this election is going to be fought. And fortunes have been spent. And so each of those two markers, the red one and the blue, are going across this board with the 50 squares on it to get to 270.
Well, listen, James O'Brien's got his own board game, so I see no reason why you can't have yours at some point. It might not come into...
I want mine.
It might not come into vogue for another 5 years, but it's worth the wait. Lots more from John and myself, and lots of guests as well. We have reporters, as I said, all over the US, particularly at those states that John was just mentioning there, those key swing states. Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent, is here as well with us. He's in Washington overnight. Again, in a sense, Simon, I'm going to put the same question to you. You and I have spoken countless times during and between US elections. How does this one rank for you?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me to explain the Electoral College again.
No.
The only thing worse, by the way, for a foreign reporter here than getting to the stage of an American election where you have to explain the Electoral College is explaining what happens if by the end of the evening it's 269 versus 269 in the Electoral College. So let's hope we never have to get to that point. Look, this is my 8th presidential election in the United States. Like John, I've never seen anything like this. We are at the end of a decade now in which American politics has completely shifted from that very moment that Donald Trump descended the golden escalator at Trump Tower in New York in 2015. I think genuinely the only man in America at the time who understood that this country was ready for its electoral politics to become a reality television, populist-infused spectator sport. He was completely dismissed at the time and was again dismissed in 2020 when he lost to Joe Biden, and everybody was saying he's now going to disappear, the Republican Party will be able to return to its ideological moorings, the blip, the asterisk in history is at an end. Well, now we know that that was simply not true. I remember about 10 days after it became apparent that Joe Biden had won the last election, Republicans up on Capitol Hill saying of Donald Trump, sort of gathering this argument that the election had been rigged. Well, what's the harm in giving him a few days to come to terms with the scale of his defeat? Well, those kind of traditional Republicans, now know what the harm was in doing that. He has become the absolutely dominant force in Republican politics, and he's put in as his vice presidential running mate Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, a relatively new acolyte to the Trump fold, but someone who theoretically, if Donald Trump were to win tonight, could continue taking the party down a similar ideological path in 2028 and then again in 2032. So for all of the stakes that John completely accurately described in terms of this election for the country, in terms of the future of democracy, for the world, in terms of the future of global relations with the United States, there are massive stakes tonight for the Republican Party particularly, and for moderate Republicans, the Liz Cheney Republicans, the President George W. Bush Republicans, who find no common cause with the party today. There are massive implications for where that party is heading, dependent on the result of this election.
This is an interesting one, and John can chip in on this, I'm sure, if he wants to. NBC early exit poll says that democracy and the economy are ranked top of voters' concerns. Abortion third, immigration fourth, foreign policy fifth. Your thoughts on that, Simon, first of all?
Well, I mean, it's very challenging for Kamala Harris, isn't it? And one of the reasons why one of the major political action committees that has been funneling money into her campaign suggested to her that she was making the wrong choice to deliver her closing argument in this election entirely based around the future of American democracy, because it is pocketbook issues like the economy. It is, in border states particularly, immigration. It is abortion, reproductive rights on the Democrat side of the aisle that are really top of mind for American voters as they go into the polling booth. I mean, I said on Tom's program a couple of weeks ago, I was sort of reminded of having been based in Moscow back in the 1990s when we were all still dreaming that the new Russia was going to become a free market capitalist democracy. And as prices started soaring in the supermarkets across 15 time zones, the easiest reporter assignment that you could get would be to go out onto the streets of any Russian city and ask people what they thought of democracy. And they would resoundingly and unanimously say, don't talk to me about democracy, I can't afford bread. And it is a very, very similar approach that you hear from many Americans now. Democracy and the future of it is just not top of mind for many of the voters today.
Simon, thanks for now. John, you wanted to come in on that?
Yeah, no, Simon, I was very interested in that because if the NBC poll is right, that it's the state of democracy and the economy leading all other issues, then I would think that the Harris campaign would be pleased that it's the state of democracy, and the Trump campaign would be pleased that it's the state of the economy, because each thinks that's a strong argument for them.
Yeah. And on abortion, I mean, we've spoken about it a lot, John, as an issue that the Harris campaign really plugged away at. That comes in at third on that list. So, I mean, still fairly high up, but not the top by any means.
Not the issue. And although, it's always difficult when you get you get a scrap of information, and at this stage in an election night, I mean, the polls haven't closed anywhere in America yet. You kind of tear this one little bit of information apart in the hope that this tells you something about the state of what is going to unfold during the course of the evening. I think the economy is a really interesting one because, if you read the Financial Times or you read the Wall Street Journal, you're going to look at the state of the American economy and think, my God, it's fantastic. Growing way faster than any of the European economies. Inflation brought under control. The Fed has cut interest rates by 50 points or 0.5%. It's likely to do so again. You're going to think this is absolutely amazing. America is humming. The problem is that 99.999% of Americans do not read the Wall Street Journal or the Financial Times. They look at their own experiences of how much change they've got in their wallet at the end of a shop where they filled the grocery trolley. And they're feeling that life has got much more expensive under Biden. And that is why Trump yesterday, in a lot of very ill-disciplined messaging, did keep saying wherever he went, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Because brackets, if the answer's no, you're better off sticking with me.
And that's probably how certainly an awful lot of people will vote, won't they? They're reading their bank accounts, they're reading their own cost of living. I notice on Truth Social, Donald Trump's very own Twitter, he says here, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, ! !3. The usual tone that we see on Truth Social. But when he spoke earlier on, when he was voting, just ahead of voting, I thought he seemed rather subdued to the point of seeming almost, I'm going to say it, normal.
It is quite marked, Sheila, the language that I've seen from Donald Trump in the past 24 hours. Now, what's happening in Pennsylvania, we don't know about. That's something he's put up. We've got no detail on that. I heard the Attorney General for Pennsylvania or the District Attorney for Pennsylvania on the TV earlier on today, and he was absolutely firm. If anyone is going to think of causing trouble, if anyone, we have got law and order. The phrase he used, which is he said, and this is how he phrased it: if anyone's planning to F about, don't do it. And I've got the prison cells are ready, the courts are ready, the police are ready. We're not going to go softly. So just take note. Don't do it. And I think that so that's Pennsylvania. We'll see what's happening there. I think the language of Trump in the past 24 hours has caused me to arch an eyebrow, because there has been far less of the bluster. We are going to win. We've won this election. And if we don't win this election, it's because it's been stolen from us. He said it is ours to lose in a speech yesterday. Now, that made me prick up my ears. And then talking about today, about that so far it seems to have been a fair election. Not sure whether he's going to claim victory when the first results come in. This seems to me that he is treading more cautiously and more, to use your word, normally than we have seen Donald Trump do in the past. And I wonder what's going on there. maybe we, it's early. We have polls, as I say, haven't closed. We're clutching at tiny little scraps of information. But I am struck, and also by Nigel Farage's comments when he said, you know what, if you've lost the election, don't challenge it.
Well,
and
he
I
said,
thought, again,
yeah,
Nigel Farage.
Yeah, forgive me. He said in that little Melania and him voting moment, he was asked by one of the reporters, do you have a speech ready if you win and a speech ready if you lose? And he said, I don't, unlike the Democrats, I don't need to write speeches. I'll know what to say if I win. And then there was a kind of dropping of the shoulders. And he said, and I don't want to think about losing. It was almost forlorn when he said it. Strange.
Well, I just watching him over the past 48 hours. Now, look, he is 78 years old. He has every reason to feel utterly exhausted. I mean, I would be exhausted, and I'm not 78 years old, at the punishing schedule that he has maintained, that they've both maintained over these closing days of the campaign. But for all that, I am struck. But, he used to, when he won in 2016, he beat off the challenge of Jeb Bush for the Republican nomination. And he used to call Jeb Bush low energy Jeb.
That's right.
And there was something low energy about Trump these past few days where you just felt it's all an effort. His rallies go on too long. They ramble on incoherently. I was talking to Nick Ferrari just before I came over to the studio, and he'd been at one in Reading in Pennsylvania, and he was saying it was, it was hard going, and people were leaving well before the end because, they just couldn't quite follow the thread of what he was saying. So I think it's taken a toll on him. I think he does seem tired. I think that the campaign has ended more strongly for Kamala Harris than it has for Donald Trump, all of which may be utterly irrelevant when we get the results because, the people haven't spoken yet.
They have not, but the people are going to speak tonight on LBC at least. You can ring as ever. Should have said this already. You should ring as ever with your thoughts on 0345 6060 973. You can WhatsApp on the same number and you can text on the usual number 84850. Now, we've talked already about those all-important swing seats. Let's get a flavour. Let's take a little trip around a few of them. Mitch McCann, LBC's reporter, is in Michigan. Tell us all about it, Mitch.
Well, nice to be with you, Sheila and John. It has been a big day watching people come and go from the polls here in Michigan, and it's interesting to note how many early votes there have actually been in this state. Now, we know that before 7 a.m. today, when polls opened, 3.3 million people in Michigan had already voted. That's almost half of all eligible voters, and the rest were casting their ballots today. So a huge amount of votes being cast from what we could see. And the polls here, as you pointed out, in most of the swing states are incredibly close. The New York Times has Kamala Harris leading by less than 1%, obviously within the margin of error. I was speaking to some Democratic poll workers today in Dearborn, Michigan, and it's fair to say they certainly were not confident. They'd been speaking to people that had turned up to the polls who had told them that late last night they'd have been in bed thinking about this, tossing and turning, and they decided they couldn't vote for Kamala Harris. In that part of Detroit or Dearborn, it mostly came down to the war in Gaza. It's a large Arab American population, and that is an area that Donald Trump has been trying to exploit and get more voters because there's a real sense of unhappiness and anger about the current administration's position on that war.
Thank you very much indeed, Mitch. Tony Waterman, Mitch in Michigan there. Tony Waterman, LBC's reporter, is in Arizona. Tell us more, Tony.
Yeah, I'm in Arizona in Maricopa County, which is the fourth largest voting district in the entire country, and it is the largest county of all of the swing states. And this is really where we had back in 2020 the epicenter of election denialism. People were making threats against the election workers. What we've seen so far today is pretty smooth sailing when it comes to people casting their votes. The average wait time has been about 2 minutes, which is pretty incredible when you think about it. And part of the reason for that in Maricopa County is that a lot of people just vote early here. At least they get their ballots to vote early here, so they're not standing in these lines. And as of this morning, 1.5 million votes had already been turned in. There are more than 2.5 million people that are registered in this county, so they're expecting a lot of people at the polls today. But when it comes to actually getting the results of this very crucial swing state, officials have already been warning that it could take nearly 2 weeks to count all of these ballots. And there are a couple of reasons for that. The first one being the ballot is exceptionally long this time around. We're talking 2 pages, front and back, that have to be filled out by hand. And a lot of people that had requested these early ballots are not actually dropping them off until today. 500,000 officials are expecting. They can't even start looking at those until the polls actually close at 7 p.m. local time. Then they have to go through the process of verifying all of the signatures. They have up to 5 days to correct any of the discrepancies in those signatures. And the truth is that in Maricopa County, in Arizona, the elections are always very tight. Joe Biden won his state back in 2020 by fewer than 10,500 votes. That is extraordinarily narrow margin to win by. So all of these votes are going to have to be counted until a winner can be declared. And officials saying that's going to take time, but it is normal. The concern, of course, is that this is going to feed into conspiracy theories, that any sort of delay in these results coming out is some sort of proof that there is a lack of integrity or some rigging that's taking place. And, you know, there was a recent CBS YouGov poll that showed that more than 70% of Republicans in the state of Arizona still do not believe that President Biden won the 2020 election legitimately, and just 9% of them feel confident that this election is going to be carried out fairly and accurately. So this election denialism, still something that is brewing very much at the surface here in Arizona as these election ballots are now being counted.
Thank you very much indeed, Tony Waterman in Arizona. The polls close there at 2 a.m. UK time. Ira Spitzer, LBC's reporter, is in Pennsylvania. Ira.
Well, it's been a tense day here in the city of Philadelphia, as well as an exciting day for residents here. And the reason for that, of course, is that Pennsylvania could be the decisive state in this election with 19 electoral college votes. That's the most electoral college votes of any of the 7 swing states. So here where I am in Philadelphia, this is a strongly Democratic area. So almost all of the people that I've come in contact with today are voting for Kamala Harris. I would describe the mood here as cautiously optimistic among those Harris voters. I just spoke with somebody who a university student who had just voted for the first time, a group of university students, and they said they were especially motivated by what they believe is the threat to democracy that another Trump presidency would pose, saying that January 6th for them was kind of a decisive, memorable moment when they weren't able to vote in 2021, but now they are able to cast ballots. So they are, of course, hoping for a Harris victory, but incredibly tight. If you look at the polling here in Pennsylvania, as well as across those swing states, no one really knows what's going to happen. And one thing in Pennsylvania is that the ballots, we're not expecting to have a winner declared by the end of Tuesday night because they are not allowed to start counting all of the absentee ballots until 7 a.m. local time election day morning. So it could take an extra day or maybe a few extra days, depending on how close the race is.
Thank you very much indeed, Ira Spitzer in Pennsylvania. John, what struck me there about what Mitch McCann said in Michigan was about that vote that's been dampened by the events in Gaza, or dampened for the Dems by the events in Gaza. Interesting, on that NBC poll we were talking about earlier on that's just come out as to what the issues are. The top issues. Foreign policy was at the bottom of that. Again, will the Democrats be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief over that?
I think that in terms of the electoral map of America, Michigan is the only state where events in Gaza, I think, could play anything like a decisive role. Dearborn is a city just on the sort of outskirts of Detroit. It has the highest Muslim American population, Arab American population of anywhere. Minnesota has a high population as well. But that population in Dearborn, combined with the university towns like in Ann Arbor in Michigan, which is where the University of Michigan is, where there's a lot of activism, and there's a lot of unhappiness about the Biden attitude towards Israel and the Middle East. I think those are areas where there is vulnerability for Joe Biden. And it may not be that they're going to vote for Donald Trump. It may be just that they don't vote. And that will make it much harder for the Democrats to hold on to Michigan. That said, I spoke to someone on Sunday night who is very, very close to senior Democrats, and they were saying that they thought the state that was going best of all for them, of all these 7 swing states, was Michigan, and that Pennsylvania was just behind it, and they were a bit more worried about Wisconsin, where turnout had been slow in the early voting stages. So, we're going to have to wait a bit. But I think that the issue of foreign policy rarely interferes in US presidential elections because people are much more inwardly focused on what is happening in their own backyard. And so it doesn't really surprise me that you keep hearing it's the state of democracy, it is the state of the economy that people are worked up about, and that issue of abortion, which I do think is going to be the fascinating one to watch as the night unfolds, because you keep hearing these stories of women in very large numbers being motivated to vote, feeling energized to vote because of this. And I was in Pennsylvania at the weekend, and I kind of met this woman who was about to go out canvassing in her 60s. She said to me she had never, ever been involved in any political activity at all before, but because of the overturning of the abortion law, Roe versus Wade, which came into effect sort of 50 plus years ago, but has been overturned by the Supreme Court a couple of years back, she felt, I want to go out and vote. A woman's right to choose is fundamental. Women should have control over their bodies. It shouldn't be male legislators telling women what they can and can't do with their bodies. And so I do think that's going to be an interesting one.
And she certainly won't be the only one by any means with that motivation to get out, not just to vote, but to, as you said, to canvass as well. We have so much to talk about over the next 7 hours. Nick Ferrari takes over from us at 5 a.m, but plenty can happen between now and then. We'll keep you posted as to when polls are closing in particular states and when we might start to get a sense of the significance of any results that start filtering in. But that's for a few hours from now. Stay with us here on LBC News. You can watch us in Vision on Global Player, and you can find plenty more at lbc.co.uk/news. We'll talk about the polls after the news headlines, which are now with Daryl Jackson.
Millions of Americans are still heading to the polls in a presidential election described as too close to call. Donald Trump says it's the most important day in American history. Kamala Harris says she's finishing her campaign with optimism, energy and with joy. The Israeli Prime Minister has dismissed his popular Defence Minister Yoav Gallant in a surprise announcement. In a statement, Benjamin Netanyahu says trust has eroded between the two of them. And the Queen has a chest infection and has pulled out of engagements this week. Camilla is understood to be resting at home under doctors' supervision. LBC weather, patchy rain in the northwest tonight, mist and fog also developing, and a low of 2 degrees.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. America Decides on LBC.
Now, John, I've been very deliberately saying that you and I will be bringing people results over the night, which we will be bringing them some results over the night, but not the result, the outcome. That probably won't come tonight in all likelihood. But let's talk, or could you explain the route for each of the candidates, or the route for any candidate, I guess, to the White House and that all-important figure of 270?
Yeah, you've got this number. The magic number is 270. It's like getting half the seats in the Westminster Parliament, except the Electoral College is done differently, where, at Westminster, one seat is one parliamentary seat. But if you take a state like California, population 27 million, it has far more Electoral College votes than North Dakota, say, where the population is something like 750,000. And so North Dakota only has 3 Electoral College votes, California 50. And so you try and amass, by looking at the map, how you get to 270. Roughly speaking, both Trump and Harris are about 220 each, maybe Harris at 224, Trump at 216. They've still got to win a few states. So Pennsylvania is the biggest of those states. It's got 19 Electoral College votes. Georgia and North Carolina have each got 16 votes. So those are good ones to win. And then it carries on going down a bit. And you get to Arizona with 11, Michigan 15, Wisconsin as well, 10 Electoral College votes. And so what you're doing is you're looking at a ticker. And so if you just see the scores amassing on each side of the column, and you'll initially get some states. So we're going to get early declarations. For example, I don't know, let's say Connecticut. Connecticut's not a very big state, but it's a very solid Democrat state. And you think, oh, well, the Democrats are doing well. They've got Connecticut. No, that's all baked into the share price. We're still focused on these 7 swing states. Possibly there will be 1 or 2 more that will become swing states during the course of the evening that we hadn't anticipated. And there was a really interesting poll at the weekend which suggested that Iowa, which no one had been talking about, might go into that sort of tally of a toss-up state where we don't know who is in front. So we've got to watch that kind of building up over the course of the evening as that race for 270 takes place.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the ticker, because we have a ticker here at LBC, at Global Player.
Thank the Lord for that.
Thank the Lord for that, we have a ticker. You can see when the results, plural, start coming in, you can see those live results coming through on Global Player. Your calls coming in already, which is great to see. We'll certainly get to them shortly. 0345 6060 973, the usual number. If you want to have a chat with me or John or anyone, you can WhatsApp on that same number, and you can text on 84850. We've spoken about a couple of polls tonight, that NBC one about the issues that matter most to people in this election. We also heard from John just a moment ago there about that Iowa poll from the other day that gave the Democrats and Kamala Harris a big fillip in their campaign. John Zogby joins us to talk about this and more, American pollster and author of Beyond the Horse Race, How to Read Polls and Why We Should. John, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, my pleasure. Good evening.
Why don't we start with that NBC poll about the issues? What do you make of it?
Well, I think that it was remarkably accurate. We're just starting now to get exit polls, and they're early exit polls, but it looks like that while the economy has been important, so far it's the second most important issue. The state of American democracy is the top issue, especially among Democrats, but Republicans expressing it too. And abortion is very high, and immigration very high as well. And so that NBC poll, I think, as well as my poll, pretty much covered that gamut of the top 4 or 5 issues.
Let me ask you about the state of democracy, the fears around that, because that might mean different things for different people, mightn't it?
Yes.
It may be that Democrats will think, oh my God, Donald Trump is himself a threat to democracy. It may be that people think, oh, the shoehorning Kamala Harris in was a threat to democracy. Hiding what you did about Joe Biden's health was a threat to democracy, so I'm voting for Trump. It could mean anything, really, couldn't it, to the individual voter?
Yes, it can. Democrats, share a fear of Donald Trump as a dictator. for a while, until she was warned against it, Kamala Harris was referring to him as a fascist. And Trump himself, has done some talk, made some gestures that are questionable regarding him as a would-be dictator. But yes, on the flip side, Republicans worry also about wokeism and the fact that there isn't freedom of speech on campuses or the workplace, and that Americans are in fear of losing their jobs or losing their freedoms. And so that is a broad swath, all of which, though, suggests that this is a constitutional crisis possibly in the making.
And what else in terms of exit polls? What should we be looking for?
Well, I have identified a really very significant gender gap. My poll had the gender gap at 18 percentage points, meaning that women overwhelmingly supporting Kamala Harris, men supporting Donald Trump. However, the gap between support of the two candidates between young men and young women, 18 to 29 years of age, is 74 percentage points, meaning that young men backing Trump by 35 points and young women backing Harris by 39 points, all of which portends even more significance than politics. What about relationships among Gen Z and younger millennials going into the future?
John, let me come in if I may, and it's good to hear you, because all the time that I was living in America, your polls were, we looked at them incredibly closely. Just on this sort of what you've identified as the sort of gendered election, where you're going to see a big differential of men voting for Trump and women voting for Harris. Where do we think turnout will be higher as a proportion? Because isn't it true to say that women tend to vote in higher numbers than men?
They do, and normally we're looking at 52% of the electorate as women. We're identifying it as about 53%, and we'll see actually when folks actually come out to vote if it's even higher than that. That, of course, suggests Kamala Harris victory. I think I'm hedging here. I think I'm comfortable suggesting that Harris will win the popular vote, but will she win it by enough to carry those battleground states? We're not getting any indication in pre-election polls at all as to what direction any of these states are going to go. Even Georgia, which is 16 electoral votes and where Trump has been leading, that's a lead of 2.4 percentage points, and I'd be crazy to make a call on that.
Can you explain to me, John, or just describe in your own terms, because it's your business, this business of pollsters herding that I've heard a lot about this week, particularly when the Iowa poll from Ann Seltzer emerged that put a very positive light on the Harris campaign. What does that mean? Does it mean perhaps especially in this presidential election that people were pollsters were very, very nervous about going either way on anything?
Oh, I think pollsters are very, very nervous, but I can attest to the fact that, unlike, say, broadcast media hosts, we do not really like each other all that much. I can't imagine any of us herding or getting on the telephone saying, hey, what you got? So I doubt that very much. No conspiracy here.
Yeah, go on, John. The other John, Sopel.
Yeah, no, the question, okay, so no conspiracy, that's good to hear. What about the idea that in 16 and 20, the problem was that the pollsters didn't really identify the level of Trump's support. And even though Trump lost in 20, actually he scored far higher than the polls had suggested. And that maybe that people are overcompensating this time round, and maybe it is shy Harris voters, maybe disaffected Republicans or whatever, who the polling organizations may have underpriced.
That's a good point. I don't get any sense at all of ever using the word shy and Donald Trump in the same sentence. And so I doubt that. I do know, and I've been in this business for 40 years, that Democrats are more likely to respond to polls than Republicans. And so some of us have been dealing with that for many years and make adjustments to our sample to reflect a slightly higher turnout than a raw sample coming in without any weights can do. But we're going to have to find out if there's a shy Harris voter. I remember talking about a shy Obama voter. That never materialized. Frankly, I think that, quote, shy Trump voter in 2006 and in 2020 were actually just that tendency of Republicans to be less likely to respond to a pollster.
John, great to have you on the programme. John Zogby, American pollster, author of Beyond the Horse Race, and boy, is it a horse race. Beyond the Horse Race, How to Read Polls and Why We Should. Stay with us here on LBC, LBC News, Global Player, overnight, lbc.co.uk/USA. You've got plenty of options for the next however many, almost 6 and a bit hours that John and I are with you overnight. John Sopel of the News Agents USA, me of, well, you know me, every day on air, yakking away. And I'll be doing plenty of that overnight. Your calls coming up next, and we'll also be speaking to the Democratic strategist and fundraiser, Ambassador Anthony Gardner. The number, as usual, 0345 6060 973. It's 10:46.
LBC. America Decides on LBC.
John Sopel of the News Agents. Do you know, John, I think I'm just going to say John Sopel of the News Agents USA for the purposes of this programme because, you know.
I answer to anything, Sheila.
Okay, that's good to know because by about 3 a.m, I may well be calling you anything. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
Sopel.
Get your thinking caps on. Keep thinking cap on. Mine's not on at all. Get your thinking cap on because we have some text questions for you, and they're really, really, really hard. Before that, though, Hannah has called from Stratford-upon-Avon. Hello, Hannah. Good evening. Thanks for calling.
Hi, Sheila.
Hello. You have a vote in this election.
I do.
Oh my God. Carry on.
And it's not just me.
Yeah.
It's both my daughters as well.
So you were born in the UK, moved to Dearborn. John was talking about Dearborn in Michigan a few minutes ago when you were little. And you are registered to vote in Pennsylvania.
I am indeed.
How so?
Because I do not own a home in the U.S. anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Sold our home in Florida a few years ago. So I have both my brothers living in America. One's in New York, one's in Pennsylvania.
Right.
So I registered my vote in Pennsylvania, knowing full well New York is a blue state.
Right. So you've been strategic in how you've registered your vote.
Very much so.
And what are you going to do with it, if I may be so bold? Or what have you done with it? Yeah.
I voted blue. I'm Kamala all the way. And both my daughters born in the UK.
And Hannah, I wonder what your brother is in Pennsylvania, you say now.
Yeah.
I've just been struck by some of the stuff I've been reading, and I was in Pennsylvania at the weekend myself, about what you think is happening there.
Well, I think it's the biggest swing state with the most electoral college vote. And
Sure, but I mean, does your brother get a sense that it's up for grabs, that the Democrats are doing better or worse than they were 4 years ago? I'm just interested to hear this sort of perspective.
Okay, well, if I'm honest with you, I'm not particularly close to my brother there, but
you're just using him for his address.
Yeah.
Oh, the brutality of siblings. Yeah.
But he's a Democrat, and he actually has been canvassing.
And is that the first time he's canvassed in an election?
No, he canvassed for Hillary. He canvassed for Biden. We are a Democratic family.
And what was if there was a leading reason why you voted Kamala Harris, what is it?
Well, first of all, for me, it's reproductive freedom, and also looking after your fellow citizens. I don't need Obamacare to go away. I think it's important. I'm a type 1 diabetic. And I just think, capping insulin prices. I know a lot of my friends from school, when I grew up in Dearborn, Michigan, are type 1 diabetics.
So you want those safety nets to remain?
Oh, I need those. Because I know 3 of my fellow classmates have died from not having enough insulin and rationing it.
And can I ask you, Hannah, before Kamala Harris entered the race as the candidate, and Joe Biden was so clearly weakening, if we can be polite about it.
Yes, we can.
Were you anxious and were you hoping that what happened would happen, that he would step down or be made to step down one way or another and Kamala Harris would enter the race?
I hate to say it. Yes, I was hoping he would, because I think we could all see he was deteriorating, which is acceptable for a man of his age. I've got my own mother. She's 80 years old. She's got dementia, Alzheimer's. She's had various strokes. She's declining. She's not going to get any better. And I'm not saying that Joe Biden has had the same things going on with him, but you do get to an age. You can't continue.
Well, listen, yours is such an interesting story, Hannah, that you live here in Stratford-upon-Avon. You were, as a 4-year-old, moved to Dearborn in Michigan, but are registered in Pennsylvania. That is quite the route to a vote in Pennsylvania. So it's been fascinating hearing your story. Thank you to Hannah. We're joined by Ambassador Anthony Gardner now, Democratic strategist and fundraiser who served as US ambassador to the EU under President Barack Obama between 2014 and 2017. Ambassador Gardner, good afternoon. afternoon to you. Good evening to you, even.
Yes, good evening.
Even
good
I'm
evening.
in the wrong time zone. So look, has the Harris gamble or the move to replace Biden with Kamala Harris, has it paid off?
Well, there's no doubt that there was a wave of enthusiasm for her when the decision was announced, and I think she has fought a very good campaign. Of course, it's too early to tell what the result will be, but either way, she certainly campaigned magnificently. She stepped up at the convention and thereafter every single day. This is so different from 2016, I should say, which I lived through and was very difficult for me. I was at Post and I had to leave shortly afterwards. Different in the sense that that this campaign has not taken anything for granted and has campaigned really hard in those swing states, which unfortunately Hillary did not do.
There was a complacency, are you saying, in 2016?
Yes.
I mean, as well as it's been clear watching this election that the Democrats, I'm sure both sides have tried to do this, but the Democrats seem to have had such a strong canvassing, calling, connecting ground game that I was hearing yesterday that in Pennsylvania in one day there had been 807,000 door knocks, 940,000 calls. I mean, that's a huge amount of connection with the electorate. I mean, not all of them will engage, of course, but it's still connection. It's still saying, we're here, we want your vote.
It's true. It's rather extraordinary. A lot of people are saying, you look at all the money that was spent, and it is true, the numbers are extraordinary, but the money doesn't tell the whole story. It's the number of volunteers who showed up when the announcement was made of the shift to Kamala running. New contributors, people who have never given before, often in very small amounts of money. Those figures are quite extraordinary. I think tell a different, more interesting story from just the headline figures about the money. So there is enthusiasm. And look, if it goes the way of Kamala, which obviously I hope it does. I've been involved in this campaign from the very beginning. It'll be because of the ground game. It'll be because of women. I mean, that's quite clear. The numbers are extraordinary in terms of how women are voting very significantly in favor of Kamala. Men, the opposite. But if we win, it'll be because of those two things.
And on Donald Trump, what have you made of his campaign?
Well, look, it certainly bounced back better than I thought. I thought that he was in a tough spot, not only because of his legal issues, but a lot of things broke his way.
Okay.
First, this terrible assassination attempt on his life, but something that made him look like a martyr. A lot of money flowing in very late in the game. And I should say, quite interestingly, for your people who are listening, the 400 million just from 4 individuals, by the way, which is an extraordinary figure. And much of the money given to Donald Trump was from extremely wealthy people, if not billionaires, which is quite different from the Kamala campaign. So both the money came in and the enthusiasm and managed to mobilize the troops in a way that I did not fully expect.
John.
Yeah, Ambassador Gardner, it's good to talk to you. And I'm trying to remember the last time we met, because I think it was at a time when would Biden stay, would Biden go? And we caught up with each other and you were on the podcast and it was very good to talk to you then. In terms of a coup, I mean, it has been remarkably efficient in the way that Biden was kind of exited the stage and the party rallied behind Kamala. Do you think she's had long enough to define herself? And in strategic terms, how do you both be the continuity candidate and the change candidate?
It's been a difficult thing to do, clearly, and partly because of the amount of time, you say quite rightly. Joe Biden took 26 days to make up his mind, and I think on your podcast, I hinted that it was time for him to make the right decision, which he finally did. She hasn't had much time to do it.
Yeah.
Look, it's a very difficult thing to say. I'm the change candidate, but not to throw everything overboard of what she's been affiliated with as part of the team, the ticket with Joe Biden. I think she's done it very well. I think she both continuity, but change in that she is not Joe Biden. She's younger. Her profile is different. She cares also in some cases about different issues. But you're right. This is a very difficult thing to do. But look, she has emerged. If that's your question, she has emerged. Certainly, if you look at her speech at the convention, she stepped up to that moment, both in tone and in substance. And you'll continue to see that if again, she wins.
Thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Anthony Gardiner, for joining us today. Stay with us here on LBC. Shelagh Fogarty in London, John Sopel live in Washington. We're with you right up until 5 in the morning. Let us know what you think, as ever, of what you've heard so far, of the campaign, and what you want from the race, what you make of the race so far. The usual number, 0345 6060 973. In a few moments, we'll hear from the former deputy campaign manager to President Trump back in 2016, Rick Gates, get his sense of how his man, or the man who was his man, has been doing in this campaign. The news is next, though, at 11:10.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, the first polls are now closing in the US presidential election. Democrat Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump are neck and neck in the opinion polls as America decides who will become its 47th president. These voters are in North Carolina.
Tried to stick to my values and just tried to pick candidates that align to those values.
I voted Republican, pretty much straight down the line. Voted for him. This will be the third time.
It's swing states that are expected to decide this election. LBC's reporter Mitch McCann is in Michigan tonight.
The polls here are incredibly close. The New York Times has Kamala Harris leading by less than 1%, obviously within the margin of error. I was speaking to some Democratic poll workers today in Dearborn, Michigan, and it's fair to say they certainly were not confident. They'd been speaking to people that had turned up to the polls who had told them that late last night they'd been in bed thinking about this, tossing and turning, and they decided they couldn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Tony Waterman is LBC's reporter in Arizona.
In Maricopa County, in Arizona, the elections are always very tight. Joe Biden won this state back in 2020 by fewer than 10,500 votes. That is extraordinarily narrow margin to win by. So all of these votes are going to have to be counted until a winner can be declared.
And Ira Spitzer is LBC's reporter in Pennsylvania tonight.
Here where I am in Philadelphia, this is a strongly Democratic area. So almost all of the people that I've come in contact with today are voting for Kamala Harris. I would describe the mood here as cautiously optimistic among those Harris voters.
An exit poll released by US network NBC News suggests voters are most concerned about democracy, with 35% saying it's the top issue informing their vote, followed by the economy and abortion. John Zogby, an American pollster, told LBC that tallies with his results.
We're just starting now to get exit polls. The economy has been important. So far, it's the second most important issue. The state of American democracy is the top issue, especially among Democrats, but Republicans expressing it too. And abortion is very high, and immigration very high as well.
LBC weather, patchy rain in the northwest tonight, mist and fog also developing overnight with a low of 2 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. America decides on LBC.
And a very good evening to you. This is John Sopel in Washington, and in London, Shelagh Fogarty, and we are chewing the cud for the next few hours until 5 a.m. as we try to make sense of America's decision as it unfolds. And the first polls are going to start closing in around half an hour's time in places like Indiana, and then a little bit later in an hour's time in Georgia and North Carolina. And that is where we're going to get some real indication of what is happening tonight as millions of Americans have gone to the polls to cast their vote today.
And John, one of our colleagues is helpfully trawling the online world for us, social media in particular, and he's sending us Donald Trump. I nearly said tweets, but it's his messages from Truth Social, his own social media platform.
He calls them truths, Sheila.
Does he? Truths. Well, he appears to be telling untruths on truths, doesn't he? And not for the first time.
Wouldn't be the first time.
No.
Let's be candid about that. He's saying that in Philadelphia and Detroit there is heavy law enforcement there, and and so it's got a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming, he wrote about sort of 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago. The fact of the matter is that CNN, I know, are reporting that they have contacted the Philadelphia authorities. They've bluntly said, don't know what you're talking about. We've had no reported problems. There is no heavy law enforcement. There is no massive cheating going on. We don't understand what you're saying. I don't know quite why this stuff is coming out. Maybe it is being sent out not because he believes this to be particularly true, but to maybe get his supporters to get out and, as he once memorably said in one of his speeches, to get up off their asses and get off the couch and go and vote. And so maybe, can I get away with that language? I think at
7 minutes past 11 you can at night, yeah. By the way, the newsagents, I was listening to the newsagents yesterday. You're a potty mouth lot compared to the radio presenters.
I know we're very badly brought up, I think, and yes, I would like to apologise.
No, you don't.
Collectively on behalf of Emily Lewis and myself.
It's great fun to listen to, but I was aware of the difference. Long live the difference, yeah. Rick Gates joins us, former deputy campaign manager to President Trump, and Janet Napolitano, former United States Secretary of Homeland Security under Barack Obama, President Obama, as he was, who served as governor of Arizona. That's a key swing state in this election. Of course, Rick Gates, first of all, former deputy campaign manager to President Trump. Why do you think he's putting these things out on Truth Social?
Look, I think there are people around him. He's notorious for, putting out things that people tell him without necessarily fact checking it. Certainly, the election integrity aspects of this campaign are important to everyone in America. So I think they're going to be very vigilant. I would caution that I hope he puts out things that are, truthful and to make sure that the right information, because there's going to be a lot of attention, I think, on how America does with the credibility and integrity of this election. All eyes are going to be watching. So it's important we get it right.
He said earlier on, I don't know whether you saw it, as he was heading in to vote with his wife, Melania, he said when asked about talk of violence, obviously the history of January the 6th. And he said, no, nobody wants violence. These are good people out voting today, Republicans, Democrats. He gave a rather calming, measured response to that. How does that sit? I mean, my take is it doesn't really sit with these messages that we're seeing on Truth Social. So which is the real Donald Trump of those two?
Well, unfortunately, I think both are. And I think at the end of the day, he is who he is. And I used to get that question a lot. What's he like behind the scenes? There is no different Donald Trump behind the scenes like other politicians. What you see is what you get. So he is going to project things. He's going to talk about things that he thinks are important that the American people know. Again, I just hope that they're fact checked, that the information is accurate, and that we certainly don't relive the past, but we're moving forward, because this is a different election from 2020. It's a new election, and we need to make sure that we get it right.
But is it a different Donald Trump?
No, absolutely not. Donald Trump's the same person he was from 2016 to 2020 to now. I think that's one of the differences with him and a lot of candidates, that authenticity factor. We've talked about it a lot in this election, where Kamala Harris, she is not authentic. We saw that tonight, where she was talking to a voter on the phone, but she wasn't really talking to the voter. You don't need to do stunts like that, for whatever reason. So that's just as disingenuous as anybody doing anything like that.
I mean, Rick, doesn't authenticity have a flip side, which is, you get authenticity, but you get a total lack of discipline. He's not sticking to the messaging that I bet that you were trying to give him in 2016, and his current media handlers, Chris Cizilla and all the rest of them, are trying to give him now. Because, the messaging was surely going to be, you've got to tie Kamala Harris to Joe Biden. You've got to talk about the economy. You've got to talk about the border. And yet he's ranging all over the place.
Yeah, as we saw in 2016, there were bits and parts where he was on message, and it was very effective. And that's exactly what you saw in 2024. I think there are parts where he was absolutely on message, which is why he is where he is right now in the polls. There are some that would argue if he had stayed on message the entire time, this wouldn't be a close race at all, that he would have won it in a landslide. So I think that's certainly going to be something that we look at and analyze, after the results come in. I always like to see him talk about the issues because I think that's where people gravitate toward him.
Go on, John.
That's such an interesting point you've just made, that you think that if he'd stuck to being on message, he would have won by a landslide. So that makes him his own worst enemy, as well as being the kind of great campaigner.
Yeah, there's no question. In this election, we've tried to divide the personality with the policy, for both candidates. And while Kamala didn't have a good start with her policy, and certainly the personality didn't perform where Democrats had hoped, Donald Trump was solid on policy. I mean, there are dozens of Republicans, independents, and even some Democrats that would say, I would vote for Donald Trump on his policy every day. I don't want to vote on his personality. And that's what we're going to see tonight reflected in the vote. You're going to see a lot of those independents, unaffiliated voters, depending on which way they go, will give you a good indication of did they vote for Donald Trump because of policy, or did they vote for Kamala Harris because they didn't like Donald Trump?
That's what people say about him a lot, that he operates at an emotional level with voters, whereas more, quotes, normal politicians, they do a bit of that, but they operate more at a policy level. I mean, when Kamala Harris's campaign came out of the traps, and I'm sure Janet Napolitano will have views on this and have reflections on this, when she first came out of the traps in the middle of the summer, it was very much the feels, wasn't it, rather than the policy. It was all about joy, hope. We don't have to do this. We don't have to do America this way. We can feel good about America. We don't have to be divided. We don't have to go back. That was, it was done differently, but it was as much about the feels as Donald Trump's campaigns are.
For me, there's no question. And you see where it got her. It didn't bode very well with her connecting with voters. It's a lofty message. It's a populist message. But you got to be able to have the policies to back it up. And that's where she fell flat. In addition to not being able to define herself, talk about her policies, but then also she got criticized a lot for flip-flopping. She changed her policies, from 2 to 8 years ago to when she started, running for the presidency. And I think voters, they identified with that. A lot of voters in America right now are very disappointed that she wasn't the Democratic candidate they hoped, that could define an articulate message, talk about the economy and immigration. Instead, she chose to talk about joy and hope, and unfortunately, that's not a strategy.
Is some of the ramblings we've seen of Donald Trump on the stages at those rallies a strategy? I mean, some of it was just gibberish.
Well, no, but look, Donald Trump, everybody knows him from day one. Like I said, you don't get versions of Donald Trump like you do other politicians, including Kamala Harris. He is who he is. So yes, did he ramble? Absolutely. Did he have defining moments? Absolutely. Were there periods of time where Americans wish that maybe he didn't say something a certain way? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, what you see is what you got. One of the things that we just saw in some of the exit polls coming out is that of those people that voted Donald Trump, one of the singular characteristics that they identified with is that he was a true leader. Now, you can argue about whether he's, an effective leader, what he led on, but at the end of the day, that's how those voters felt. And right now, with the global crises that are going on, the conflicts, a lot of people in America, surprisingly, foreign policy was a bigger issue than personally I thought it was going to be, but people are concerned. And so they're looking for that leadership. And you just didn't see it in Kamala Harris at all.
Okay, let me bring in Janet Napolitano, former United States Secretary of Homeland Security under President Barack Obama. Donald Trump, a true leader. I mean, these are his voters saying this, Janet. But what have you made of the Harris campaign so far and how it came about?
Well, I think the vice president has really performed admirably in this campaign. Obviously, she was late to the campaign because she waited and had to wait until President Biden withdrew from the race. But she picked up the ball right away and has been running aggressively and affirmatively with her message ever since. I think she's done a very, very good job.
What about the points or the, I suppose, accusations that Rick levels against her about being policy light?
I think that's a trope. She has plenty of policy. Just go on her website. You can see policy after policy. Donald Trump was president for 4 years. You check him out, and you get a bunch of kind of one sentence things. This is my policy. I'm going to fix inflation. I'm going to fix Ukraine. I'm going to fix the Mideast. That's not policy. That's just an aspiration. And by the way, I don't think they're achievable aspirations by Donald Trump.
Yeah, Gianni Napolitano, one of the things that has struck me about Kamala Harris, and maybe this is deliberate, that on the one hand, she's just tried to be as cautious as possible when it comes to policy, because if she comes up with something radical and new, then she will have betrayed the liberal roots that have got her a lot of support on the left of the Democratic Party. And if she does anything else, then she's flip-flopper. Or if she stays true to herself, then she's the most radical liberal candidate ever to have run for president. And there has been almost a deliberate obscuring of what the real Kamala Harris is.
Well, I would say this. Kamala Harris is no flaming liberal. She's a former prosecutor. I'm a former prosecutor. And we tend to make our cases carefully. We tend to make our cases based on evidence and data, and then to assemble our arguments. And to me, that is her personality. That is how she came out of California politics as a prosecutor. And she handled some major cases. She handled major border cases, major cases against the banks. She knows what she's doing. And by the way, she has plenty of ideas in her policy profile that are new and different, from supporting first-time homeowners with their housing deposits to funding home care workers for senior citizens. My gosh, that would make such a tremendous change for American families. She's got a lot out there.
I mean, nobody's really that keen to say what will or won't happen in this election, but a word, Janet, on how you feel about it at this point. We've got the results to come still. The polls are going to close in a couple of states relatively soon, in a couple of hours or so, and that's when the action will really start. But what's your sense of things?
I think the last few days have been very good for Harris, and I think they've been very bad for Donald Trump. Ever since the rally at Madison Square Garden, he's been saying, even for him, more and more irrational things over and over. And I also think we're going to see, when the returns come in, a gender gap like we've never seen a gender gap in presidential politics before. It may indeed make the difference.
Thank you very much indeed, Janet Napolitano, former United States Secretary of Homeland Security. And thanks as well to our previous guest, who was Rick Gates, former Deputy Campaign Manager to President Trump. Stay with John Sopel and myself. I'm Shelagh Fogarty. You can listen on LBC News, taking all of this live as well. And on Global Player, you can see us in vision. Plenty on the website too, lbc.co.uk/USA. The time is 11:18.
This is LBC. America Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
Now, as promised, John Sopel, I have a couple of questions for you from texters. Anne in Barnet says, Sheila, knowing that I'd throw this to you, she says, Sheila, could someone explain what is on the ballot papers apart from the presidential choice? Thanks, says Anne. The short answer is a lot in some cases, isn't it?
Anne, you know how when you go to vote in Barnet, High Barnet, New Barnet, wherever, I used to live just down the road.
Okay.
You would get a ballot paper with the names of the candidate for your parliamentary constituency, and the ballot paper would be kind of half the size of A4. In the US, you will get a ballot paper that could be a metre long, pretty much, because everything is on the same ballot. So at the top of the ballot, you will get who is your choice for president. Is it Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? And then there may be a governor's election in your state. Who do you want to be the governor? There might be a Senate election. Who do you want to be the senator in the US Senate? There will be House of Representatives, i.e. like your MP. You will vote for them. Then you will vote for the various jobs that are up for grabs in the State House. The Attorney General of the state, the Secretary of State of the state, the councilman, and so it goes on. And you will get down to even who should be on the school board and rebuilding the playing fields. It goes on and on and on. So from the President of the United States down to the dog catcher of the local town, you will get a chance to vote on absolutely everything. And it is bewildering, the choice that is before you.
And we get our knickers in a twist here if it's a general election and a couple of council elections at the same time, don't we, John? Here in the UK.
But if it's a council election, but if it's a council election, we go to our polling station, we'll give our name and address over to the polling clerk, and they will give us a sheet of paper, one small bit of paper for the local council election, one small bit of paper for the parliamentary election. The other thing to say, just to add to the sense of absolute confusion, is that there are different voting machines in different states. Even within states, different counties will have different ways of counting. Not all states open their polls at the same time and close them at the same time. They have different electoral laws from state to state. And so you get this bewildering variety. And that's why, we're going to explain as the night goes on why in Pennsylvania we're not going to get a result for ages, but why in Florida we'll probably get a vote pretty quickly.
And another one here from Luke. I hope you're satisfied with that, Anne. Luke says, as an 18-year-old, this is the first election I've been able to watch, understanding what's going on. A question for John. Are the Democrats more, less or equally confident as they were in 2020?
It's a great question, Luke. We had John Zogby on earlier on the show, and he was talking about the polling evidence. Democrats were more confident in 2020 because the polls going into the election looked much, much better for them than the reality turned out to be. And although Biden won and won handsomely and picked up, the sort of blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and he picked up Arizona and he picked up Georgia just about, he won quite a handsome victory. But it was much closer than the polls had suggested. So the confidence that Biden had in 20 was sort of misplaced. I don't think there is the same degree of confidence this time, particularly because it has been such a turbulent period, what with Biden being in the race, then out of the race. And so I think that there has been change all around this time around. So I think the Democrats, the best phrase I've heard, instead of it being cautiously optimistic, they are nauseously optimistic.
I've already used that in my own life. I love it.
Yeah,
I love that
exactly.
kind of phrase. Yeah.
I love it. Look, the Democratic Party is known for its strong bedwetting tendency. That they kind of, oh my God, it's panic. And I think that this time round there's a bit of that, but there's also a bit of optimism too.
Okay, that's good. Let's get to Tom, our caller in Tallinn in Estonia. Hello, Tom.
Hello, Sheila. How are you?
I'm fine. I hadn't realised until today quite how international our audience is, i.e. whether that's Brits living abroad or people from all over the world ringing in, which is fantastic. Fire away with your thoughts, Tom.
I will do. Just first of all, I would say usually I call it a bit late. You're usually not working by then. But what I would say on this one is especially living here and with everything going on, your last caller and a couple of callers you've had is super interesting for me hearing. People talking about like which states are going to vote for Trump and which is going to vote for Harris. But I'm going to go with something not that long ago that it was one of the French foreign ministers had said. And he'd said that we don't need people in Wisconsin deciding on the fate of Europe. Like living in Estonia here, regardless of people's opinion of Trump, for me, this just comes down to a whole idea of security. If he wins, you can kiss goodbye to Baltics. You can say goodbye to the majority of Eastern Europe because he will force Ukraine to settle and he will allow Putin to do, as he has said, do what you want with Europe. That's what he said.
And your fear is that he really means it?
He will mean it because everything he said, and I've said this before when I've called you guys, what he says he will do, he genuinely does do. When he says he's going to cause these divisions, when he says, he's going to, it worked. Look at January 6th. He made everybody so angry. He filled the nation with hate. He has presented this idea to the nation that what happens in Europe doesn't affect us, so it doesn't matter, And the thing here is it feels more real here than it does in the UK. Here, we're on a flat land. Like, what happens? If he genuinely says, I'm going to disband NATO, I'm genuinely not going to send troops to come and defend you, it's over. Like, it's done. None of these countries will exist. And what I would do is implore, like, people in the US, I wish that they would see that it's bigger than just your country.
OK, well, your call is very timely, Tom, because we're joined by Carol Rowley-Flynn, President Emerita of the Foreign Policy Research Institute, who spent 30 years working in the CIA and president of the Arkin Group as well. Carol, how seriously do you take Donald Trump's language around particularly Russia and Ukraine?
Well, the cliche, of course, is everyone says you should not take him literally, but take him seriously. But I do think Trump is essentially America first and isolationist in his orientation. So I think when he says that he's going to solve this on day one, he doesn't actually mean he's going to solve it on day one. He'll probably make a phone call on day one. And but I do think he will look to try to, reduce the hostilities in Russia, Ukraine, and solve that problem, maybe not in one day, but maybe in, over the short term, maybe 3 months, 2 months, 3 months, something like that. I think we can take him seriously on that.
And what have you made of, again, before the sort of the last couple of months of the campaign, his language around and his attitude towards establishment organizations like the CIA and others?
Well, he does. First of all, I think he came to office not really understanding how government works. He's more knowledgeable now, but I do think he has a deep mistrust of the government bureaucracy. He thinks like an aggressive businessman, and he doesn't understand that government does not move with the same sort of freedom and speed that the private sector does. And I think he continues to not understand that. He has talked about cutting the bureaucracy. And I think to the extent he's able to do that, he will. However, some of the things he's proposing require congressional support. And I don't think he's going to be able to do that on his own. And he's certainly not going to be able to do some of the things he proposes quickly.
Carol, let me ask you this. Do you think that a Trump second term, if he wins tonight, will be different from the first? Because in the first term, there were kind of the grown-ups in the room. There were the H.R. McMasters, right, and there was Jim Mattis at Defence, and John Kelly, his chief of staff, and all the rest of it. Tillerson as the Secretary of State. Correct. Donald Trump seems to suggest that actually this time around, I don't want that. I just want people who agree with me, and instead of trying to stop me the whole time. So presumably a second term would be different.
Well, that is, of course, the concern that we hear from the Democrats all the time. I do think he is, he's learned a lot the first go round. And but it's not completely clear that he did not necessarily appreciate some of the experienced folks he had in his cabinet and on his staff. But he clearly likes people who agree with him, who play to his ego. We have seen that. So he hasn't really talked much about specific cabinet picks yet. So I think that's one of the things we're going to want to really be paying attention to should he win the election. And it, again, as I say, he hasn't said much about specifics.
Thank you very much indeed, Carol. Carol Rowley-Flynn, President Emerita of the Foreign Policy Research Institute, spent 30 years in the CIA. John Sopel and Shelagh Fogarty with you overnight till 5 in the morning as the US presidential election results, plural, start to come in. It's unlikely that we'll have the final outcome by 5 a.m. But who knows? Who knows? Something extraordinary might happen. In about half an hour's time, Georgia. The polls in Georgia are due to close. A couple of other states as well closing around then too. So we'll start to get a sense of things, more detail around exit polls as well. Your calls, as ever, welcome on 0345 6060 973. Your text as well on 84850. In a moment, we'll hear from the British-American journalist and broadcaster Mehdi Hassan. But the time now is 11:31. Daryl Jackson has the news headlines.
The first polls have closed in the US presidential election. Democrat Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump are neck and neck in the opinion polls as America decides who will become its 47th president. Donald Trump says he's confident Republicans have shown up. Kamala Harris says her campaign has finished with optimism and energy. Downing Street says the Prime Minister is looking forward to working with whoever wins. And there's another huge election underway in America tonight that will determine how effective the next president will be. The House of Representatives, the lower chamber of the US Congress, is also up for election as it is every 2 years. The winning presidential candidate will want their party to control the chamber to be able to pass their legislation. LBC weather, patchy rain in the northwest tonight, mist and fog also developing and a low of 2 degrees.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. America Decides on LBC.
Got another message here from, a response really to the claims by Donald Trump on Truth Social that widespread cheating has been taking place in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia in particular. The DA, Larry Krasner, he of F around, find out fame. That was a statement he made yesterday, John. He says, my response to Trump's unfounded allegation of cheating in Philly's general election is the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. There is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. And this is the DA that gave a warning yesterday to people not to, as he put it, F about, or they would find out, they'd find out. He says, we've invited complaints and allegations of improprieties all day. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath. This guy, Larry Krasner, John, he really does not want to be in a position where Donald Trump is saying, you blew it. I don't accept the result.
Look, I think that everyone feels much more cautious this time round after what everyone went through and the trauma of November 2020, when Donald Trump seemed determined to kind of call foul even before votes had been cast, saying that postal votes were going to lead to massive fraud. There was never any evidence of that. Yeah, sure, there were odd moments where, things happened that weren't right, and the law and order authorities dealt with them. And I think that it's kind of interesting because I thought that Trump earlier on today seemed to be saying, look, I kind of broadly think that the election has been fair. And latterly, we are getting these kind of posts on Truth Social. I don't know whether they're coming from him. I don't know what information he's getting. I don't know whether it's deliberate misinformation to fire up and rile up his supporters. I should say, Sheila, that, as you said in the introduction, I've done a number of US elections. Around where Kamala Harris's official residence is, on Massachusetts Avenue, the Naval Observatory it's called, there's unbelievable security. Outside where I'm talking to you now, Lafayette Park in front of the White House, unbelievable security. Fences up, concrete bollards are put up. You never, ever saw that on election day. Yeah, maybe on the day of inauguration when the president's doing the parade from the Capitol down to the White House. But it's something else has happened. I think that America is fearful. Democracy, polling day should be a day of joy. And yet you feel in America today, it is a day of anxiety, of stress and fear.
Yeah, and there have been, you'll have seen it yourself there, businesses boarding up 2-3 days before. People still using the restaurants, the cafes, but the windows are boarded up in advance. And that whole question of fear is an interesting one, isn't it? Because people will express their fear differently, including, judging by some of the reports I've seen, it'd be interesting, you'll tell me whether you've had people say similar things to you, people arming themselves, making sure they've got sufficient armaments to deal with whatever comes. Is that at the edges, that kind of attitude?
Well, look, there's no shortage of people in America who are well armed.
Yeah.
I mean, arguably far too many people. There are more guns in America than there are people. And some people have several guns, and some people will be planning and plotting. And that's what we saw on January the 6th. What unfolded on January the 6th looked terrible on our screens. The January the 6th Commission of Inquiry held by the House of Representatives actually showed it to be far worse than that, with paramilitary organizations, with arsenals of weapons ready to go, and a paramilitary command structure of these people who were calling the shots on what unfolded. I really hope that at the end of this we get a winner, and that it is more like Britain on July the 5th, where Rishi Sunak concedes and Keir Starmer accepts and we all get on with our lives. I don't think it's going to be like that. I actually started to think today that maybe it will not be the drama, the psychodrama that America went through in 2020. But I remain unconvinced and I remain sceptical.
And Trump himself was trying to, it seemed to me anyway, trying to sound very biddable in that conversation he had with the question Q&A he took when he went to vote. But again, it doesn't bear much comparison with what he's putting out on Truth Social tonight. Some more questions for you, John, or questions I think you're more adept at answering. Richard has called from Woolwich. Richard, what's your question?
Good evening, Sheila. Good evening, John.
Hello.
Your coverage has been great, and
Hi, Richard.
I've got a burning question for the last couple of hours that's been troubling me, and I'm sorry if this is a dumb question, but it's complicated for me. My question is: so East Coast are declaring now, the polls are closing, and you say there's going to be exit polls, and obviously West Coast there's going to be 5, 6, 7 hours before they close. How can they get away with doing exit polls? With East versus West, when in our country we have really strict guidelines around this.
Yeah, it's a really great question, Richard. It always amazes me because we're going to get results. It's not just, don't forget exit polls. We are going to see whether Trump is ahead in Florida or Georgia or Harris is ahead. And you're going to start being able to make calculations on that basis. God, I better vote and that is because there are different time zones across America, and the polls close at different times. The polls close at different times within the same time zone. It's up to local states to decide how long they keep the polling stations open. I mean, it's extraordinary to me that they have different voting machines, different voting laws, different methods of voting, different times when you can vote and can't vote. So Pennsylvania, you can send your mail-in ballots early, but you can't vote in person early. Florida, you can vote early. Florida is counting as the votes have been coming in. Pennsylvania has only started counting today. So you have this mishmash. And yeah, there is going to be, in Georgia and Florida, I bet you we know the result of Florida before California, the West Coast polls have even closed. And, that might not matter in California, which is a pretty safe Democratic state. But in Arizona, well, maybe that will affect how people decide, I better go out and vote because Trump looks vulnerable or Harris looks vulnerable in this or that state on the East Coast.
And I noticed that in Georgia, I said a moment ago, their poll closes at midnight, so quarter of an hour from now. It's been extended to midnight 45 for one reason or another, which I guess is a living example of what you've just been describing there, John, that flexibility that exists. Is it connected to the Electoral College
Well, the other
system?
question... Yeah.
Sorry,
no, I think it's... No, I don't... I think that what happens it kind of makes me think that for all the sort of antediluvian nature of the British voting system, where we get a stubby pencil and a bit of paper and a plywood partition and a little metal box in which to put our vote, that it's a pretty good system because you're going to have the polls closing at different times in different places, and you're not going to quite know what is going on. The other thing about US voting compared to UK voting is I think there are fewer polling stations per 1,000 people in America than there are in the UK. And I bet you the reason that Georgia is staying open is that you've still got massive lines, say in Atlanta or wherever it happens to be, of people wanting to go and vote and them having to stay open for this extra 45 minutes. Haven't got enough polling stations. You don't see the same queues at British polling stations as you do in America. And that is a function of the fact that there just aren't enough of them.
And if, as we are hearing, and Richard, your thoughts on this, if on as we're hearing, turnout is going to be very high, that could be a factor too, couldn't it? I mean, Richard, what's your fear around it? Is it, as John suggested, that people could watch one state 5 hours before the polls close in theirs and think, oh, it's clearly going their way, so I'll vote this way?
Yeah, exactly. I just think it's open for all sorts of... Trump talked about how it's all rigged, but to me, I would be really alarmed if that kind of system existed here in the UK. And thank you, John. I'm pleased it hasn't come across as a dumb question, because I just thought it was the obvious question to me as the hours were unfolding, and I was hearing this crazy thing of the time zones and how exit polls are going to be declared.
There's no such thing as a dumb question, Richard. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, no, there is no such thing as it's an absolutely spot on question. But, I think it is part of a problem, though, of, living in multiple time zones, because if California polling stations closed at, say, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when people haven't got home from work and don't have an opportunity to vote, then Californians will say, hang on, whoa, that's not fair. Because that's going to drive down turnout on the West Coast, because they would have to open, if, say a polling station on the East Coast is open from 7 in the morning till 7 in the evening. Well, if you are going to keep everything shuts and opens at the same time, the polling station in California would open at 4 o'clock and shut at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And that would be problematic for Californians.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So different, isn't it, to ours? Which is why, I don't think we can ask too many questions and go too deep into exactly how this all shakes down in the end. We know we've got the 270 figure that you talked about earlier, John, but the journey to that 270 figure is quite something, isn't it? It's 11:45.
LBC. America Decides on LBC.
John Sopel and Shelagh Fogarty with you for another 5 hours there or thereabouts. It's almost midnight. It is extraordinary, John, how quickly time flies when you're getting into a programme like this. And it's only going to start flying more quickly once we start to see some results coming in. Now, a lot of the results that come in will be maybe not that surprising. We seem to have Kentucky and Indiana at the moment. Both stayed Republican, heavy support for Trump in both of those. We'll get the full details in just a second. And remember, you can see the ticker, the votes, the numbers on Global Player throughout the night. You can also see the programme in Vision as well. We're on LBC, LBC News, and plenty on the website too, lbc.co.uk/USA. And your calls coming in thick and fast. We'll get to those in just a second. Talk us through what we know so far about the voting, John, because clearly some very early results starting to come in.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. Look, we've got fractional pictures. We've got a little bit of a big canvas and we're just seeing a bit of the corner of that canvas being painted in. So things can change huge amounts. So I'm kind of, I don't know how many more caveats I can give you. Share prices can go up and go down, and John Sopel's share price can go up and go down according to the information that he's about to dole out to you. Okay. But in Indiana counties, where more than 50% of the vote is so far in, now Indiana is going to remain Republican. Harris is up 2.7 points on 2020. So the Democrats are up 2.7 where Joe Biden was, and Trump is down 1.7 points. Now, it's not going to make any difference to the result in Indiana, but Indiana is in that part of the country. It's next to Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, areas that we've talked a lot about. So early indications there suggest Harris up, Trump down on the basis of some of the count that has been counted. And it doesn't matter if we're seeing that Republicans are doing well in a certain area or Democrats are doing well in a certain area. What is important is to be able to compare those numbers to what happened 4 years ago, because that will give you more of an indication of what is happening.
So we've talked about this a number of times already, haven't we? We saw in our own general election the mobility of the electorate. It's a much so far it's been a much less mobile electorate in the United States, that two-horse race approach, and really neck and neck. You're saying that could be different this time around, and that's the stat to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I just want to see what happens to the Republican votes and Democrat votes by comparison to what happened 4 years ago in the same places, because that will tell us, if we hear that Indiana has gone Republican, well, I didn't expect anything else tonight that other than Indiana would go Republican. But what I want to know is, have they done as well or better as they did last time? Because that's obviously very good for Trump. And if they've done worse for Trump, well, maybe that will tell us something about what might happen in Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania, where, of course, that is where the ball game, to use the American metaphor, is decided. So that's what we've got to look for. Just to see another, again, you get these bits of exit poll data where people are not just asking questions about how did you vote? They're asking about attitudes as well, which again feed into this kind of partial picture that we're getting. Nearly half of voters say Trump is too extreme, according to CNN exit polls. So, I mean, just bits and pieces we're getting now. I'm sure we're going to get stuff that will point in other directions, but I just thought it was worth bringing out that, these early indications that we're getting.
I read a brilliant thing, and given what you've just said, I think it's time to read it out to you. I just don't know how I came across it. Must have been on social media earlier on today. I think you'll enjoy this, John. You can always spot a fool. Now, this isn't you, by the way. The fool is not you. You can always spot You can always spot a fool, for he is the man who will tell you he knows who's going to win an election. But an election is a living thing. You might almost say the most vigorously alive thing there is, with thousands upon thousands of brains and limbs and eyes and thoughts and desires, and it will wriggle and turn and run off in directions no one ever predicted, sometimes just for the joy of proving the wiseacres wrong. And I wonder if this is an election where that is going to be truer than most.
Yeah, I think that we stay calm at this stage. We don't start leaping to conclusions. We tread cautiously and warily with the numbers that we have and how that is looking. You quote that's a great quote that you just read out.
Let's find out who it's
My
from.
favourite is from David Butler, who was the sort of father of British psephology. And his quote is about experts. And he said, and excuse the gendered language, but he said it in the 1960s. But he said, the expert is right no more often than the man on the Clapham omnibus. He's just wrong for more sophisticated reasons. And I just love it. I know, us people sitting here are no more likely to give you the right answer, but I'm wrong because of a really sophisticated reason why I've got it hopelessly wrong.
Well, I'm buying it, John. I'm buying it. Let's see if other people do as well. I love your kid. It's time to keep calm. It made me think of the SNL thing.
If I'm looking down, if you're what?
Go on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, again, more of this stuff. Kamala Harris is narrowly winning a suburban county in Indiana that Trump won by 7 points in 2020. And it was an area, this is interesting, where Nikki Haley won 33.8% of the vote in the primary in that area. So that suggests, bear with me, so Nikki Haley, who's she? She was Trump's UN ambassador, ran against Trump in the primary, and Nikki Haley represents mainstream republicanism. She was beaten by Trump in that primary, but it looks like a lot of her supporters, Republicans, rather than just saying, I'm going over to Donald Trump, have gone to Kamala Harris. And that, again, just a little straw. If we see more evidence of that as the night unfolds, that is very good news for Kamala Harris. And that speaks to kind of something we were talking about a little bit earlier on the show, when we were talking about, are there shy Republicans who, you know, in the past, we've talked about these people that are shy to announce that they're voting for Donald Trump. My experience in America now is that no one is shy about saying they support Donald Trump. They shout that they support Donald Trump. But there may be Republicans who don't want to admit that they're voting Democrat this time round. And these early numbers that we're getting, maybe, just maybe, a small indication of that.
Fascinating stuff. And we are going to start seeing some results coming in. A couple already, Indiana, Kentucky, to name just two. We're joined by Mehdi Hassan, editor of Zeteo, and a broadcaster, of course, as well. Mehdi, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How much do you think foreign issues, international issues, are going to bear down on this election, or have already, I suppose?
It's a great question. Generally, Americans don't really care that much about foreign policy issues, and it's hard to think of an American election, even going back to 2004, where George Bush was re-elected in the midst of the Iraq catastrophe, where foreign policy has been a deciding factor. But in Michigan, which is a crucial swing state for Harris and Trump tonight, there is a big Arab American, Muslim American population, many of whom have said they cannot vote for Harris because they believe the Biden administration has been complicit in a genocide in Gaza, has killed their family members in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon. So we will see tonight whether that has been decisive or not. Donald Trump, cynical man that he is, has been pretending to be an anti-war guy and visiting Arab American areas in Michigan saying, I'm the peace candidate, vote for me. Even though some of us remember that he was president and he dropped a lot of bombs, he was not a peace candidate. But yes, it could affect the decision in places like Michigan, yes, for sure.
And of the two campaigns, what has chimed with you? What has struck you most?
That's a great question. What has struck me most is that for the first time in my lifetime, and I'm saying this even compared to 2016 and 2020, we are witnessing a mainstream political party in the Western world running a pretty openly fascistic, racist, sexist, misogynistic, demagogic campaign. I mean, Donald Trump has spent the last few days, the closing days of this campaign, saying outrageous things about his black candidate, saying she's lazy as hell and stupid and low IQ, calling for migrants to take part in a league and fight for their survival, quoting Hitler on the campaign trail. His own former chief of staff came out in the middle of the election campaign and said, well, he used to praise Hitler, and I think he meets the definition of a fascist. We've not seen that before in our lifetime, not in the UK, not in Canada, not in the United States. This is ostensibly a conservative party that has gone so far right that they're comfortable coalescing around Donald J. Trump, a man who has said, if you elect me, I will be a dictator and I will terminate the Constitution. His words, not mine. So it's been astonishing to see a man like that still commanding, almost half of the vote.
Mehdi, it's good to talk to you. I hope you're well. I saw a clip the other week of you on a TV panel on CNN, and I have to say, it made me gasp. And I'm kind of, pretty hardened to the sort of abuse that gets traded in a TV studio and the kind of the way that kind of, passions can flare. Do you want to just take us through what this guy said to you?
Well, it's interesting you should bring that up, John. And I'm as thick-skinned as you, if not more so. And it takes a lot to shock me. But it's the first time I've ever walked out of a live TV show in my 15 years of doing live broadcasting. It was a stunning moment where a Trump-supporting panelist, and not any Trump-supporting panelist, a guy who's very close to vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance, who was invited to give the Republican viewpoint on a panel discussion on primetime CNN, said to me, after I said I was a supporter of Palestinian rights, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. In reference to the killing of Hezbollah members and Lebanese doctors and civilians and kids in an Israeli terrorist attack a few weeks ago. It's astonishing. I mean, I've endured racism and Islamophobia for many years, but to have on live TV a quite prominent conservative voice say, well, maybe you're a terrorist and you'll get killed, is a new one even for me. But I think, John, it goes to the heart of where we are in the US right now. We are living in a country where some of the worst elements, far-right elements, nativist, demagogic elements, have been emboldened by Donald Trump, by J.D. Vance, by Elon Musk, by others. And I think that's what makes this election today so important. It's not just about a candidate winning or losing. It's about a group of people in this country getting permission to do what they haven't been able to do for years, which is be openly racist and violent.
I'm just hearing something that both of you might be interested in knowing, that there are initial reports coming through. We were talking about Georgia extending its voting beyond midnight to 12:45. Some reports of bomb threats being made at several Georgia voting centres. I mean, let's hope that's just mischief of a low level and low order. But that's a worry, John.
Yeah, Sheila, there was a report of that earlier on in the day, and it was not credible. It was and Brad Raffensperger, who was the Secretary of State for Georgia, who obviously came to fame in that very contested phone call with Donald Trump, where Donald Trump asked him to find extra votes so that he won the state. They are saying that that was misinformation coming from Russia. There was no credibility to it. I've got you here. They're projecting that CNN are reporting that Kentucky has gone to Donald Trump and that Vermont has gone to Kamala Harris. So the first Electoral College votes are on the board now. The 8 Electoral College votes of Kentucky to Trump, the 3 to Vermont go to Kamala Harris. So there we are. We're underway. We're underway. The first projections of results have been made.
And they're both as expected.
And both absolutely as expected. I would have eaten something very unhealthy if Vermont had gone to Trump or Kentucky had gone to Harris.
Your hat, I'm sure, is all you'd have eaten. Naira
Hack, but I thought hat would be predictable.
Naira Hack joins us, former White House senior director under Barack Obama, who will be with Kamala Harris this evening. By with Naira Hack, thank you for joining us. Do we mean alongside physically during all of this?
Well, I think there's a lot of people who want to be physically on the stage with her and who are in the room right now. But I will be at Howard University. I've been asked by the campaign to help talk about what's going on within the campaign and in America with foreign press today, and have spent quite a bit of time with the campaign. And so I am excited to see her in person tonight. And we are hoping, I would say, nauseous optimism has now turned to cautious optimism for a victory tonight.
Why has that shift happened?
There has been a concentrated effort throughout the last week, the closing days of this election, to give a message directly to the American people about possibility, about opportunity, about looking ahead. Kamala Harris has talked about we're not going back. That's a direct target at the MAGA messaging of Make America Great Again, the backward-looking sense of an America that currently no longer exists, whether it's demographically, whether it's the way families are constituted. I'm a suburban mom and not typically what people would look at or think about as a soccer mom. We are a diverse family, mixed race, working household, trying to pay off student loans. Kamala Harris is speaking to that opportunity and renewing the promise of America. Now, all of those talking points aside, the last week has been a very consistent effort to reach out to those suburban women voters, whether they be Republican or whether they be independent or Democrat. And in contrast, Donald Trump has strayed off script. He has been off message. He's not been talking policy. He has raised the white nationalist rhetoric. He's had effectively a Nazi rally in one of the biggest theaters and arenas in the United States. So while he's doubled down on a smaller population set in the United States, what we like to call the online bros, fueled by Twitter and Elon Musk, the Harris campaign has been more expansive and more consistent, and we're starting to see those results play out in places like Iowa, where traditionally Democrats don't even look to really pick up any significant voting shares, but the trend's there. Women are voting in force. Women are voting. Harris is actually up by several points there. So for a red state to have this expression of women's rage in this moment, that trend line shows that demographic will be turning out for Harris tonight.
Mehdi Hassan is still with us, Naira Huq, who's joined us as well. Mehdi was speaking a moment ago, and do come back in, Mehdi, on this, about some of the toxicity that's been evident in the campaign, sometimes from the candidate, sometimes elsewhere in discussion. Your thoughts on that?
I can't.
It has not been easy for Kamala Harris to take the baton forward from Biden, and certainly one of the places, and Mehdi talks about this and very eloquently in ways that resonate with many Americans, including myself, particularly on foreign policy issues, that there is a generational disconnect between what Biden's foreign policy has been and how Kamala Harris, as vice president, and now the future candidate, has had to work under the shadow of that. So she has not delivered the direct messages that many people have wanted to hear about fundamental shifts in how U.S. foreign policy has worked, or even the compliance with Senate laws and U.S. laws about how weapons should or should not be delivered to allies. With that said, I think there's been some meaningful engagement. The uncommitted movement in Michigan, in particular, came out today saying that the prospect of Trump is fundamentally worse for immigrant communities, for minority communities, than a Harris administration, and the Harris administration, a future Harris administration, would be willing to build a coalition that is much broader than what Donald Trump has presented to the American public.
Mehdi, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think we have to be very clear that I have a lot of issues with the candidacy of Kamala Harris, especially on foreign policy, but also on immigration, where I think she's tacked too far to the right. That's my take. But the reality is, as I said at the start, Sheila, when you opened with, is the candidate on the other side is so extreme, so beyond the pale, so openly authoritarian and fascistic that it really isn't a choice. The issue is, do you save American democracy or not? And some of your listeners may think this is hyperbole, but this is a candidate who himself incited an insurrection 4 years ago when he lost, to this day refuses to accept the results of the 2020 election, is already trying to question the outcome of tonight's election, claiming falsely that there's illegal voting in Philadelphia, which has been rebutted. This is a man who's a convicted criminal, who says, vote for me and you'll never have to vote again, he told a group of supporters recently. That's not creepy at all. So I think the choice on offer right now is so stark that, however many criticisms we may legitimately have of Kamala Harris, and I have many on Gaza in particular, the reality is Donald Trump is someone who shouldn't be allowed near a school board election, let alone U.S. nuclear codes.
And that's such a sharp contrast that's, I think, is starting to sink in despite the multi-month campaign here.
The reality may well be setting in. And I do think it's interesting that what we've had tonight from the exit polls is this idea that the most important issue facing Americans is not the economy, but the future of democracy. And I would think that if you're Kamala Harris, you're rubbing your hands that people are thinking that.
Yeah, John, although if you look at the polls in Georgia, I believe economy is higher than democracy. But I think the national CNN exit poll, from what I saw, is democracy above economy and abortion above immigration, which on the face of it looks bad for the Republicans. We're seeing kind of huge surges in turnout from young voters and women voters. We know a lot of that is to do with the Dobbs decision, which rescinded the constitutional right to an abortion. And I think Naira put it well, which is the Republicans have done a very narrow campaign. They haven't tried to reach out beyond their, angry white male base, conservative Christian evangelical base. And Democrats have, to an extent, as I say, not as much as I'd like to Arab American or Muslim American communities in Pennsylvania or Georgia or especially Michigan. But there's no comparison. And I think Donald Trump is a candidate, John, you know this well. He lost the popular vote in 2016, but won the Electoral College. He lost both the Electoral College and the popular vote in 2020. And tonight, if he loses again the popular vote and the Electoral College, that'll be 3 times in a row that the American public has rejected Trump and Trumpism, which I think is a good thing.
I'm just looking.
Well, that's right. The official rejection. The challenge that we're seeing is that Trump, as a candidate, still hasn't officially ceded what happened in 2020, went on then to foment an insurrection on the day that was supposed to be certified, and threatened his own vice president in the process. And this past weekend already said he wished he never left the White House. So when we talk about the threats to democracy, we are talking about somebody who fundamentally does not want the American system to work in a way for other people and only work for him.
Yes, so you can see our White House.
I was very struck, though, in the past 24 hours of hearing some of the language from Donald Trump seeming to soften. And maybe I'm overinterpreting, maybe I'm overreading, and, you kind of lack of sleep and all the rest of it can contribute to doing that. But when Donald Trump was talking about yesterday in Raleigh, North Carolina, that the election is ours to lose, I hadn't heard him talking about losing the election before. I'd heard him talking about the election being stolen. But he was talking about the possibility of loss. He was talking about the election being broadly fair when he went to vote today. He's also spoken about how he's not going to be declaring victory. I just wonder whether there is, I don't know, in the exhaustion, maybe it's just fatigue from him at the end. But it doesn't quite sound
John,
as bellicose
as
it has done.
Yeah, John, it's more sinister. It's far more sinister than what you're hearing. It's far more sinister than what you're hearing, and here's why. Because Donald Trump actually has prefaced all of the statements you're mentioning with the fact that the system is rigged, that if we do lose, if his people do lose, then that means that everything has gone wrong, that the election has been stolen. Even this morning he said, well, my people are never violent. I absolutely don't want violence. The violence comes from the other side. He's called people the enemies of the state, and that includes Democrats, reporters, and pretty much everybody who disagrees with him. So what he's painting the picture for his supporters, who he very much knows how to activate and motivate to take action, he's painting a picture for them that if he does not win immediately tonight, that actually everything else is a lie and they can't trust it anymore. That's really the concern of where the violence comes in.
John, you mentioned you would eat something unhealthy if Vermont had gone Republican or Kentucky had gone Democratic. I'll eat whatever you want me to eat on LBC if Donald Trump tonight concedes the election. If he loses, he may still win, but if he loses, if he concedes to a black woman, I'll eat whatever you want me to eat. There's nothing in Donald Trump's history that says he has the ability to say, yes, I lost fair and square, and that too to a black woman. Ain't going to happen, sadly.
I feel like sending out for a cake now with all these threats to eat things.
Oh, I thought I'd eat something bad. I'll happily eat a cake regardless of whether Trump wins or loses.
Go on, John.
Yeah, I'll eat a cake, whatever the results.
Yeah.
Speaking of results, listen, thank you to both our guests, to Naira Haq. Enjoy the rest of the evening, former White House senior director under Barack Obama. She's going to be with Kamala Harris this evening. And thanks to Mehdi Hassan, who will eat a cake and other things as well, by the sounds of it, editor of Zeteo and broadcaster. John, as some votes start to come through and some of the voting trends before you get the final results, some voting trends coming through in, for example, Georgia, where we probably will get the polls are going to close pretty soon, aren't they? Really striking, though. It's become a more diverse state, hasn't it, Georgia? And Kamala Harris seems to have got over 80%, or projections, exit polls say she's got over 80% of the black vote there, and very high support in the 18 to 29 age bracket, which again reflects some of the trends we've been seeing and sort of feeling out in the campaign itself.
Yeah, again, a little note of caution. If she's got over 80% of the black vote in Georgia, the first note of caution is sometimes the Democrats have had over 90% of the black vote in those sort of areas. So, Donald Trump has gone after young black men, macho, kind of the bro vote, as it's been called. And so, Donald Trump was hoping to eat into that vote. And my other question would be on that number. So 80% of black people who've gone to vote have voted Democrat, but what proportion of the black population have turned out to vote?
Right.
And that is critical for when we get, Fulton County is the area around Atlanta, Georgia, which is the most significant bit of populace in Atlanta. If you've got very high turnout there, and in the 11 counties, the sort of blue blob of Georgia, then that is very good for Kamala Harris. Can I just sort of one thing that we're using the words blue and red, and I'm sure there are probably listeners who are thinking, what the hell are they talking about? Particularly when in Labour Conservative politics in the UK, blue is Conservative, red is Labour. It's the other way round here. Blue is Democrat and red is Republican. And one other thing that we were talking just in that last kind of section about Kamala Harris going to Howard University to watch the results. Howard University is where she was a student, and it's one of the very famous black universities in Washington. And, and it's a kind of storied history. And it was, for kind of the African-American population, it was one of their universities. And that's where Kamala Harris was educated. So that's, a significant kind of, moment for her that as a woman of colour, she's going back to her alma mater to listen for the results.
And the red-blue thing, I think a good way for people to remember it surely has got to be the MAGA hat, the red MAGA hat.
Yeah,
as a
red
way of
for
remembering.
Republican.
If you hear red,
R for R.
R for R. R for red, Republican, and crazy, which doesn't begin with the letter R. But anyway, listen, stay with me and John throughout the night, won't you? We're here till 5 a.m. I think Ferrari will take over from us. Results are starting to trickle in now, and a sense of things are starting to emerge very slowly. But it was interesting to hear Naira Huq just a moment ago saying that the Democrats' sense of it all has gone from nauseously optimistic, my favourite expression of the entire campaign, to cautiously optimistic for Kamala Harris. But plenty can happen between now and the end of all of this, whenever that will be. Your calls coming up next as well on 0345 6060 973. We'll also hear from the former Democratic Senator for New York, David Carlucci, and former Republican Attorney General for Arizona, Mark Brnovich. The time is now 12:15.
This is LBC. America Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
You're with Shelagh Fogarty and John Sopel throughout the night for the results as they come in. They've already started to, just the beginnings of it all here on LBC, on LBC News. You can watch us live on Global Player as well, and there's plenty on the website, lbc.co.uk/USA. Once we start to get more substantial results, and we'll get that ticker of the numbers of seats and states that each candidate is winning, we'll start getting that up on Global Player as well. And your calls, as ever, very, very welcome indeed on 0345 6060 973. John has called from Rayleigh in Essex. Hello, John.
Hello, Sheila. How are you?
I'm okay. Yes, thank you.
And I've got to say a big shout out to John, because if it wasn't for Chris Moyles, I would not listen to his podcast. So thank you so much.
Okay. If it wasn't for Chris Moyles?
Yes. He advertised, he interviewed John on his podcast, on his radio show. And yes.
So you wouldn't have known about it?
Yes, but
it's excellent,
that's beside the point, obviously, clearly.
No, I'm sure he
The point tonight is that everyone's very underestimating Donald Trump for some reason.
Go on.
There's been a huge shift in the American, I suppose, politics and also the social demographic of America. And I think you'll find that Donald Trump cut his teeth quite largely in his term between 2016 and 2020. And I think he's learnt a few things. Now, the danger of that is that he now knows what he's doing.
Knows what he's doing as a campaigner, you mean?
No, as in running the country. And I think he has confidence in his electoral tonight. And I think if he gets into power, he will do a lot of things very differently. He chose a lot of wrong things in the first 4 years. And he now has an arsenal behind him, which he's cultivated over the last 4 years between 2020 and 2024. And I think he's ready.
When you
I think that's
when you say Arsenal, what do you mean?
Of politicians, people, generals, people to actually do the things that he wanted to do back in 2016 that he couldn't do because he chose very poorly. And now he has, I think, cultivated an arsenal of people that will help him bring his... I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's a crazy person, surely, but I think he wants America to be great again, surely. And I think what he wants to do is to actually give people what they want in a very 1950s, 1960s way.
But it's not the 1950s or 1960s, is it?
No, it's not.
Different world altogether.
And there lies the rub, I mean, how does one navigate that in modern society with the multicultural world that we have, with the immigration policy, with the everything that whole totalitarian kind of thought process goes with?
Okay, thank you very much indeed, John. John in Rayleigh interestingly thinks that Donald Trump is being underestimated. That's certainly not a sense I'm feeling at the moment, but maybe you do. Let me know on 0345 6060 973. You can tweet, text even, as ever, on 84850. I'm joined by David Carlucci, former Democratic Senator for New York, and Mark Brnovich, former Republican Attorney General for Arizona, who was responsible for carrying out the state's investigation into voter fraud after the 2020 election. Good evening to both of you. Mark Brnovich, given your previous role as carrying out the state's investigation into voter fraud, what have you made of what Donald Trump has been saying on Truth Social this evening, claiming there's terrible cheating going on in Philadelphia, saying that law enforcement are on the way in another state as well? Does he have any evidence for that, do you think?
I have no idea because I'm not on social media right now. So I have been busy during the workday. I will just tell you this, is that as a general rule, as a general principle, everything today needs to be buttoned up. Everything needs to be beyond reproach, especially our elections, because in the West, we settle our differences through using, in America, the First Amendment, exercising our free speech rights and media rights, and also through the electoral process. And so, whether it's our bank accounts, our power grids, whether our personal cell phone, everyone needs to know that the process is secure. And unfortunately, even in places like Arizona last election cycle, incompetence isn't a crime. But while the world was watching, 30% of the printers failed in Maricopa County, the largest county in Arizona. So, there's these things that happen that may not rise to the level of criminal culpability. But my goodness, you have very inept public officials and people, quite frankly, that don't accept responsibility for why it takes so long to count votes, or, why machines fail, or why there's long lines at polling places. And so, very often today when people point that out, they're accused of, this, that, or the other thing. But the reality is that, America, the United States, is a first world country. We should be able to run first world elections and, get results in a very timely manner, which frankly seems impossible nowadays.
Let me get a response to that. Stay with us, Mark, but let me get a response to what you've just said there from David Carlucci, former Democratic Senator for New York. Are you satisfied that these are first world elections that we're seeing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, I've been involved with local elections. I was a municipal clerk before I was elected to the state Senate. And Donald Trump, there's nothing new here. When he lost the primary in Iowa in 2016, he was claiming fraud. When he lost in 2020, he's claiming fraud. He's claiming fraud already tonight in preparation that he will lose. But if he wins, there will be no fraud.
But do you accept? Do you accept what Mark Brnovich was saying, that if there is sloppiness, that yes, may fall short of criminality, but nobody wants anyone to be sloppy with their vote, do they?
Nobody wants anyone to be sloppy, and I think it's diminishing the hardworking people in these election bureaus throughout the country. Last time in 2020, Donald Trump made these statements, but had no way to substantiate them. None of these cases were credible. And that's what Donald Trump does. He says, oh, look over there. There's a problem. Oh, the whole thing must be screwed. That's the history of Donald Trump. It's what we all expect. We knew this was coming, where he would claim foul play, but not be able to point to any credible evidence. That's the history of Donald Trump, a red herring here, a red herring there, point out the problems, but don't talk about the solution.
And Mark Bernovich, you said it's vital that America shows its best face here, and that we you in America and we in the UK, I hope as well, resolve our differences through the ballot box. Is that entirely true of Donald Trump? He's never conceded the election from last time around, has he?
Yeah, well, I'm not here to talk about Donald Trump, but I do think there's a lot of hypocrisy to go around, especially with the left, because quite frankly, the original election denier was Al Gore. When he lost Florida, he took that case all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. In 2004, when George Bush won,
he accepted the results of
you
the
had
election.
people like Barbara Boxer. Excuse me, sir. This isn't New York. I'm talking. So let me finish my sentence, okay?
I'm trying to understand you.
So, yeah,
right, allow him to speak. Allow him to speak, David.
Yeah. No. So anyway, Bush v. Gore, the original election denier case. 2004, Senator Barbara Boxer voted not to certify electors, after the 2004 election. And after the 2016 election, Hillary Clinton claimed that James Comey and there was Russia collusion in the election, which was clearly false. So what I am saying is you get people on the left, and, I'm not a career politician like apparently the other guys on this call. I'm a hardworking middle-class kid that spent most of my life as a prosecutor, dealing in facts and evidence in the courtroom. And so I think it's important when there are complaints and people believe them, that you have to thoroughly investigate those complaints. You don't throw stuff against the wall, but you see what's there and what's not there.
Hang on,
quite frankly, our office was able to systematically...
Okay, you can come back in now, David. I think this is a battle between Arizona and New York.
I agree. Yes, facts matter. You need credible evidence. But the fact that you want to point to Al Gore and Hillary Clinton and put them on the same level of Donald Trump in terms of election denier is absolutely frivolous, and it's appalling. Look, these people, whether you like it or not, Al Gore did the honorable thing. And he said, yeah, enough is enough. We need to succeed and say, look, we lost the election.
All right, let me bring it back to this election.
All of those people did that.
Let me bring it back to this election to both of you. David Carlucci, first of all, the caller the listener to the programme who called just before I spoke to you both, says that we're underestimating Donald Trump. Are you underestimating Donald Trump, David Carlucci?
I'm not underestimating Donald Trump. I think if anything, people have been underestimating Kamala Harris. Look, we've seen in the polls, it's been an even split in these battleground states for months. But I believe that the momentum is at Kamala Harris's side. Since she entered the race a few months ago, her favorability has increased dramatically. Whereas Donald Trump, you can't say the same thing. I think he has hit a ceiling. Kamala Harris still can win over some people, those people that might be deciding whether to vote or not. And I think ultimately, when you're looking at these elections, you want the candidate that's got the momentum. And the way I see it, I think that momentum is breaking for Kamala Harris. And I believe at the end of the night, because these battleground states are so close, they're statistically dead heats, that they could break in the favor of one candidate and you could have an electoral blowout. That's what I'm hoping for. Obviously, I am biased, so I might be it might be a little corroded in terms of my prognosticating.
All right,
but I do think that's a possibility.
Just to be clear, before I get Mark's response to it, by an electoral blowout, you mean that she upends things altogether and has a landslide or something like it?
Yes, she has a landslide. Okay. I expect she'll win the popular vote, but we'll have an electoral landslide too if she wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia.
On that, Mark Bernovich. Can you hear us?
Think, because the reality is that voting polls have closed in many places in the United States. Out west, they're still open, and so pundits can talk about polls or momentum, organization, all this other stuff. But at this point, the cake's already baked. It's in the oven. It's about to come out, and so we'll find out very shortly. I do know, though, for example, in states like Arizona, we saw a record Republican turnout, not only with early ballot drop-offs, but even today in Democratic areas, you actually at one point, I don't know if it's still the case at this hour, but mid-afternoon, you had way more Republican voters, even in Democratic areas, than Democratic voters. And I know that's the case in some other swing states. Now, I don't know what's happening in Pennsylvania, but I think that bodes very well for the chances of President Trump being reelected.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. Mark Bonovich, former Republican Attorney General for Arizona, and thank you to David as well, David Carlucci, former Democratic Senator for New York. John Sopel, on the... you missed a little bit there where there was a moment where our guest from Arizona ticked off the guest from New York about his manners when he kept talking over him. He said, "This isn't New York. It's not New York." Is that a sort of dig at how New Yorkers communicate, I guess?
I think what it reflects is that actually US media tends to be much more polite and the interviews less, and you don't talk across each other and you say, "Thank you very much for inviting me on, Sheila. It's a great honour to be on your programme, Sheila," and all of that. And it kind of, there's a bit too much John. Flummery for my liking. Yeah, no, honestly, I'd got no blooming hope whatsoever. So I think that's kind of I used to find American political interviews on American TV endlessly frustrating. I was thinking, come on, push back, interrupt, because they're just waffling now, and you would find that there wouldn't be that much of it. But anyway, look, I've been kind of trying to look at some numbers while I've been out. I mean, so I'm just reading something from Georgia, and this relates to something we were just talking about the black vote and 80%. And I said, well, 80% is not that great, because in the past it's been 90%. And so AP, a vote cast of 4,000 strong out of Georgia, not looking that great for Harris. Apparently, Trump seems to have squeezed the gap with black voters, especially men. And this is something I was talking about a little while ago. And that will really worry Democrats who are less far ahead than they were with Biden. So that's one trend, straw in the wind, if you like, and it's a survey and not actual votes. I just saw, again, Indiana doesn't matter at all. It's going to be Republican. But Boone County, near Indianapolis, 90% plus of the vote is now counted. Trump leads by 10.5%. Great. But 4 years ago, he won it by 18.5%. So that suggests the Trump vote is down there. Now, that may be a rogue county near Indianapolis, has no read across for anything that might happen in Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. So we get some news out of Georgia, which looks a bit more encouraging for Trump. We get some news out of Indianapolis, which looks better for Harris. Again, we're just seeing small bits of that canvas getting coloured in. And you've had the metaphor of the cake in the oven, and I'm giving you the metaphor of the barely painted canvas.
Lovely. I like the barely painted canvas. But it speaks to what you said earlier on, that underneath that headline figure, that's where you see the movement, isn't it? That's where you start to see the real direction of travel. Stay with John and me. I mean, we're just starting to see some results come in. Do stay with us throughout the night. We'll take your calls as well. What are you making of the race, or what have you made of the race so far? And who do you want to win? Tell us who you'd vote for if you had a vote. Maybe you do have a vote. Tell us how you used it and why. Call us on 0345 6060 973. And that key number of 270 Electoral College votes required to win the White House. Kamala Harris so far on 3, Donald Trump so far on 19. It's going to be a long night. It's 12:32. Let's get some headlines from Daryl Jackson.
Polls have closed in some US states as America decides who will become its next president, with early results starting to come in. 10 polling stations in Georgia have extended their hours due to disruption from non-credible bomb threats. Kamala Harris says the momentum is on our side, while her rival Donald Trump suggested there's massive cheating in Philadelphia. The district attorney in the state has dismissed the claim. And Sir Keir Starmer says he looks forward to working with whoever wins, either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. LBC weather, the mist and fog will linger this morning. A few spots of rain in the northwest, but dry later on. Sunny spells in the west and north, and a high of 16 degrees.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. America Decides on LBC.
America is deciding, it looks like. John Sopel and I are with you till 5 in the morning. John, we were talking about Georgia and the black vote there earlier on. You have other news on the Georgian vote.
Yeah, just a CNN exit poll that, again, looks very good for Donald Trump. So Georgia, kind of at the moment, you'd say, is trending pretty well for Donald Trump. In that he's making big inroads into the black vote, doing far better with black young men, which is exactly was Trump's strategy, but also among independents. So this is, again, an exit poll. It's not the real numbers that have been counted, but people who class themselves as independents are breaking 54% for Trump, 43% for Harris. That will alarm the Democrats, no doubt about it.
So independent essentially means non-partisan. They're not affiliated or interested
They're
in
not
either
registered.
Party
Yeah, exactly. They're not affiliated.
A floating voter, I guess we would call it here, would we? Let's get to the calls as well, because I'm conscious we've been neglecting some of those. Dave has called from Hackney. Dave, you're a big fan of Donald Trump.
Yeah. Hi, Sheila. How's it going?
It's going okay, I think. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah. So I suppose it's probably like maybe like a British Trumpist. You know, I'm a big Trump fan, and I think he's going to clear the Electoral college by like quite a clear margin, actually.
What is it about him that you like and admire?
Well, a lot of it came down to basically what my mate told me. He lives in Aberdeenshire, and he was there thing and a sandwich shop, and he was getting
I'm afraid, sorry, Dave, we're going to try and get a better line to you. It's just not that good at the moment. We'll do our best. Omar in Loughborough, first of all. Hello, Omar.
Hi, Sheila. Hi, John. Firstly, let me just start off by saying that I'm a big fan of you both, and the news agent as well, John, by the way.
Thank you.
Secondly, let me just say that I'm in the countryside, so if at any point I start to cut off, let me know. And Sheila, maybe we can get something started on network issues in the countryside.
Okay, we'll do a phone in on it next week, maybe. Soon, anyway.
Let me just kick off by saying, firstly, I'm not an American. I have no vote. But when I think about who I want to win, I find myself genuinely torn between my head and my heart. My head tells me that Trump will be worse on things that matter to me, like Gaza. My heart tells me that election after election, we have the Labour and Democratic Party rely on minority voters like me to put them over the line, but they seldom ever take our concerns seriously. I'm never British enough to put these concerns forward without members of even our own parliament, like John Ashworth, for example, lost his seat, to blame us for sectarian politics, and it genuinely breaks my heart. I work here, I've lived here my whole life, and I've given lots to this country, because I love this country and I want it to be the best in the world, both in economic terms and also in moral terms. I also want to say that the argument that she struck is different from Biden. Maybe she's not really given any substantial time discussing the parliamentary vote, for example, to push Palestinians into starvation by making UNRWA's work impossible. Donald Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem, the most contested part between Palestine and Israel, on 1967 lines. Neither Biden or Harris have lifted their fingers to reverse any of this.
So Omar, I'm getting a sense that if you did have a vote, it would go to Trump.
No. Well, okay. Let me get to my conclusion.
Okay.
Which is that Israel can do and is doing whatever they want, and it's clear that Kamala will do nothing consequential to change this. And ultimately, my conclusion is that I hope that she loses. I wouldn't vote for Trump because it would make me feel literally sick. But I do hope that she loses, and I hope that she loses because of states like Michigan, and I hope that from their focus groups or whatever they do to lick their wounds, the message that they take away is that you cannot take our vote for granted anymore. I'd like to also say that I focused a lot of my arguments on the minority vote or my personal experiences, but the truth is that the majority of voters would agree that less support for Israel, whatever their reason, whether it's on the left and it's a moral argument, or on the right and it's an economical argument, Kamala would have benefited from offering less support to Israel. If she loses, it's completely and utterly her fault. And again, well, actually not again, but in Trump's words, I hope that she loses bigly.
Bigly. Okay, Omar. Thank you very much indeed, Omar in Loughborough. There's pain in there, isn't there, John, in what Omar was saying?
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting, isn't it, that you can be in a position where you say, I couldn't bear to have Donald Trump as my next president, and I hope Kamala Harris loses.
Where does
it
take us nowhere, does it? Yeah.
You know, you kind of... sometimes in politics you've got to choose least worst options rather than, you know, the perfect, and you know the old phrase about don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Look, let us bring in now Professor Kermit Roosevelt, who is an author, constitution expert, professor for the administration of justice at UPenn, the University of Pennsylvania. And if that name Roosevelt sounds vaguely familiar, Professor Roosevelt is President Theodore Roosevelt's great-great-grandson and a distant cousin of President Franklin D. Roosevelt. So delighted to talk to you. I mean, when you hear, I don't know whether you heard that call, but where you heard someone saying, well, you know, I can't stand Donald Trump, but I hope Kamala Harris loses, it makes you despair slightly about the state of American democracy.
Well, it does. But, you know, there is a fix. So I think that there's a real problem that both parties take certain constituencies for granted, you know, and then they don't feel they need to respond to their needs because, you know, where else will minority voters go? One thing is maybe they will go to the Republicans, you know, and I think Kamala Harris has lost some support among black men and maybe among Muslims as well. But, you know, ranked choice voting would really improve this situation because then you can vote for the person you really want. So, you know, if there's a third party out there that really embodies your views, you can vote for that party and you won't be throwing your vote away because, you know, when your marginal third party loses in the first round of your ranked choice voting, your vote will get transferred to your second choice and then you can pick the lesser of the two remaining evils. So it is sad. It's a problem with our democratic system, but it is one also that we could fix.
But isn't it impossible? I mean, wouldn't that require a constitutional amendment to change the voting system like it would changing the Electoral College? And frankly, with the state of American politics at the moment, to get a vote through that would allow a constitutional amendment is virtually impossible.
Yeah, so I think you're right that a constitutional amendment is virtually impossible. Our Constitution is very hard to amend. Any issue that has a partisan element to it, one party will oppose it. There's no way to get past that through the amendment process. Not everything about our democratic system is in the Constitution, though. So even the Electoral College, yes, that's in the Constitution, but the winner-take-all system isn't. And the fact that we do what they call first-past-the-post voting, where the person with the most votes in the first round wins, that's not in the Constitution either. If we wanted to switch to ranked choice voting, we could, and we could maybe even get around the Electoral College without a constitutional amendment if enough states agreed to award all of their electors to the winner of the national popular vote.
Well, that would be a huge change in America because it's not about the, you know, it's never been about the popular vote. It's been about getting to 270. Can I just get your reflections on where we are so far this evening? Are you discerning anything yet, or are we too early and we've got to stay patient for a while longer yet?
Well, I think the real answer is we're too early, and the information that we're getting is not necessarily very good. So exit polls and early returns, it's very hard to know what to make of that because the exit polls, of course, aren't taking into account the people who voted early or did mail-in voting. I've been hearing all kinds of things. You know, generally, I thought what I was hearing was good for the Democrats. You were just talking about numbers from Georgia that look good for Donald Trump. So, you know, I think if you want to craft a narrative that favors your side, it's probably possible for either side at this point, but we really just don't know. Turnout seems to be high. That's all I can say confidently.
But that is a good advert for democracy, isn't it? That turnout is high. I mean, you know, if people are invested in voting and their electoral system and wanting to see a certain outcome, you've got to kind of celebrate the fact that people are going to vote.
High turnout is always good from my perspective because it gets you closer to the true will of the people. I do think our system could work better. So, you know, when I see the 4-hour lines to vote, on the one hand, I think, wow, that's great that so many people want to vote and they want to do it so much that they're willing to wait in line. On the other hand, I think, what kind of a system do we have where people have to stand in line for 4 hours to vote? I think that's an indictment of the American system.
That's really interesting because I'm not sure I would wait for 4 hours to vote, if I'm absolutely honest. Would you, John?
Well, I don't know. I kind of guess it's a positive thing in the sense that, when you saw the first elections taking place in multiracial South Africa and people were prepared to queue in the heat for days, for hours and hours upon hours, and you think that is a wonderful thing. Kermit, just going back to you, I just wonder whether you kind of think that there are any changes that realistically you can foresee to change some of the shortcomings and the oddities and the vagaries of the voting system in America.
Well, I actually have a real hope that ranked choice voting is going to catch on because it's being used in some states now. And one of the things about the American system is the states have so much independence, they can experiment with different approaches. And if we see that ranked choice voting works well, and I think people will see that because I think it's just a much better system, then it can be adopted in more states. And that might actually catch on. I think change at the national level is much harder.
Well, fascinating to talk to you. Professor Kermit Roosevelt, thank you very much indeed for being with us. And, it is interesting because we've talked about how every state has a slightly different voting system. I can't help thinking that a kind of, a fresh look at this in the way that the professor was just talking about wouldn't be a bad idea. But I mean, I just making progress and getting agreement on these things is nigh on impossible, it always seems to me in America. But there we are. It is now. Shall I give you a time check in American money, which will just confuse you?
Do. No, I want you to be in charge of American money because I don't understand it.
It is 7:47 in the evening here, which I think means it's just gone 1:45 where you are in the UK.
Correct. It's 12:47 here.
LBC. America Decides on LBC.
John Sopel and I, Shelagh Fogarty, with you until 5 o'clock this morning. Results are slowly starting to come in, but there's a long road ahead of us before we get anything like the result, the outcome, but there'll be plenty to talk about between now and then. Just before we talk polling again, let me bring you an update on those reports I mentioned earlier of bomb threats, particularly in Georgia at some of the polling sites. Police in DeKalb County in Georgia have been conducting bomb sweeps at some polling sites. It's a majority black area that voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden last time around, so they're obviously doing a belt and braces approach here. Voting has been extended at 5 polling sites in, again, predominantly black Fulton County after they temporarily paused voting amid bomb threats. The FBI and Georgia's elections chief said earlier today that many of the threats appear to originate from Russian email domains and are hoaxes, but obviously they have to treat them seriously. A few polling places in two other swing states, Michigan and Wisconsin, have also seen their own disruptions to voting from apparent hoaxes. Important to say, though, that these threats apply to only a small number of polling locations across the country and that voting nationwide has largely gone smoothly. Scarlett Maguire joins us, director of the polling company JL Partners. Hi, Scarlett. Good to have you on the programme.
Hi. Yeah, good to be here.
Well, look, we've got sort of retrospective polls to consider, and we've got a few exit polls coming out. What's your sense of things?
Yeah, so exit polls can be quite shady in America. They're not as good as our UK exit polls, which we know even those aren't completely infallible either. But I think there are some interesting signs in them if you look at the exit polls coming out from North Carolina and Georgia. So there's been a lot of speculation in this election saying that if Harris was going to win, and especially if Harris was going to win big, she'd need a surge in the female vote. From those exit polls, that doesn't look like what's happening. We have Harris winning women confidently by quite a big margin, but Trump winning men by an even bigger margin, and both along the lines that polling before the election was suggested. Combined with that, I think there's a couple of other things that we can say, even though it is very early days still. First of all, the results in from Georgia so far look tentatively good for Trump. Still a long way to go, but the signs we have so far. And then Trump is winning very big in Florida. Now, this was anticipated. He looks like he is substantially improving on his 2020 margin. I don't think you can read that much into the presidential election as a whole, but there's one interesting note there, which is that it does look like there is no discernible Hinchcliffe effect in that there are some counties there with high Puerto Rican.
Let's just explain that. Hinchcliffe is the name of the comedian who made the garbage joke about Puerto Rico.
Exactly, which we know had such big media cut through. We were all talking about it for days, and there was a lot of speculation about whether that could cost Trump crucial Puerto Rican voters, especially in Pennsylvania. Now, in Florida, at any rate, that isn't happening, with Puerto Rican communities and Hispanic voters generally swinging even more towards Trump so far.
And again, hard to say about how individual people vote, but might that have something to do with abortion, given that they're probably mostly Catholic?
It could well factor into it. We do see that those communities tend to have more socially conservative values. And so I think that is part of the general trend of that group towards the Republican Party. It's hard to know. Again, it's hard to know sort of particulars, especially at this stage.
And it's fun. I mean, I know we're at the early stages of the results coming in, but it's amazing how that momentum starts to grow, isn't it, as the results start to come in. And again, I'm already feeling that Iowa poll from Ann Seltzer feels like a distant memory. I mean, we'll see whether it is a distant memory or not when we get those results in Iowa ultimately, but there's so much still to play for, isn't there?
There is absolutely so much still to play for. And I think the Iowa poll is particularly interesting, thinking about what will happen in the Midwest and the Rust Belt, which really is Harris's best pass to the presidency. So we're not there in the night yet where we can really see if that's transpiring. But that massive, shocking gender divide, at least in some of the places that we've had so far, doesn't look like it's materializing as sort of prophesized by Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll, as you quite rightly said. But I think what we can say is that things are still looking incredibly tight.
We spoke to a US pollster about an hour and a half ago, and I asked him about this. You know, we've heard so much about herding pollsters. You know, then everybody's kind of saying the same thing essentially. And he said, "Oh, we're a very there's kind of very secretive, jealous lot. They keep themselves to themselves." He's describing you, but in a way, does that stymie us seeing some of the detail out there?
Well, I think that's why the Seltzer poll was actually so incredible, was because lots of things, but it was not herding. And actually, we felt it quite strongly as we've been an outlier at different points during this campaign, much like we were in the UK campaign as well. I would like to tell your viewers and listeners that we were vindicated in the UK campaign, weren't just sort of an outlier and being mad. But we also have been slight outliers at points in this campaign, both first in showing that things were tilting towards Harris, and then we were some of the first pollsters that showed that things were tilting towards Trump when he had that momentum end of September, beginning of October. And I can tell you, it's not a comfortable place to be for an outlier. So I can understand why people talk about pollsters herding, because I think there is a compulsion to try and not put yourself out on the line too much. I can tell you one thing, it is incredibly nerve-wracking being a pollster when this sort of thing unfolds, because you feel like it's your the reputation of the whole firm on the line. That being said, though, I do think that the greatest prize is for accuracy. And so I don't think herding is much of a phenomenon as some people say. I just do think that the polling genuinely does look that close.
What was your first thought when that Iowa poll for Harris
emerged?
Oh my
God, I was completely jaw-dropped. For me, it was the most shocking moment of the campaign so far. Not something I was anticipating in the slightest. And it did, I sort of had a whole, I've been thinking about it ever since, really, until the results started trickling, as you said, just because it was making me think whether I had to reassess an awful lot of my priors that I had about this campaign, about our methodologies, about everyone else as well. So no, it was a huge moment.
Great to talk to you, Scarlett, as ever. Scarlett Maguire, Director of the polling company JL Partners.
You know, Sheila, what was so fascinating there about, you know, the kind of the gender split? I've just seen a comment from Stephen Miller, who's one of Trump's right-hand people. This is the quote. "If you know any men who haven't voted yet, get them to the polls." Not any supporters, not men and women. The way they are really targeting men is something quite extraordinary in this election. Well, let's kind of get a latest from the various campaign headquarters, and LBC's reporter at Trump HQ is William Denslow. And William, what's the mood there like?
Well, it's incredibly buoyant at the moment. There are about a couple of hundred Trump supporters. It's the Trumpsters organization. They've organized this event about 50 miles or so from Mar-a-Lago, of course, Donald Trump's primary residence here in Florida. And there's plenty of optimism, with polling closed about an hour or so ago here in the state of Florida, and really plenty of that optimism fueled by comments from Donald Trump a little earlier after he cast his ballots not far from here in Palm Beach, along with his wife Melania. Donald Trump saying they're very optimistic, saying they were going to win big, really from coast to coast. So plenty of that optimism very much transferring to supporters here in Florida.
Okay, thank you, William. Let's go now to LBC's reporter at Kamala Harris's HQ. Kate Fisher is standing by for us. And Kate, I mean, it's so early in the evening and there's so much hope and so much anticipation and nervousness, isn't there?
There really is, and I'm here in the centre of Washington, D.C., just a 10-minute walk from Howard University, where Kamala Harris is likely to be later on this evening to see whether she has made history as the first female and Indian-American president. I'm just at a watch party at a bar and bookshop called Busboys and Poets. It is packed with Kamala Harris supporters. There has been a line out of the door. There are big screens across the bar and including down the street as well. People are sitting outside. It's a really actually warm evening here in Washington. All these people so full of optimism. I met one family who are Georgian. They voted in that all-important swing state of Georgia, hopped on a plane yesterday and arrived here in Washington because they wanted to be in the city where they hope their next president will find out that she has won this race.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth saying, though, isn't it, Kate, that Washington, D.C. is not exactly representative of the rest of America. It is a very, very democratic city.
It's a complete, it doesn't feel American at all in many ways. But it's not real heartland America. Just about everybody in Washington votes Democratic. So yes, and also this is where Kamala Harris lives. This is where she went to university. Howard University is her alma mater. So it's not surprising that there is so much support for her in this city. But I do think it's interesting that there are people from across the country coming here just to be here because they believe she's going to win, and they want to be here, as they told me, to witness history. I've also met people here who are not from the US, Brits, Aussies, people from Ireland, and they all want to kind of be part of what they see as something that they all believe she's going to win, will be historic. But of course, the polls there is no way any of us can know who is going to win. It is still so close, and we don't have enough of the early results out yet to kind of really feel which way things are going. But certainly the Democrats in the last few days have picked up this momentum. They're describing it as nauseously optimistic, and they are hoping that they've done enough to make Kamala Harris the next president.
Okay, Kate, there near the Harris HQ. Thank you so much.
Just a word on the polls which are closing now or seconds from now. North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. We can talk about, I think North Carolina is worth a chat in a few minutes, John. We'll do that after the news, which is next, 1 o'clock.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, polls have closed in some US states as America decides who will become its next president, with very early results beginning to emerge. Kamala Harris says her campaign is finished with optimism and energy. Democratic commentator Joel Rubin has told LBC it's not true to say people don't know what Kamala Harris is about.
What Harris has been putting forward on immigration is very specific details. She's put forward economic plans on investment in the American economy and providing support to small businesses and families, and very detailed policies on healthcare as well as the environment. Donald Trump, if anything, has been the one who's been pretty superficial on the policy.
Well, Donald Trump says he's feeling very confident after casting his ballot in Florida. Rick Gates, former deputy campaign manager to Trump, told LBC, "What you see is what you get with the former president."
One of the things that we just saw in some of the exit polls coming out is that of those people that voted Donald Trump, one of the singular characteristics that they identified with is that he was a true leader. And right now, with the global crises that are going on, a lot of people in America, surprisingly, foreign policy was a bigger issue than personally I thought it was going to be, but people are concerned. And so they're looking for that leadership.
Professor Kermit Roosevelt is a constitutional expert and professor for the administration of justice at the University of Pennsylvania. He told LBC the election is still too close to call.
Exit polls and early returns, it's very hard to know what to make of that because the exit polls, of course, aren't taking into account the people who voted early or did mail-in voting. I've been hearing all kinds of things, So, I think if you want to craft a narrative that favors your side, it's probably possible for either side at this point, but we really just don't know. Turnout seems to be high.
Well, meanwhile, Donald Trump has claimed there is a lot of talk of massive cheating in Philadelphia. The district attorney in the state, Larry Krasner, has responded to the claims, calling it a wild allegation, adding there's no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support the claims. And City Commissioner Chair Omar Sabir gave his reaction.
To be clear, Philadelphia elections are safe, simple, and secure, and they have always been. There is no cheating. There's no smoke to it. People say things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. We've learned this in 2020. We have hardworking people trying to give the citizens of America the election that they deserve.
And stay with LBC for full coverage of the election throughout the night. LBC weather, the mist and fog will linger this morning. A few spots of rain in the northwest, but dry later on. Sunny spells in the west and north with a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. America Decides on LBC.
Hello, if you're just joining us, John Sopel and I with you until 5 o'clock this morning. I do wonder when people join us on a programme like this, John, because there are those who, start at 10 and last until around now and then think, there's nothing really happening. I'll wake up at 7 in the morning and see what's happening then. And there are those who join, I guess, on shifts, night shifts and the like. So whenever you're joining us, you're very, very welcome. And a word just to remind you how you can listen and watch and what you can find out from us throughout the night. You can listen to us here, of course, on LBC. LBC News also carrying this until 5 o'clock in the morning when they will take over their usual business. Global Player, you can watch our output live on Global Player. You can also start to watch. I mean, we're hardly there yet, but we have a like a sort of ticker for the votes that the two candidates have so far. Kamala Harris, the Electoral College votes that will lead to the keys to the White House, to the first person who gets over 270. Kamala Harris at the moment on 3, Donald Trump on 19. Those are the ways in which you can hear us, watch us and find out lots of information. And don't forget the website as well, lbc.co.uk/USA. There is this strange limbo feeling about this at the moment, isn't there, John? Because we know it's going to take a long time.
Yeah, we're getting a few more results. So Maryland has been called for Kamala Harris, source the Associated Press. That's 10 more Electoral College votes to her. They're calling Tennessee for Trump. Again, not surprising. Missouri being called for Donald Trump as well. That's from CBS News. So 10 Electoral College votes there. So gradually then building up. But they're, I don't want to say they're irrelevant. Of course, they're not irrelevant. Every state matters. But there are some states that we're watching more closely than others, namely the swing states. And there we have got very, very little information. The only information we've got, and it concerns Georgia, the peach state, as it's called. And it's looking a bit more peachy for Donald Trump than it was in the 16 Electoral College votes that are up for grabs there. There are a couple of things that you just think that's interesting. One, he is making inroads into the black male vote there and doing much better than he did 4 years ago and stealing votes away from Kamala Harris. And the second thing that is interesting there is the exit poll conducted by CNN. And exit polls are different from how we think of exit polls. Exit polls are about attitudes, about what are the key issues and what this is and what that is. It's not kind of just an overall number. And one of the exit poll pieces of data that is kind of causing concern for Democrats is that among independents, it seems to be breaking favourably for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. So that taken in concert with the black vote and the inroads that Donald Trump is making with young black men, I think is a sort of a cause for concern, because that was a state that Joe Biden won on a wafer-thin majority last time round. And what Kamala Harris was hoping for was this surge in women voters coming out, and that doesn't seem to have happened. So, we're getting a bit more of that picture as we go along.
You mentioned a few moments ago that Stephen Miller, Trump's guy, was saying, if you know a man who hasn't voted yet, drag him out and get him to vote. Elon Musk essentially said the same on X yesterday, didn't he? He said, men, get out there and vote.
Yeah, I just kind of, it's such a weird thing for you to think of, the idea that, if you're a proper red-blooded man, you vote for Donald Trump. There is no other option. It just seems a kind of weird place to be in the 21st century, where you kind of, it feels like the sort of, do you remember the film about the Battle of the Sexes, where Billie Jean King is taking on this old aging pro tennis player, and it was all about kind of the battle of the sexes, etc. And this was a tennis match that took place back in the day when women were seeking equality on the tennis courts, and you kind of look at it now and you're saying, men, get out and vote for Trump. And you just think, this is ridiculous. It does feel like some things haven't changed in this country in terms of kind of attitudes, or in fact, maybe, actually, the attitudes have gone backwards. There is still a hardcore of misogyny there that, guys, we don't want a woman in charge, so get out and vote for Donald Trump.
It's interesting you chose that film. What I had in mind was, you might remember the Fast Show sketch with Mr. Chumley Warner, where they were encouraging the women around the table to only talk of, what was it, fluffy kittens and not the guilt market or whatever it was. But there's shades of that going on, isn't there? We're joined by Errol Moorcoach, Republican strategist and spokesperson for Republicans Overseas UK. Errol, hi, good afternoon. Errol, full disclosure, I normally present at 1:00 in the afternoon, which is why I keep saying good afternoon to everybody. And you're not even in the US, I don't think, are you? So that makes it valid. Anyway, whatever time it is, what are you kind of feeling out here from what we know so far?
Well, look, at first glance, you don't want to jinx anything, but it looks great. And, right about now, like last election, we were looking at much different metrics in places like Georgia with early voting, with the low propensity voters. I kind of hate that term, but it is a real thing. And, we kind of have this amazing new thing, which is a male voting bloc. Never really was a thing before because men were kind of split 50-50 effectively. So to be a effective bloc, you need to be broken up, say 60-40 or some degree. So, I'm 34 years old. It's the first time in my election that the male vote has been a card to play. So all of these things together, again, we're very early, but it looks very good. And I think everybody's pretty excited and eager to see how it plays out.
It looks good in what sense? Where are you landing when you say it looks good? Because it is very early days, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super early. Let's look at some of the more niche data, right? Which at least we can pull from. Trump's doing very well with black men, and he's also doing very well with black women. Now, just look at the data. Kamala Harris is about 89% with black women. Joe Biden was at 95%, and Trump is up around a quarter with black men, around 25%. So these tight voting blocks, especially in places like Georgia and Pennsylvania, these numbers are small, but they make a difference. And another thing I'd like to point out is the Amish vote and the Mennonite vote. These are people who are unpollable, but there are tens of thousands of them across Pennsylvania and in Ohio. And these people are coming out to the polls. And then the other thing to look at, I think, that's critical for the viewers or listeners to the show is we really crushed it in voter registrations in the last 2 years. We've out-hustled the ground game of the Democrats, who have much more funding and traditional ground game. But as far as new voters on the voters' rolls, those are our voters, and we're very excited about that. And we look at all of this. We look at the early sort of turnout being kind of how we hoped, and we're trying to be positive.
And what's behind the Amish?
It's really interesting.
Do you think? Is sorry, John, just on that Amish point.
Yeah, no.
Is that just, as you might imagine, conservative, small c, therefore Trump?
Yeah, we definitely. The Amish have come out, and you can go and see on social media. Granted, it's not them posting it, but people asking them questions. And the Amish are kind of all for Trump. Trump's, about small government and individual rights, and the Amish are very big on that, especially with things like their dairy production and other, bellwether issues for the Amish community. And Trump can speak to them in a way that they maybe never have been spoken to, as they've never really turned up like they are today. And right about now, we're about to, bring this home.
You talked about him being for individual rights. Not if you're a woman and you want to have an abortion. Women have lost that right. And I just wonder whether you think that is going to cost you in this election as women kind of feel more motivated to vote because of that.
Well, of course, we don't want to mislead anybody listening to think that women have lost the right to vote because of Donald Trump. Women have not lost the right to vote.
I didn't say lost the right to choose over abortion.
No, they have not. The states will decide as pursuant to the laws. More importantly, he's never put a federal abortion ban. He does not back that. We would love to have a European system, 12 weeks, exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother. So Donald Trump's a very progressive guy on abortion. To castigate him as an anti-abortion person just because the Supreme Court revoked Roe v. Wade, which is not how you have laws, by the way. The legislative branch doesn't make laws. So everybody, including Justice Ginsburg, knew that you had to codify it into law. So now it's gone through the proper process, and Donald Trump, he's taken a lot of flack for it, but he's definitely not an anti-abortion person at all, and you can hear it from his own statements. He's been a registered Democrat since 2008.
Hang on. Sorry, he appointed 3 Supreme Court justices during his presidency, Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, etc., and they were the people that overturned Roe versus Wade, and Donald Trump took a victory lap.
But you're assuming that overturning Roe v. Wade bans abortion. That's not what it is. It means that the federal government, through the Supreme Court... It means
that a woman has not got the... It's up to the individual states to decide what laws it wants, and some of them, like Iowa, have introduced really, really restrictive laws, which means that a women do not have a right to choose in the way that they did when Roe versus Wade was in place.
And that would be great to codify something into national law as opposed to doing what Justice Ginsburg and everybody else knew was the only way to Trojan horse this to the point we are now. Nobody believes that Roe v. Wade was abortion. Roe v. Wade was the government ensuing to get past a very conservative Christian country at the time. Now we're at a progressive time. It's time to codify it into law. And Donald Trump is not going to sign an abortion ban whatsoever. That's not his policy. And we would love to have the states have the rights that they're supposed to have. Each state has its own rights in this country, and we certainly respect that.
Errol, can I ask you on that point of, if let's focus in on states where it is essentially a ban after 6 weeks, which is probably the earliest you could know you were pregnant or think you were pregnant. Let's set aside the ethical, just for a moment, set aside the ethical question of aborting a child simply because it's inconvenient to you and you don't want it. We have heard...
Well, that's a huge ethical question to set
Well,
aside,
of course it is.
I'm
setting aside... It absolutely is. Which is why I'm making it clear it's an ethical question. But I want to ask you about something very specific, which is a kind of upshot of these laws, which is women who very much want their babies and find that they have an ectopic pregnancy, or find that they have a septic pregnancy, or find that they have preeclampsia to an extremely dangerous degree that could and probably will, if left, become a septic pregnancy that will kill both mother and baby if unattended to. We've heard account after account from women saying that they experienced either a serious, sometimes deadly delay, or we've heard from their families, deadly delay in care, or a failure to receive care at all because doctors were either rejecting them, perhaps on ethical grounds, or were too terrified to touch them as a patient and deal with them as a patient for fear of being described as an abortionist. That's not healthy.
Well, certainly the way you described it, that sounds awful, and that sounds like it falls right under the category of life of the mother, right? And that's something that should be codified into law, and Donald Trump supports codifying.
And when doctors say to women that there is still a heartbeat, even though all clinical evidence points to a septic pregnancy killing the mother if she's left, and certainly killing the child in the end?
And you want me to remove ethics from that answer?
No, not at all. What I'm saying is it is the upshot of it. If the unwanted element of pregnancy is the central question of the ethics, do you have no care at all for the women who very much want their child but find themselves in these clinical situations? It matters, and women die when it's not handled well. And if it's not handled well out of fear of being called an abortionist, the changes aren't working.
Well, then certainly if these are the things that are issues in states, which it sounds like they are, and it sounds very serious, these are things that should be put into law. It sounds like a failing of the very first iteration of certain states. But the majority of states, take Kansas, for example, very red state, kept the very progressive abortion laws. The very hardcore anti-abortion crusaders, while we respect their rights, they don't lead the party, and that's definitely not the perspective of Donald Trump. And it's up to the states especially to protect those women. That's what you've described as awful, and that's not what we would stand for abrogating whatsoever.
And if it continues to happen, even if it continues to happen to a relatively small number of women, it's just collateral damage of these legal changes?
The collateral damage, you could say the collateral damage that had a lot of babies that were aborted that could have lived also. Then you'd say, collateral damage for legal changes, now we have abortions and we didn't. Roe v. Wade, so how many babies were aborted in the last 50 years? Was that collateral damage for women's rights? It's a slippery slope, and it's an ethical question, and I think it's too much for this program to tackle right now.
Because?
Well, because if you want to have an ethical discussion about it, this would go on for hours. If you're arguing that bodies on both sides are collateral damage, I mean, that's an ethical debate, and I absolutely agree that, having any sort of social functionalist change or constructionist change is going to have gaps in it. So if I would concede that there's definitely anything with change is going to have detrimental effects, especially to vulnerable people, the same way that vulnerable babies have been aborted in America in a very progressive pro-abortion stance, by the way, led by Margaret Sanger, who is a white supremacist eugenicist. And there's a lot of history of abortion in America that has a negative connotation. And those babies were also collateral damage. And there's a pro-life movement in America, and a lot of Americans who really believe in protecting the life of the unborn baby. And that's a human issue. That's not a woman's issue. That's men and women. We were all born, right?
Okay, yes, we were all born. Errol Moorcoach, thank you. Let me bring in John Scardino to respond to some of that. We'll talk about other issues as well. But John Scardino, spokesperson for Democrats Abroad, joining us live from a watch party in London. That's what you can hear in the background. Some thoughts on what you just heard?
Well, I have to say, although some of that I've had some trouble hearing because of all the enthusiasm here at our watch party in London with Democrats abroad, it sounded like a lot of crazy talk from the Republican side. So I'm at a little bit of a loss to elaborate further, because that was quite a long conversation it sounded like you got into, and the details of which, because of the noise here, I'm sorry I couldn't comment on a lot of that.
Well, tell me, look, so far we're seeing, I mean, again, we have to say early days, but we're seeing some positive indications for Donald Trump in places like Georgia. We're going to get Florida. Sorry, Florida is closing in this hour as we speak. What are you concluding from what you're seeing so far, or starting to tease out from what we're seeing so far?
Sure. So it's obviously very, very early results. Some of the states that you mentioned are only reporting sort of 3, 4, 5% of the vote in where Donald Trump is leading are in states that were no surprise, in places like Indiana and elsewhere. In Georgia, you mentioned, is very interesting. Democrats won that state in 2020 by a very significant margin, largely with the help of overseas voters who sent in 18,000 votes in favor of Joe Biden. So we were very pleased to see both Biden win in 2020 and 2 Democratic senators elected from Georgia. So that state with a lot of pride in what was accomplished in 2020. It looks like Trump has probably kissed and made up with the Republican Party and the Republican governor in Georgia, who he had been insulting repeatedly along the way during the campaign. So he was failing to activate some of the support from the Republican side in the state. But having kissed and made up, they seem to now be on board. So I'm not terribly surprised again with Georgia. But I think one of the very interesting things of the evening so far is what's happening in North Carolina, because Harris seems to be outperforming Biden by some significant margins from 2020 in North Carolina. She's ahead in North Carolina at the moment. Again, this is all very early, but it looks very, very encouraging. And I think that if North Carolina were to go for Harris, that would be some very bad news for Donald Trump.
Thank you very much indeed, John. John Scardino, spokesperson for the Democrats Abroad UK, joining us there from a watch party in London. Thanks a lot. Stay with us here on LBC. Shelagh Fogarty and John Sopel with you. I'm in London. John's in Washington. With you right up until 5 in the morning. We're a little late to the break. It's 1:21.
This is LBC. America Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
John Sopel and Shelagh Fogarty with you through to 5 o'clock in the morning here on LBC. You can find us on LBC News as well, and Global Player, where there's a ticker that will tick for a long time as we get down to it'll tick until it talks, when we've got somebody, Trump or Harris, to 270 votes in this election. But I don't think we'll be there for quite a while yet. Some results have started to come in, and some trends, some little clues, John, as to how this election is going. The gender element is fascinating, isn't it?
Totally fascinating. I mentioned a minute ago that Stephen Miller one of Trump's absolutely key lieutenants kind of put out a call saying, if you know any men who haven't voted, get them to the polls. Not if you know any Trump supporters, but men. And let me give you these figures, which I think, again, are fascinating. Trump is leading among Latino men by a 10-point margin, according to an exit poll. In 2020, Latino men backed Biden over Trump by a 23-point margin. 59 to 36% were breaking in favour of Biden over Trump. And now, in 2024, Latino men are backing Trump by a margin of 10 points. That is huge. The swing in votes of Latino men from Biden to Trump is enormous. And this is part of a strategy that I heard about when I came over to Washington 6 months ago, and I saw Steve Bannon, who for the past 4 months has been in prison for perjuring himself and not going to give evidence to the January the 6th committee. But I saw him when I was last in DC, and he was saying, look, we're going to lose a lot of support among women because of the overturning of Roe versus Wade. And I was just listening to we just had that interview with the Republican spokesperson a moment ago. Yeah. And here it is. It's turned out right that the Trump strategy of targeting young, macho, towel-snapping, beer-chugging men has worked.
Towel-snapping, that's a new one for me.
Well, when you're in the locker room, you snap the towel at someone else's buttocks, don't you, in this kind of show?
Always. When you're in the locker room,
we're getting
with your
late,
banter,
so you can tell.
Well, no, we've got to keep ourselves amused somehow, haven't we? Poor old J-Lo is going to be devastated with that Latino trend emerging, isn't she?
I mean, it really is significant. It really looks like this could be look, we don't know. We have no idea yet what the outcome of the election is going to be. We have no idea yet how it's going to break in Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, which if Harris takes all three, frankly, I think she's home. But what we do know is that the division of the sexes has never been more pronounced in a presidential election. I would hazard to guess it's never been more pronounced in any election. I can't ever remember a kind of, when Thatcher was running for Prime Minister, or Theresa May, or, Liz Truss. I mean, the issue with Liz Truss wasn't that she was a woman. There was a lot of other issues, but it wasn't her gender. And I just find this amazing that a country is dividing along gender lines.
Should we talk about it with Mike Madrid, the Republican political consultant and author of The Latino Century, How America's Largest Minority is Transforming Democracy. Mike, great to have you on the programme. Might it transform this election?
I think we're watching it transform it kind of before our eyes, as the previous speaker was just mentioning. Look, there's a long way to go, and those are very early results. My guess is those numbers will settle down into a more mid to high 30s range for Trump with Latino voters. But he's exactly right. The gender gap is redefining the contours of the country's political system as well. Latinos have the largest gender gap. So in many ways, Latinos are exacerbating this trend. We attribute that in large part to what we call the diploma divide, which is Latinas, Hispanic women, are going to college and graduating at rates far higher and faster than Hispanic men, who are making up increasingly the blue-collar workforce at an extraordinarily fast pace. So gender is one part of kind of the puzzle here as we kind of look at the convergence of race, ethnicity, class, and partisanship and gender now that is redefining the contours of the American political system.
And education level as well?
Education level is the single largest demarcation. It's college, degreed or not. And ironically, where 30 years ago that divide was correlate to income, we know that that is not the case. It's cultural. Those that are going to college are motivated far more by cultural reasons than the standard upper income economic reasons like tax cuts or deregulating the economy. It's far more about abortion rights, climate change, marriage equality, legalization of marijuana, for example, and gun control, than it is sort of the affordability or pocketbook issues that used to animate Republican voters.
Yeah, fascinating. And I'm just looking at something else that's just come in, and I'm going to ask you about it, which is in Florida, which is not about the presidential election. It was about this abortion amendment to the Constitution, which would have given women a right to choose if 60% backed this amendment, and that has fallen. And it's the first time, I think, in the US that we've seen one of these key issues. And I guess Latino men who are kind of, a lot of Catholic background will have been part of that vote, that that amendment has failed. And I can see that, Florida just become, this is Kayleigh McEnany, who was Donald Trump's spokesperson at the end of his presidency. Florida just became the first state in the nation to defeat an abortion initiative that would have led to taxpayer-funded abortion until birth and beyond. Well, that's not quite true. This is a huge victory for the pro-life movement. So again, this idea that women were going to turn out in huge numbers, certainly from the kind of Georgia going south, doesn't seem to have been the case.
Well, it's certainly an anomaly, but for a couple of reasons. Let's also remember this was a supermajority vote required in Florida. That was not the case anywhere else. So it had to get 60%. It fell short of that. My look at the first numbers is it's over 50%, but shy of 60%. I could be wrong about that, but that is what makes one of the things that does make it unique. It's also, I think, saying that it's Hispanic men's Catholicity is not accurate either. This is overwhelmingly a state as diverse as it is. It's somewhat of an outlier state, but it's also predominantly white, older, conservative voters that are making this determination by a wide stretch. So I don't want to say this is a Latino thing because I don't believe that for a second. The math just doesn't add up in that direction. But Florida's Florida. Florida's a peculiar outlier of a state and votes differently than the rest of the country on a whole host of things. Let's remember, in 2022 in the midterms, Florida came in extremely Republican. It looked like the red wave was beginning to swell in Florida, and it crashed everywhere outside of the state. So we need to be mindful that in many ways, Florida is very much an outlier state.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. Mike Madrid, Republican political consultant and author. If you want to check it out, the book, it's called The Latino Century, How America's Largest Minority is Transforming Democracy. Florida is Florida, he says. Florida, the polls have closed there or are closing there this hour. They have 30 votes in the Electoral College, so a bit of a whopper of a state. Stay with us here on LBC. Shelagh Fogarty in London, the newsagents John Sopel live in Washington. We're with you until 5 in the morning. It's 1:31 time for the news headlines.
Election results in the US are starting to come in, with Donald Trump ahead in the crucial state of Georgia. The former US president's also projected to win Florida with its 30 electoral college votes. Voting was extended for some people in Georgia after non-credible bomb threats targeting polling stations. Well, Donald Trump says he's confident Republicans have shown up. Kamala Harris says her campaign is finished with optimism and energy. And there is another huge election underway in America that will determine how effective the next president will be. The House of Representatives, the lower chamber of the US Congress, is also up for election, as it is every 2 years. LBC weather, the mist and fog will linger this morning. A few spots of rain in the northwest, but dry later on. Sunny spells in the west and north with a high of 16 degrees.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. America Decides on LBC.
You can find us in Vision as well on Global Player. And as the results come in, and we've got a few in already, and that ticker counting the votes to 270, whichever candidate gets beyond 270 has won the race. But we're a long way from that. Natasha Clark is in the studio with me here in London, LBC's political editor. John's in Washington. Natasha, you've been speaking to Congressman Seth Magaziner, some great names tonight. Seth Magaziner, what did they say to you?
Yeah, perfect. Obviously, we're looking out for any kind of clues about how this all might be going, as we're just waiting for those key states to start rolling in, and of course those swing states that we're all looking out for, including Pennsylvania with 19 electoral college votes. Any route to the White House, everybody is saying, is probably going to need to go through Pennsylvania. So I was speaking to Congressman Seth Magaziner in the last few minutes. He represents Rhode Island, which is pretty safe territory. However, he gave us a few starters for 10. He told us that the Harris camp, the Democrats, feeling cautiously optimistic so far. He also thinks that turnout looked like it was going to be high, which would be very good news for Harris, including in that swing state of Pennsylvania.
You know, for those of us who are supporting Vice President Harris, I think there's a cautious optimism. It feels that the late momentum is on her side, but we're all eagerly awaiting the results in just a couple hours. People on the Democratic side were feeling better today than a week or two ago. A week or two ago, the polls seemed to be trending in the Republicans' direction, at least in the presidential race, but that has turned around over the last week or so. And it's also clear that the Harris campaign has a more robust and effective get-out-the-vote operation. But I was in Pennsylvania over the weekend. Pennsylvania is one of the most important swing states. And the get-out-the-vote operation by the Harris campaign was absolutely incredible. At one point during the weekend, they were knocking on 2,000 doors per minute in the state of Pennsylvania alone.
2,000 doors per minute. That really is something, Sheila. If that's the case, and we're seeing that apparently in Pennsylvania, if we're seeing that across swing states, and what he seems to be saying is that the on-the-ground campaign for Harris, for the Democrats, is stronger, they feel, than the Trump campaign. They don't seem to think that he's being able to get out the vote. And we are seeing that. If you're looking at what Donald Trump has been doing in the last few hours, calling into local radio stations, tweeting like mad on X, on social media, trying to get out his vote, which he clearly believes might not be coming out in the same numbers that Kamala Harris.
But we also know we live in an age when the ground game, yes, of course it matters, but so does the online game. Yeah. And he's been using that in weird ways for ages, hasn't he?
Yeah, of course. And he also warned as well, he was talking about the threat of violence as well, talking about Donald Trump being likely to declare victory no matter what happens, which is an interesting prospect. He warned that that's going to lead to violence from his supporters no matter what. So an interesting sort of observation from him, and obviously one that we'll be watching over the next few hours as well.
Well, look, Donald Trump, of course, did claim victory last time round on the basis of nothing at all, and had lost. Stood up at the White House, went to that news conference late in the evening on the basis of no evidence, said he had won the election and declared victory. And of course, as time went on, it became clear that victory was a chimera and didn't exist. I just want a couple of other bits and pieces that I just think are kind of fascinating right now, that are worth bringing into the mix. We're obviously waiting on North Carolina, the state of North Carolina, how it votes. There's been a governor's election there now. Now, it's a particular governor's election because the incumbent, the Republican, Mark Robinson, was sort of plagued by scandal and had said the most outrageous things about Hitler and the like, and, kind of bring back slavery, even though he was a black man himself. He has been absolutely roundly defeated, according to projections, that with 58% of the vote going to a Democrat, 37% going to the Republican. Now, obviously, does that tell us anything about what might happen in the race between Trump and Harris? If it does, then that's good news for the Democrats. Just want to give you... There's a live presidential forecast that the New York Times are running. At the moment, they're tipping that in Trump's favour, that he just squeaks the Electoral College by 278 to Harris's 260. So again, early days, but a projection from the New York Times at the moment, their live presidential forecast is that it's a toss-up, but just tilting marginally in Donald Trump's direction. So those are kind of bits and pieces that we're getting. Let's speak to Ambassador Philip Rieker, who was in London as US ambassador at a time of when Biden was president. Ambassador Rieker, thank you very much indeed for being with us. What are you making of what you're seeing so far? Are you seeing any patterns emerging yet?
Well, John, thanks. It's great to be back on LBC, and it was great to spend some time in London while we were between ambassadors. I don't see anything particularly surprising at this point. I think the states that have gone to each candidate were predicted. It's those swing states that'll be the big chance, and that's what we have to watch for. I think it remains, as predicted, an extremely close race, and I will not at all be surprised if we don't have real results even tomorrow. It may be a few days, remembering that in 2020, it was the Saturday after the Tuesday election before we had the race firmly called for President Biden.
Yeah, and what about this? What we're seeing is the gender divide, which is something that I must say, you know, if you'd said to me 2 years ago that what is going to kind of be the critical vote is how the women turn out and how the men turn out, and that they're going to be voting in very different ways, I wouldn't have anticipated it.
Well, it's an evolution, obviously, much of it focused on the reversal of Roe v. Wade, the issues of reproductive health, women's rights in that regard. That has motivated a lot of people. It's been a big issue, particularly for the Harris campaign. And they've also pushed on the issue of democracy and where we head at what is truly an inflection point, I think, for the United States. And frankly, that means for the world as well. I mean, we've got this amazing 2024, the year of elections, kind of culminating with this U.S. election. We've seen democracy sort of squeak by. And now you're seeing interesting evolutions like the emergence of the importance of the women's vote, but divides according to education, shifting in the main support for the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party. There is a real evolution going on here, which again points to this being a moment that I think will determine the real direction of certainly U.S. history for a generation or two to come.
Yeah, and just the way the campaign has been fought, do you worry? I mean, look, there you were, an ambassador representing your country abroad, with people probably saying to you after, you know, January the 6th, how safe is your democracy? How sturdy? How much can we trust the model of American democracy when there seem to be so many stresses and strains on it? What would you say?
Those are certainly legitimate concerns. They were certainly felt here in Washington, D.C., where I was in a position as Assistant Secretary for European Affairs during the last 2 years of the Trump administration as a career diplomat. I heard those concerns certainly while I was in London, and you hear them today, even as I'm in the private sector in Europe, but also here at home in the United States. And so this is what we're watching, I think, very carefully tonight. We have two very different visions of America, the way the two candidates talk about America now. Donald Trump in fairly bleak tones. Some of the language he's used, the rhetoric about how he sees the country now is surprising to many, and about what its future is, where Vice President Harris, I think, has been focused very much on a change in terms of a generational change that some have felt is a long time coming. And of course, with President Biden making the decision to withdraw from the race, that put the age question back in a different perspective that was being debated in the summer.
And you know, as a career diplomat, just what concern there is in the UK about the special relationship, about, you know, how we interact with the United States. We, you know, there's a deep caring about it, and yet it does feel that there will be a real fundamental difference in terms of Western security, in terms of NATO, in terms of what happens in Ukraine, depending on who wins the White House tonight.
Well, I think it's true that there will be differences. But what I am fairly confident in is that these so-called special relationship, the relationship between the U.S. and the U.K. will endure. It certainly did during the first Trump administration. If there's a second one, again, I think we'll see a continuation of his foreign policy, including his approach to transatlantic relations, where the wave tops across the Atlantic were certainly choppy, but a lot was going on underneath as well. America first, that's what he is about. President Biden came in focused on renewing, repairing as necessary our alliances and partnerships, including the transatlantic and NATO, of course, where there's been a big focus. We just celebrated the 75th anniversary of NATO, how important that is, and how important that has been for stability, not just in the transatlantic space, but frankly globally, and how we have to deal with new threats, the Russian threat, great power competition, and China very much. That will be on both the minds of both candidates. Whoever ends up in the White House come January 20th of 2025 is going to be focused on China, is going to have to deal with Vladimir Putin. Trump, very transactional, and I think can expect his administration to be with a lot of traditional conservative ideology, but isolationist. You've seen isolationism return to the United States. That's something that Winston Churchill had to deal with back in the 1930s in the lead up to World War II, an isolationist mentality. What we do know is that the relationship endured. We need each other, and there's a great bond that transcends government, administration, between the British people and the American people, their diversity, their values. So I think that's something we can count on. But there really will be differences ahead depending who comes through this race victorious.
Ambassador Rika, grateful to you. Thank you very much. Good to talk to you again. Bye-bye. Thanks. Yeah, fascinating listening to all of that about the wider diplomatic picture. We're focusing, of course, on the more internal picture of the US tonight.
Yeah, and it's interesting, John, because the voters may have put foreign affairs and the international scene at the bottom of their list, but the fact remains that whoever is American president has to look at the international scene and think perhaps harder than ever about America's position in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that it's going to be a fundamental change if it's Donald Trump or it's Kamala Harris. There can be no doubt about that at the moment. Trump is doing pretty well he's won Florida. They're calling Florida. So that is I don't think it was in much doubt that he would win Florida, but there were Democrats who had fever dreams that this could be a blowout election and that the women would come out and upend it. I think we're in a position now where it looks like the polls were right. The polls were saying it's tight. And Georgia, which we were saying, well, that's all looking very good for Donald Trump. I've just seen something else saying that in one of the suburban Atlanta counties, there's 80% of the vote in. Trump is only up by 2 points in a county he won by 7 in 2020. So that there are conflicting pictures here, and I think that I would guess for the next hour we're going to see data that is all over the place and that hard to build up a clear narrative. We're going to get splodges on the canvas of different colours in different places, and trying to make sense of them immediately and say, well, this proves X or this proves Y is going to be really difficult.
Well, stay with us on LBC throughout the night. We're here till 5 in the morning. Time is flying by. It's 1:48.
LBC. America Decides on LBC.
John Sopel, Shelagh Fogarty with you until 5 in the morning. John, over there in ye old Washington, can I ask you a bit more about this North Carolina situation? The gubernatorial, remind us what happened in the gubernatorial contest.
I don't know where that word comes from. Why can't they just say the governor's race? But I spent ages, years and years ago, kind of using the word gubernatorial and having not the faintest idea what it referred to. It was a gubernatorial election. I thought, what the hell does that mean? Well, it just means the race to be governor. And frankly, the governor of a big state in the US of A is like the Prime Minister of Britain. I mean, the Californian economy, the Floridian economy, they're not much different to a European-sized country.
I can tell you where it comes from.
I
think I can tell you where it comes from. I've just Googled it. The etymology of gubernatorial. Do you want to know? Shall I put you out of your misery?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay.
God, this is the best bit of the evening so far.
It's from the Greek. The original Greek, kubernan, 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 which is to steer in Greek. That in Latin is gubernare, to steer or to govern, and then gubernator is governor in Latin. Hence, gubernatorial is the governor's election.
Wow. Let nobody say that LBC is down market. We have lifted the coverage with the intellectual heft of Shelagh Fogarty and John Sopel lagging seriously behind on that. So anyway, right, let's get down to the meat. Let's get down to the meat and potatoes of all of this. What we've seen in North Carolina is a governor's race. And, we don't need to focus so much on the governor's race, but it's interesting. What we're interested in is whether this tells us anything about what might happen in the race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. But the Republican Mark Robinson, who had been plagued by scandal, he was the lieutenant governor, as they would say over here, Mark Robinson, someone had found that he'd been on some porn site and expressing the most kind of outrageous views, which he didn't sort of really resile from. Donald Trump stayed backing him, it has to be said, but he has been absolutely walloped in the race to be governor, with a projected 58.2% going to the Democrat Josh Stein, and him getting only 37.8%. Now, of course, we were discussing earlier in the output, probably hours ago, about these long ballot papers. And the question is, are people going to split their ticket? Are they going to vote Republican on some issues and Democrat on others? If they're going to vote largely, if they're not going to split their ticket, then that is a pretty good piece of news in North Carolina for the Democrats. And just a couple of other bits and pieces that I've been reading.
Yeah.
That around Raleigh, around some of the big universities, huge queues of students wanting to go and vote. Big student turnout. And you would think that would be good for Harris as well. And that they might have to keep polling stations open even longer in North Carolina to let those people vote.
And on students, I mean, clearly not all students are the same, but might that be bad news for Kamala Harris, given her position on Israel-Gaza?
I think that my guess is that if you have got a lot of students turning out to vote in those sort of numbers, they're not voting for Trump. It's like that caller we had in London who said, I want Harris to lose, but I feel sick at the thought of Donald Trump being president. Those people will just abstain or spoil their ballots. I think that if people are prepared to queue for hours to go and vote, I think that is an indicative of the fact that is good relatively for Harris. But,
we'll see.
These are kind of little tiny things we're clutching at because, we've seen certain numbers and statistics that point in favour of Donald Trump, and now we're seeing other things that might point well in the direction of Harris. And it's a similar story in Pennsylvania, where you're getting reports that at the universities there are a lot of people waiting to vote because they want to get out and vote. So there are mixed signals that we're getting. But let us bring in Caleb Gardner now, who ran President Obama's social media during the second administration. And Caleb, great to have you with us. I just wonder what you're thinking as we're sitting here speaking and trying to make sense of the picture so far, and about the way the social media campaign has been prosecuted, particularly with the intervention of Elon Musk in all of this.
Yes, I mean, I can't think that we can't underestimate the impact of Musk's takeover of Twitter, especially in terms of the rise of disinformation and the role that it's going to play in the election overall, especially with young men. I think that the biggest difference really between this campaign and the one ran in 2020 is that a lot of the social media platforms have dismantled their trust and safety teams and completely abdicated any responsibility to the truth. And I think Musk really led the way on that.
And how much do you think that is costing Harris? Was there any way of countering it, in your own social media postings?
I think there is. I mean, there's some of that with the rise of Meta's Threads, where Democrats have kind of flocked to there to organize. I think some of it has been distributed elsewhere, especially on TikTok, where a lot of young people are getting their news now. I think a lot of TikTok has taken a more central place in terms of sharing of news content and discussing news. I think that's the role that Twitter used to play. I think that's really been taken over by TikTok. So there are other places where Democrats can and have been trying to organize and get the message out for sure.
And what about the sort of way that the Harris campaign has used social media to reach its target audiences, whether it be digital ads or whatever? Because, I mean, the Obama administration, the Obama campaign team really blazed the trail and were way ahead of the Democrats in that period. And then you felt that sort of Republicans got smart to it and caught up.
Right. Caught up and really took some of the tactics that we use to their logical conclusion, I think, for better or for worse. I mean, I think that the media environment with every presidential election has gotten more distributed, more complicated, more focused on video especially, and less credibility for the mainstream media. I think that the distribution, especially of clips and things that will really be shared, that are tiny little segments of an SNL guest spot or tiny little segments of a speech. I think the Harris campaign has really understood that. And so not necessarily designed speeches around just that, but understood that things need to be designed to be in bite-sized, consumption bits now, and have really tried to engineer moments around that, whether or not it's with her or Tim Walz or with the many, many celebrities that they've tried to mobilize. I think they've also, with the introduction of the first real influencer-specific outreach program at the DNC, for example, understood that it's not just the campaign that gets that message out, that they're trying to engage specifically with online content creators and influencers who have become so influential and in many ways have supplanted mainstream media sources as many Americans' main source of news.
Would you have been proud of the Harris campaign if you'd been running it?
Absolutely. I mean, think about what they have accomplished, whether she wins or not. They ran a 100-day campaign, historically short by our standards. I know not quite as short by your standards, but really had to take over an operation.
We think 6 weeks is a long campaign in the UK. In the UK, we think 6 weeks? Oh, my God, what are we going to do with ourselves?
I know. For us, it felt, it's been 2 years and then 2 years worth of campaigning really crammed into that last 100 days for the Harris campaign. Given that, I think they have run a near flawless campaign and are running really against some historic headwinds against incumbents. But you've got both of them kind of claiming the mantle of incumbency, both of them claiming the mantle of change. You've got environmental factors that are really going against her. You've got environmental factors and character flaws really going against the other candidate. So, this is a very, very strange election for all of us. And I think that given the circumstances, including the media environment, she has run a near flawless campaign. And I can't be prouder of it, to be honest.
Okay, Caleb Gardner, thank you very much for that. And I do think it is interesting the different way that the camps have used social media. And, so much more content is on TikTok now. And, the idea that TikTok is crazy dances, there's a huge amount of political content out there.
There absolutely is, yeah.
Anyway, we're still waiting for more details on all of these things that, so many It does begin to look like that Ann Seltzer poll in Iowa was an outlier, because it does feel to me that we're going to be having the long night and the long day and the long night again before we get a result on this. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it will become clear.
I had one NBC anchor describing how he'd booked himself into the hotel for 3 nights. He said he thought it would be that long. Booked himself in for 3 nights. In the next hour, we're expecting a number of states to close their polls. On that, though, in Philadelphia and where else was it as well? Earlier on, there was another state that was Georgia, although it's now closed its polls. Most of them anyway. We're dealing with security issues. We'll talk more about security afterwards, John, amongst much else besides. Stay with us. We're with you until 5 o'clock in the morning. Nick Ferrari will take over then. It's a slow process, but it will start to build probably from here on in. It's 2:02.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, Donald Trump appears to have taken an early lead as votes are counted in the US election. A total of 270 electoral votes are needed to secure the keys to the White House. The final result could hinge on swing states where the result is too close to call. Trump's running mate J.D. Vance expects they'll win the race to the White House.
You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago.
On Neera Hack, a former senior director in the Obama administration, told LBC the Harris campaign has been more consistent.
We're starting to see those results play out in places like Iowa, where traditionally Democrats don't even look to really pick up any significant voting shares, but the trend's there. Women are voting in force. Harris is actually up by several points there. So for a red state to have this expression of women's rage in this moment, that trend line shows that demographic will be turning out for Harris tonight.
Pennsylvania, Georgia and Wisconsin are among the battlegrounds that are crucial in the path to the presidency. Meanwhile, as polls close, election workers must allow voters already in line to cast their votes. The Harris campaign's deployed actor Paul Rudd to visit students waiting in Pennsylvania, while Demi Lovato has FaceTimed voters in Nevada. Meanwhile, Donald Trump posted a video online.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay on the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
It comes as Donald Trump suggests there's been massive cheating in the city of Philadelphia, claims that have been denied by local officials. Ambassador Philip T. Rieker, former US ambassador to the UK under President Biden, told LBC early results are what have been expected.
I don't see anything particularly surprising at this point. I think the states that have gone to each candidate were predicted. It's those swing states that'll be the big chance. That's what we have to watch for. I think it remains, as predicted, an extremely close race, and I will not at all be surprised if we don't have real results even tomorrow. It may be a few days.
And stay with LBC for full coverage of the election throughout the morning. LBC weather, the mist and fog will linger this morning. A few spots of rain in the northwest, but dry later on. Sunny spells in the west and north, and a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. America decides on LBC.
Hello there, if you're just joining us, it's 2:05 in the morning. We are with you, we being John Sopel of News Agents and News Agents USA, and I, Shelagh Fogarty, with you until 5 in the morning. We'll bring you some of the results are coming in from the US elections, but it looks like it is going to be, as John said a few moments ago, a long night, then a long day, then another long night probably before we get a proper sense of what's going on. John, I just want to talk to you for a minute about security in this election, not least with the 20th the 6th of January 2020 in mind, but also the visible security that you alluded to earlier on in and around Washington. I read that it's really ramping up now, the security there, police cars and the like. So there's a real sense of we're going to be prepared this time.
Yeah. And you don't normally get that on election night. Election night goes about its business. There's kind of a celebration or whatever on the losing or winning side. But I think after January the 6th, everything has changed and the mentality has changed completely about the need to be on guard to protect democracy and the threats that have been made, some of them just fake news, some of them agitators, some of it coming from Russia. I've even seen a statement from the FBI with statements about the misuse of the FBI badge by people who are wanting to sow misinformation and cause trouble. Last night I was briefly at the British Embassy, which is next door to where the Vice President Kamala Harris lives. That's her official residence, the Naval Observatory. And it's just up Massachusetts Avenue, about a mile from where I'm speaking to you now. And I couldn't believe that there were these rows of lorries that had these huge concrete blocks on the back, which were there to design to put around the Naval Observatory to stop any cars trying to crash in to the building. On top of that, there was additional fencing. There's additional fencing out around the White House now. Lafayette Park, which is just where we're speaking to you from, is completely cordoned off. It never used to be cordoned off at election time. It might be at the time of, the inauguration on January the 20th, but not this early on. And I think that just speaks to the unease and anxiety that are felt by the forces of law and order because of the threats, and not just the threats. In January the 6th, they were realised when a mob tried to prevent the kind of certification of Joe Biden's election victory. So you are seeing security very tight. You're seeing a huge police presence. It's a muscular presence on the streets to say, we are watching you. You don't get away with anything very easily.
It's worth saying that overall, this is what the authorities are emphasising, that overall it's been essentially a smooth election day, but the nerves are jangling, aren't they, and have been for some time, particularly given your description there of Washington itself. Henry Riley joins us, LBC's reporter. He's at a Republican watch party in Arlington, Virginia. These terminologies just become part of the conversation, really, don't they, Henry? Just in case people aren't sure, what's a watch party?
A watch party is a place where there's a hell of a lot of Papa John's pizza, homemade cookies, and a lot of beer, Sheila. It's quite the atmosphere here in Arlington. Very Democrat area, but they're really hoping the popular vote for President Trump, but also sort of longer term, that they can really boost the Republican standing in this area. And delighted to say, as you can probably see, I'm joined by three of the local volunteers. We've got Robert, Linda, and Michael. Robert, first things first, is Trump going to win?
I hope so.
And why did you vote? Why did you feel the need to campaign for President Trump?
Well, actually, I am 17, so I have not voted yet. No.
Wow, you're one of the youngest volunteers. What is it about Trump, though, that you like?
Well, I mean, I've just always grown up with this kind of like lifestyle and stuff like that. And it's what I know, and it's what I feel like I personally agree with. And especially these last couple of years, I've been able to make my own opinions on things, and it's what I agree with. So.
Linda, have you had any Papa John's? What are you thinking about the election? Are you hopeful that Trump's going to win?
I'm hopeful Trump will win. Absolutely. I'm really very hopeful he'll win.
What are the big issues here in Virginia?
Virginia is a very divided state, and it's one of the biggest issues is unity, taxes, things of that nature. Certainly the border is a big thing here.
And Michael, lastly, in terms of President Trump, are you confident that he's going to beat Kamala Harris?
I am. I'm pretty confident based on the numbers so far, especially early vote.
And what do you think of Kamala Harris?
I think she is not ready to be president, number one, and also totally unaligned with the views of most Americans.
So it's pretty early here, Sheila, but you can hear every sort of minute or so whoops and cheers when Fox News, which is on at about 5 or 6 different screens, declare some of the early results or some of the intentions. They are very much hoping here, the 100 or so people, that President Trump will be victorious.
I very much enjoyed your conversation, Henry, with the little 9-year-old kid in his yes. Sparkly Stetson, a Trump supporter as well, yeah.
Bentley, who was 9 years old, who told me his favourite issue was taxes, and he became a fan of Donald Trump in 2020, which meant he'd have been 5 years old. So quite the devotee.
There's always one 9-year-old, isn't there? It was William Hague once.
Yeah.
Over to you, John.
The only thing I took out from that conversation was him having lots of Papa John's pizza, and my stomach has started rumbling. I've been in the studio now for hours, and I'm thinking, actually, a little piece of pepperoni would go down very well right now. But anyway, we can't do that yet. Let's talk to Kristin Tate, who joins us. He's a political commentator and author of The Liberal Invasion of Red State America. I suppose my first question, Kristin, is, are you seeing any liberal invasion of red state America tonight?
Well, we've been seeing that for a number of years as liberals have destroyed their blue states with high taxes and poor policy and basically pushed their own residents out. But many of the residents who are leaving because of these problems can't connect the dots as to why the problems existed in their former states. So they move to these red states where they proceed to continue voting for Democrats. And that's what we've seen in so many states, including my home state where I grew up in New Hampshire, which was the ultimate swing state just a decade ago, and now it's generally reliably blue when it comes to presidential elections. But it's even happening in places like Texas. Texas used to be so deep red, and now many analysts are saying it's going to go to the Democrats in a few cycles. Not this one, God help us, but it's because of the Californians moving in and voting for Democrats.
But then you explain to me Florida, where you've had all the snowbirds, the liberals from New York moving down, 0% state income tax in Florida, how alluring it is, and yet still rock solid Republican. Ron DeSantis kind of, winning everything that he wants to.
Yeah, Florida, interestingly, has become more red over the last few years, and that's due to a combination of factors. One is, as you mentioned, it's attracting a lot of older voters, people who are retired. They've had a lot of life experience, and they realize, many of them, what these blue state policies do to Democrat strongholds. Another big reason is they've got a lot of Cubans in Florida. Cubans generally vote Republican. They are very religious. They are very friendly to conservative policy, but also I credit Ron DeSantis with this too. He's been a fantastic, strong conservative leader who does not give an inch to liberals and has really stood strong. And I credit him with that red wave we saw in the last election, an election cycle in the midterms that didn't go very well for Republicans across the country in the United States, but did go very well for Republicans in Florida.
But doesn't that kind of rather sort of undermine your argument about the sort of liberal invasion, as it were? Because, as I say, huge numbers of people have moved down from New York, the kind of notoriously liberal state, attracted no doubt by lower tax rates there, and yet it hasn't changed the state.
Well, it's actually, as I said, it has changed. It's gotten more red because the people it's attracting tend to vote more conservative. Of course, this is a nuanced issue. Not every state receiving domestic migrants is glowing blue, but the majority of them are. But I look to Florida as the outlier and the sort of model that Republican governors who are seeing these influxes of new arrivals should look to. These governors need to stand strong, and when they receive new migrants domestically, they need to make these people understand why they are leaving the states they're leaving and how Democrat policies such as high taxes and job-killing red tape destroyed their formerly great states like California, which used to be a wonderful state. It's now full of tent cities, homeless people, needles all over the floor. You take your kid to a playground and you're worried they're going to step in needles full of drugs. It's a disaster over there. I mean, try running a small business in California. That's why people are leaving. But the people who are leaving need to understand that if they continue voting for these policies in places like Texas, Texas will become the next California.
Okay, Kristin Tate, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Now, I'm sort of I'm hearing about these bomb threats that are taking place, Sheila, in various different places. Russia is being blamed for it, but it does look like this is an form of election interference, kind of on an extraordinary basis. That I'm wondering whether there is a correlation, it seems, between counties that are predominantly Democrat, where the vote is being disrupted. And you just think, this is insane.
Sinister.
That apparently, sinister. I mean, really sinister. If this is going to delay the voting, delay the counting, and maybe putting people off to vote in liberal areas of a state so that Donald Trump wins those states. Now, the picture is incomplete, and I'd like to hear more about this. But it's looking very odd at the moment. And I've got to say that just in terms of Georgia, there is still Donald Trump has got quite a big margin of sort of something like 225,000 lead over Kamala Harris, with about 69-70% of the votes counted. Now, obviously, we've seen big shifts. If you're still waiting for the Atlanta region, that is very strongly Democrat. That might change things again. But, the betting markets seem to be piling money into Donald Trump at this stage.
You and I have spoken just briefly on this. We've spoken a lot about North Carolina in the last 20 minutes or so. The word from the Harris camp from NBC is that they are feeling very optimistic about North Carolina. That gubernatorial vote we spoke about, gone to the Dems. You were asking whether it would translate across into the presidential vote. They are saying that they are comfortable that it will.
Yeah. Look, this is, we are in real toss-up territory. It looks like the polls were right, that there is nothing to choose between them. And all these people who had their hunches that it might go one way, that the women's vote would be this, it's, until we get Pennsylvania, if she takes Pennsylvania and she takes Michigan and she takes Wisconsin and she takes North Carolina, she's there. That's the race
at this
done.
stage. They're big ifs.
But at the moment, the latest on the New York Times presidential forecast that I'm looking at, which was actually this was posted nearly an hour ago, so I'm not going to give you. I mean, it's Trump ahead, but just by wafer thin margin. So we wait to see. There has not been a blue surge to kind of a victory for one way or the other. The New York Times, apparently its needle is now moved from a toss-up to lean Trump for the election. And in Pennsylvania, it's apparently now up 0.6% for Trump. Early days. But it's looking all right for Trump at this stage.
And two of those states that you mentioned in relation to Kamala Harris, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, well, two of them, three have closed. The polls are closed in Arizona, Michigan and Wisconsin as well. 2:17.
This is LBC. America Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
America does indeed decide, and there are many ways that you can get the information that you need and want for this presidential election. You can stay with us, John Sopel and myself, till 5 o'clock in the morning here on LBC and LBC News until 5 as well. You can watch the whole thing live on Global Player, and as those results start to trickle in, you can see them adding up on the tracker that we have on Global Player, the numbers of votes that the two candidates have. What am I forgetting? lbc.co.uk/USA as well. You can find plenty of information on the website. Very keen to get more of your calls. You'll understand that we have plenty of analysis to do and vote watching to do and talking to lots of voices in the States as well. But we're very keen to speak to you as well. Carlton has called from Harrow. Hello, Carlton.
Oh, hello, Sheila. John, how are you? You all right? Can you hear me okay?
John's just ducked out for 2 minutes to do some Newsagents USA stuff.
All right.
You're stuck with me,
okay.
I'm afraid, Carlton.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that, Sheila.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Sheila, two things I want to talk about. Two things quickly.
Yeah.
One thing is I know the truth, which is very dangerous. The truth is a dangerous thing, I always say. I know Trump is going on about there's some shenanigans going on, but I feel if all things being well, and I want Trump to win, I hope that he wins a massive landslide, so there's no question about it. But I think if he even wins in a landslide, the Dems are going to come and say, Russia helped you with all what's going on. They're going to say, Russia, Russia, Russia. And I think there's two things that's missing. Immigration. I think I'm black, and I know it's affecting the black and Latino, the mass immigration. It's affecting the jobs. I've seen some things. I've gone on the website. I've gone on the podcast, and I know they're talking about the effect. They've said they've come into our communities. It's not being talked about because, as I said, the truth is a dangerous thing. When it's not to your liking, they want to cover it up. But it's affecting the Latinos. It's affecting the blacks, and Trump is taking full advantage, as he has the right to take it. Also, there's a little known story about a squirrel that was killed in New York. I'll leave you to research that yourself.
I know the story. The authorities.
You do?
I do. Yes, the authorities had the squirrel killed because he's a wild animal, not a domestic pet.
Well, so they say, but I tell you, it went viral.
Did,
If it hits New York and New Jersey, they turn red. You know why? But also
Peanut the
Joe
squirrel.
Reagan.
Peanut the squirrel.
Yeah. It made people got mad because it was the Democrats who did it. But look at this. Look how smart Trump is. Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard. They were all Democrats who are now with Trump. You see what he's done? He's managed to get them in. And the mainstream media is being overtaken by the new media. You know what I mean? It's been overtaken because there's a lot of things that the mainstream media is ducking, won't do, but you'll get the new media will do that.
What are they ducking in America? Let's focus on America. What are they ducking there?
Look, the last election, the interference was Hunter Biden laptop. Oh, that's Russian disinformation. It wasn't. There's been other stories that they cover up. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? But it was all over the internet on the podcast. They were saying, no, it's not. It really is true. And it was proven to be true. They said, yes, it's true. They said, oh, we made a mistake. 51 intel people who should know better.
What is it about Trump generally that appeals to you, Carlton?
Well, he's not your ordinary politician. I'm fed up of the ordinary politician. He tells it, like him or love him, you get what you see. I don't,
But so he entertains you, or is it more than that?
Does.
But is it more than that? Because we don't just want to be
Yeah.
entertained, do we, about serious matters?
Yeah. No, this is serious matter. I mean, he's got his hand on the pulse. When he was there was quiet in the world. He kept Russia quiet. There was no new wars. That's the fact. You know? I like the fact what he did with the Taliban. I like the story he tells about Abdul. Oh, and before I finish, I want to give you the cure. I got the cure for the problem with the U.S. election. I got 4 quick fire points that will cure this.
Very quickly.
Well, what he did with Abdul, he used to show Abdul, the man with the Taliban, he used to show him his picture of his house. And he said, Abdul, I warn you, don't touch the American troops. Don't kill them. And Abdul said, why you send me a picture of my house? He said, well, Abdul, you have to work it out. And I think Abdul got the message. He said, he's showing a picture of his house, that if he touches any of the American troops, his house will no longer be there. But now, quickly, the cure for the American election is simple. 1 day federal holiday, paper ballots, do it like the UK and France, 1 day voting, just like how we can get...
Okay, yeah, which is, you're sounding like Donald Trump now. That's what he was aspiring to when he was speaking earlier on today when he was voting. Thank you, Carlton, for your call. Jennifer Morrell joins me, or Morella. I hope I get your name right, Jennifer, former US election official who's now CEO and co-founder of the Elections Group. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good day to you, Jennifer Morrell. I don't know what time of the day it is.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. It is almost 9:30 p.m.
And yeah, that's great. It's almost 2:30 a.m. here. Let's talk about the security of this election and the rigour of this election, shall we? The clear security concerns ahead of it because of perhaps because of what happened last time on a number of fronts. But these threats to particular polling sites in, I think, Pennsylvania and Georgia that we've seen, the FBI coming straight out saying some of it is coming from Russian bots, essentially. Did you expect this?
Well, we've certainly spent the last 4 years preparing for things like this. So when you talk about what the security efforts look like over the last few years, they've really been, I think, tremendous when we look across the election community in the United States, with a focus both on cybersecurity, so thinking about both foreign operatives and others, making sure our networks and things are secure, but real emphasis over the last 4 years on physical security, thinking about not only how to secure ballots and equipment, but also buildings, and most importantly, people. And by people, I mean poll workers and the election officials who do that. Part of that training includes talking through simulated exercises, both election officials working together in partnership with state and local and federal law enforcement partners. And so some of these were scenarios that we've exercised. Did I expect to see these? No, it's been shocking, actually. And I'm still reeling from it, to be honest.
Really, yeah. John and I were just saying a moment ago that, if Russia were targeting Democrat-leaning places where the Republicans were still in with a chance. So to take, for example, Pennsylvania, toss-up state. That's chilling, isn't it, if that's the case?
It is chilling if that's the case. My expertise, my work is around the operations of elections, security of elections, and the disruption today, I think, is really hard to comprehend. We're talking about whole polling sites having to be evacuated, voters not sure if they're going to be able to come back and vote their ballots, election officials, poll workers wondering, is it real, is it a hoax? And, still having to ensure that the equipment, the ballots that are there are kept safe and secure as law enforcement comes in to clear that building. It's not something we've experienced on this scale before.
From Donald Trump and others, there have been from my previous caller, the calls for a return to a more sort of old-fashioned style election. Just we have it here. I mean, we have postal votes here as well, but we have the sheet of paper, the pencil, the cross, and all the rest of it, and voting on one day only, apart from postal votes. Is there any wiggle room, do you think, in the current American system to go back, to shift it a bit? Not necessarily to all paper, just for the sheer scale of it. But can you see any change being looked at, or do you think Americans are stuck with what they have?
I think when people make suggestions like that, they're often a little bit ignorant about how our elections work and about the nature and style of our ballots. I wish we had simple ballots. Like some of your listeners do in other countries. Our ballots are really complicated. We can have easily a 20-inch long ballot, front and back, sometimes 2 cards with candidates and ballot issues and referendum and a whole number of things that need to be voted. And so to sit and count those by hand really is not realistic and practical to do it both efficiently, quickly, and accurately. And so we employ technology, we employ machines to scan those ballots, interpret the voter marks on those ballots, do the math, which, as I'm sure you know, we humans are terrible at doing that math. That's part of why we use those machines. But we don't rely on them entirely. We do have a pretty good robust system here in the U.S. of post-election audits where we do take a sample of those ballots and humans do review those and hand count those in a way to verify that the equipment is working the way it was intended to.
Thanks very much indeed, Jennifer. Jennifer Morell, former U.S. election official who's now CEO and co-founder of the Elections Group. Thank you for joining us tonight. John Sopel, back in the chair. John, the whole question of security around the ballots, I mean, there's clearly been a great deal of work done on that since the last election.
Yeah, there has. I think that, remember the context of the 2020 election, which was at the height of COVID. The people were fearful about coming in. Postal ballots were kind of off the scale. Postal ballots were sometimes accepted late after the closing date, and that kind of infuriated the Trump campaign because he had been discouraging his supporters from using postal ballots. This time round, of course, Trump is embracing that, and some polling stations are staying on late tonight because of disruption or whatever. Now, what I reckon 4 years ago, Trump would have been saying, this is, malpractice. You can't do this. They've got to close when they close. And he's now encouraging people to stay in line because he thinks that there is an opportunity there. So I think that is one of the kind of areas where the landscape has changed from 4 years ago. That, there is much more concern, much more recognition of the need to have safety. But at the same time, I think that Trump has also changed in that he is embracing the early voting and mail-in ballots because I think he thinks that works to his advantage. Can I just do a bit of updating on where we are on the race? I mean, I've just been looking at the New York Times tracker, and it is now saying that it's leaning Trump, and they are predicting that in the Electoral College it will be a bigger margin of victory for Donald Trump. They're saying it's a 67% likelihood that Donald Trump now wins the presidential election. Some decision desks are saying that Trump is going to take North Carolina. And I think if that happens, then I think Trump is pretty much on course, given how tight things are in Pennsylvania, given some evidence that we're getting from Michigan. So, and also, I think there are real concerns around Virginia for Democrats, which I think was not something that we anticipated. Trump had spoken a bit about the possibility of winning Virginia, and I just think that is something we need to watch very carefully indeed.
And on that black vote that we've spoken about already, NBC exit poll shows Trump has doubled his support among black voters in Wisconsin.
Yeah, and that is exactly the strategy, and that's that the black vote will still be predominantly Democrat, but it used to be a kind of a lock-in. It was almost 100% voting for Democrats. That has changed, and that is changing the race as well. And so when we come to look back, if what we're seeing now are the trends that we're going to see become realized, then I think we're going to look back and say race and gender are the two things that have changed this race. That young black men, young Latino men voting for Trump, are not enough women counteracting that. And it's a division of the sexes that we are seeing playing out so far.
And would you say, would you say we're going to have to see some positive data points for Kamala Harris from some of those other key states very soon until it starts looking bleak for her? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we I think that, funnily enough, I think that, so an NBC exit poll in the state of Wisconsin shows that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in the state. I was with a very senior Democrat kind of source at the weekend, and he was saying, we have got real concerns about Milwaukee, and that's why we've sent Harris, we've sent Tim Walz, we've sent Barack Obama. That I think the get out the vote of the Democrats in Milwaukee might, if he loses, if Trump prevails there, then it's very serious, and we are. Yeah, I mean, I think we're not far off from a call coming for North Carolina in favour of Trump. It's not there yet, but I think there are some people who are saying it's that it's going to go, and so I think that you're looking at Trump making some big gains.
A potential tipping point in the overall results, which we'll only see and find out in time. But thanks very much for that analysis, John. John Sopel and I with you until 5 o'clock this morning. Let's get some news headlines at 2:34 with Daryl Jackson.
Polls have closed in some US states as America decides who will become its next president. 10 polling stations in Georgia had to extend their hours earlier due to disruption from non-credible bomb threats. A total of 270 electoral votes are needed to secure the keys to the White House. The final result could hinge on swing states where the result is too close to call. Kamala Harris says the momentum is on their side, while her rival Donald Trump suggested there's massive cheating in Philadelphia. The district attorney in Pennsylvania has dismissed the claim. LBC weather, the mist and fog will linger this morning. A few spots of rain in the northwest, but dry later on. Sunny spells in the west and north with a high of 16 degrees.
This is LBC.
Hi.
Britain's Conversation. America Decides on LBC.
You're very welcome, and it is 2:37 in the morning in London. It is 9:37 here in Washington, D.C., and we are watching a picture slowly starting to take shape. It's like it's been sort of heavily pixelated, but gradually you'll be able to see the detail of it now. And let's speak to Simon Marks, our Washington correspondent. And Simon, it's looking at the moment pretty good for Donald Trump. Would you share that analysis?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely right, John, in the sense that I think the one thing that we can say is that the polls were right in indicating that this election is going to be neck and neck. It certainly appears to be a nail-biter. And if we get the call that we think we might be about to get from North Carolina, suggesting that Donald Trump has won that state, I mean, that is going, I think, to put a very, very heavy dent in the predictions of some Democrat strategists who were suggesting last week that there was a possibility of a Kamala Harris landslide. I mean, I think the notion of a Kamala Harris landslide, while it is still possible, I mean, there is still the possibility that she could take the lion's share of the swing states, is beginning to recede. And it's not just due to what we're seeing in North Carolina, it's due to the strength of Donald Trump so far in Georgia. He certainly seems to have been winning more independent votes in DeKalb County, which, as you know, is on the outskirts of Atlanta, than he did in 2020. So they will be, I think, at Mar-a-Lago pretty pleased so far about what they're seeing from Georgia. They'll certainly be delighted to see what you were referencing before the break. The New York Times now, for the first time this evening, suggesting that the race for the presidency leans towards Donald Trump. They are currently projecting that the Republicans could end up with 286 electors in the Electoral College to Kamala Harris Harris is 252. Those numbers, of course, absolutely subject to change. But it is the strength of the Trump vote that we've also seen in other states, Florida and Texas. I mean, the Democrats did put some effort into Florida, partly because of the reproductive rights ballot initiative that has, we now know, been defeated there tonight. I mean, Democrats at one point were even daring to dream that they might be able to turn Florida in their direction because of the impact of that reproductive rights ballot initiative. It was not to be, and they also have gone now through another election cycle where they've dared about the possibility of demographic changes in Texas, turning Texas into a Democratic state. That has not happened. Donald Trump has won a thumping victory in Texas, even as Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican senator, appears to be in trouble up against his Democrat challenger there, Colin Allred. So you're definitely seeing some ticket splitting taking place in some of these states. Same thing in North Carolina. I know you were talking about the defeat of Mark Robinson in the race for the gubernatorial mansion there. Mark Robinson, a deeply controversial Republican candidate that had originally been embraced by Donald Trump, and then after he got into all sorts of scandalous difficulty, Donald Trump started ignoring. But we're definitely seeing ticket splitting in North Carolina because Mark Robinson's gone down to defeat. But it looks increasingly as though Donald Trump may be about to win that state. So it is too early at this point to draw absolutely definitive conclusions. But certainly, I think, in Kamala Harris headquarters, they will be nervous about what they're seeing now because the notion of that landslide that some of the Democrat strategists were saying we might witness certainly currently is not evincing itself.
Okay, Simon, brilliant. Thank you for the moment. We'll be back with you.
Let's talk to Morel in Barnet. Hello, Morel.
Hello. Good evening.
Oh, Morel, I think we're going to get a better line for you. See if we can do better than that. Paul in Liverpool, hi.
Hi, Paul. How are you?
We're okay,
Paul.
I think. Yeah, we're surviving.
Yes, so we'll be out of one.
So you're staying up all night for this, so tell me what you're making of it.
Well, I think Donald Trump is the best thing for the whole world to become the president of the United States. The other opponent, Kamala Harris, she's popped up from nowhere. At least Donald Trump knows what he's talking about.
In what way? What's he right about?
Well, a lot of things. What he's saying, a lot of things. People, like, lot of stuff that he talks about is like jobs for people. He wants people to get better, help people work.
Well, Kamala Harris says that as well. She talks about jobs, she talks about wages. It's something any campaigner is going to talk about, isn't it, when they're trying to convince people to give them their vote. Louis' call from Hastings. Hello, Louis.
Hello, guys. How are we getting on?
Yeah, okay. You're a Trump fan?
Yeah, absolutely. From what I've seen so far, really happy. I think it's brilliant he's coming in. I think today's election is massive for the world. Not only does it affect America, it affects us here. And I think Trump needs to be in.
Why is he the right man or the right person for it?
Well, let's look at his last tenure, for example. Brilliant. How many wars were going on then?
Well, I mean, just because there isn't an out-and-out war doesn't mean there isn't conflict going on and activity going on and military decisions being made, does it?
Completely agree. I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying he's a complete article, but for the world right now, the way we're going, you want Kamala Harris in charge of America? You're crazy.
What's wrong with her?
What, Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
I'm looking at my feet right now. 1, 2, 3, 4 toes. I'll put him out the amount of brain cells she's got.
Okay. So you've decided she's thick. Thank you, Louis, for your call. Louis in Hastings. Is it because it's nearly 2:45 that people are a bit sleepy when they're talking to us about these things? Louise Mensch joins me now. You might remember the name Louise Mensch. I'm sure you do, because she's on LBC quite a bit as well, talking to us. A journalist and a former Conservative MP joins us live from New York. That felt very Saturday Night Live, Louise. Good to have you on the programme.
Indeed. Yes, thank you.
Well, so far, this isn't exactly pointing in Kamala Harris's direction, is it?
Well, look, I'm a bit nervous. I'm not going to lie. I thought this was going to be a blowout victory for her, and clearly that is not going to happen. So my optimistic predictions are out the window. She has lost North Carolina, which I think we thought that she might possibly pick up. And I think she's going to lose Georgia as well. But on the other hand, she has to win. She always had to win, really, the three big states, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin.
Just to be clear on North Carolina, we haven't had a result declared there yet.
It has been called over here on the decision desk HQ and they've called it for Trump. Now, that doesn't mean that, all the results are not in, but it has been called for Donald Trump. Okay. And I would expect that I don't believe Georgia's been called as of this second, but I would be expecting it to be called for Trump as well. Harris's path to victory is the so-called blue wall, which is Pennsylvania, where she is looking to have a lead. So that does seem to be her big win. Michigan, again, I think the Democrats would be very upset if they were to lose Michigan. And if that is the case, it will come down to Wisconsin, which is a frightening thought. But certainly, I think a lot of us who supported Kamala Harris are going to be very worried by the results as they are coming in. If I had a gun to my head and I was going to bet, I still think that Kamala would squeak through, but I expected her to do a lot better than she is currently doing.
So, Louise, it's John here. Why do you think she isn't doing as well? What do you put it down to? Because if you look at the campaign, I think she achieved everything she wanted to in the campaign, and everyone was saying she finished well and set out her arguments clearly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I cannot point to anything wrong with the mechanics of her campaign, and I think almost all of the commentators before the results came in would have said no. Sometimes, the voters just don't agree with you. And there is a lot of resentment about the traditional things that Donald Trump has harped on, immigration and so forth. I will confess I am surprised. North Carolina, I'm not as surprised as some people, although I had given it to Harris. It was one of the very few where there was not a big gender gap in the early vote in favor of Kamala Harris. But what you will see, this is it is a typical election night, if you will, in a close election. I didn't think it was going to be this close, and it is. But I think if you start seeing, for example, Pennsylvania gets called for Harris, if Michigan gets called for Harris, then the energy will switch, and it will be the Trump camp that is nervous because they can take all of the other swing states, and if they lose those three, Kamala Harris has still won the election. So there you have it.
Yes, and if she is losing out percentage-wise on the female vote compared to not Donald Trump but Joe Biden, that would have to worry the Harris camp, wouldn't it?
Oh, very much so, and that would be a shock. Again, in North Carolina, what was different was that there was a significant majority of women voting over men in most of those swing states. North Carolina was an exception. So in a way, I'm less worried about that than I might be about some others.
So you're hanging your hat on...
a lot tighter than we wanted.
Yeah, you're hanging your hat on Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin, was it?
Yes, yeah. And those are over here. Those are considered, the three big ones. But previously, I think it's, just being honest, a lot of us Harris supporters also thought that she might take Georgia, even though that's a traditionally Republican state, and that she might take North Carolina. That is not going to happen, I don't think. Georgia's still a possibility. I'm just giving my pessimistic prediction there.
OK, well, it's been good to talk to you. Thank you, Louise. Louise Mensch, journalist and former Conservative MP, who's speaking to us there from New York. More from John and me in just a moment. It's 2:48.
LBC. America Decides on LBC.
And with you until 5 o'clock this morning, watching every twist and turn of this fascinating and closely fought election, where you would have to say you would rather be in Donald Trump's shoes right now than Kamala Harris's. And we're waiting on definitive news out of North Carolina, but it looks like, I think some have already called that for Donald Trump. Virginia, which wasn't even thought to be in play, looks as though that is going to could be in Donald Trump's column. And then it means it's all down to the blue wall of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and whether she can hold on there as her only viable path to staying in this. But, as I say, you would rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris. Well, let's speak now to Sergio de la Peña. He is Donald Trump's former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, and it's very good to talk to you. What are you feeling in your bones right now?
Well, thank you very much for having me. I think the momentum is with Donald Trump. And the unfortunate situation with Pennsylvania is that their vote count is so slow. As you know, we are really 50 different elections. Every state has their own rules. And so this is what creates some of the suspense. But I believe that the momentum is with Donald Trump. I think he's done a phenomenal job of getting the Hispanic vote. It's going to be significantly greater than it was from the last election. The same thing with the black vote. And I think across the board, all Americans are just comparing the two records of the administration of Joe Biden, which Kamala Harris is part of, and she said she wouldn't change a thing if she becomes president, and that of President Donald Trump. And the only thing that derailed President Trump was COVID. But if you look back at where inflation was under his administration, if you look at just personal security and safety in the streets of America's cities, we were much better off. And if you look at international conflicts, under Donald Trump, we began no new ones, and he ended some old ones, and also created, through the Abraham Accords, peace treaties between Israel and some of her neighbors. So if you just compare the two records, it's obvious that Donald Trump has the much better program.
What do you think a Trump second term would look like? I was in Washington throughout the first term, and there were endless battles between what were called, probably you would say unfairly, between the grown-ups in the rooms, the Jim Mattis and the H.R. McMasters and the John Kellys, versus Donald Trump, who thought that they were getting in his way. Do you think it will be a different administration this time round?
No, I think what you get from Donald Trump is a pretty straight-up way of communicating. What he tells you is what he's going to do. And that's exactly what he did. In the case of Secretary Mattis, who I worked for, and some of the other military leadership, you got to remember that the commander-in-chief is Donald Trump. And what he wanted that created some controversy was that NATO pay up its fair share of what it signed up to by treaty. He said, you guys offered up 2% of your GDP for defense, and you've not lived up to that commitment. So all he was saying is, why is it that we are subsidizing your defense? And so that created some conflict, but I think that at the end of the day, he was just a practical person saying, if you make a commitment, then you should live by it.
Sure, but what happens this time round? What happens, does he walk away from NATO? What does he do about Ukraine? Because he says he can stop the conflict in 24 hours. Presumably the only way of stopping the conflict in 24 hours is you starve Ukraine of funds and let Russia make the territorial gains that it's achieved so far.
I don't think he's ever said that, and I don't think he would do that. And again, I'm only speculating because obviously his method of doing business is going to be his method. But what I would say is that Donald Trump doesn't like to just roll over to any despot, especially Putin. Under Donald Trump, Putin would have never thought about doing what he did. The problem is that under the Biden administration, we lost deterrence. The way that we pulled out of Afghanistan sent a message to the world that maybe the United States wasn't as interested in backing their partners and allies. If you'll recall, President Biden said, well, we'll determine in about a month to see where we're going to be. And then General Milley was saying that Ukraine would be overrun within a week, which obviously didn't happen. And I think what's going to happen with President Trump is he's going to talk to Putin, he's going to talk to Zelensky and say, we need to come to an agreement, we need to come to an understanding. And all wars end up with some type of negotiation, but I don't think he's just going to roll over and say, okay, Putin, you can just take everything you've taken. I don't see that in the cards. I don't know exactly how he's going to negotiate this, but he's a pretty good negotiator. And if you look at the way that he was able to deal with China, the way he dealt with North Korea, the way that he dealt with the Taliban, you remember under Trump's administration, the Taliban never harmed any U.S. personnel for the last 18 months that President Trump was in office. And he made it very plain to the Taliban leader, you do that, it's not going to be good for you. And so Mr. Trump has a way of reestablishing deterrence. Once we do that, then we'll look at having a change in policy that's based on that deterrence reestablished.
Yeah, and what do you think about this whole, this massive tome that was produced by the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, a blueprint for Donald Trump? Now, it was written by a lot of former officials like yourself who'd served in the Trump administration as a kind of a way forward for Trump. Do you think that becomes reality if Donald Trump is back in the White House on the 20th of January?
Project 2025 was a set of policy recommendations. Everybody makes policy recommendations. The Democrats make policy recommendations. They have think tanks that come up with wonderful ideas, and I'm being facetious, like taking an illegal alien who's in prison, and if he so desires to change genders, have the U.S. government pick up the tab for that gender change. They're also the same people that can't make a differentiation between men and women. We have women's sports, but yet you can have men playing in women's sports. Those are policy recommendations that came out of the Biden administration. The great idea to pull out of Afghanistan, I'm being facetious again, where you pull out the troops first and then you leave a few behind, and instead of using Bagram as the base to pull people out, you end up doing it from an airport that's difficult to defend, and you saw the results of what happened there. So there's not a seriousness on the international affairs arena under this administration, and under Donald Trump's there was, and we didn't have as many conflicts. And then if you look at the economy, if you look at what things cost under Donald Trump, there was a significant difference. People had real earnings. There was an actual increase in the salaries that people had. Securities or the way that people felt secure in cities was significantly better under Donald Trump. So if you compare the two records, which is what you should look at, you figure out whose policies are better. So Project 2025 is policy recommendations, but what about the Biden administration's policy recommendations from their think tanks? They don't get the same level of scrutiny because they always talk about the boogeyman and how horrible it is that Project 2025 is going to do X, Y, and Z, but they never explain what it is that's so horrible. I believe one of the scary ones is you're going to get rid of the Department of Education. Well, if you look at our education record right now and where our students are, we need to do something because our education system is failing our citizens. So is that such a horrible thing? I would think not. So we need to be a little bit more, we need to use more judgment in the way that we see the differentiation in policy recommendations, take the labels off and see what policies are. And by the way, Donald Trump is the person that makes the determination on what policies are going to be executed. It's not going to be some guy with this flashy book that's going to say, Mr. Trump, this is what you're going to use. That's never going to happen. President Trump is the final arbiter of what policies he's going to follow.
Okay. Sergio de la Peña, we must leave it there. Grateful to you. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. The picture, as we say, is still becoming a little bit clearer and it's still looking, it's a little bit better for Trump at each stage that we go. Pennsylvania, apparently Trump improving his performance among Latino voters compared with 4 years ago. That's according to NBC News' exit poll results. About 4 in 10 support Trump. This is up from about 3 in 10 in 2020. And Trump campaign official says they're feeling good in Pennsylvania and that turnout is solid where they need it to be.
Well, Kamala Harris certainly needs Pennsylvania now, doesn't she? Her route to the White House is getting narrower by the second.
Yeah, absolutely. By the look of things, absolutely.
Well, we'll hear from Democrats and Republicans in watch parties here in the UK, in London, with LBC Charlotte Lynch and Joe Draper as well. Stay with John Sopel and Shelagh Fogarty. We're with you until 5 o'clock this morning. Cannot believe there are only 2 hours left of this programme, John. It's absolutely flying by. And things are beginning to take shape now, so do stay with us. Let us know what you think as well on 0345 6060 973. Time for the news now at 3 o'clock.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, Donald Trump appears to have taken an early lead as votes are counted in the US election. He's projected to win states including Texas and Florida, which traditionally vote Republican. Results in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona and Nevada will also determine the election. But the New York Times now thinks Donald Trump has a 68% chance of winning the election. Here's LBC's Washington correspondent, Simon Marks.
In Kamala Harris headquarters, they will be nervous about what they're seeing now because the notion of that landslide that some of the Democrat strategists were saying we might witness certainly currently is not evincing itself.
Democratic commentator Joel Rubin has told LBC it's not true to say people didn't know what Kamala Harris was about.
What Harris has been putting forward on immigration is very specific details. She's put forward economic plans on investment in the American economy and providing support to small businesses and families, and very detailed policies on healthcare as well as the environment. Donald Trump, if anything, has been the one who's been pretty superficial on the policy.
Well, Donald Trump says he's feeling very confident. Deb, a Republican voter in Arizona, explains why she's backing Donald Trump for the presidency.
He's a businessman. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. We really want him back in power. And we know that we'll have peace and we'll have a secure border. We'll have a good economy.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump has claimed there is a lot of talk of massive cheating in Philadelphia. The district attorney in the state, Larry Kastner, has responded to the claims, calling it a wild allegation, adding there is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support the claims. And Commissioner Chair Omar Sabir gave his reaction.
To be clear, Philadelphia elections are safe, simple, and secure, and they have always been. There is no cheating. There's no smoke to it. People say things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. We've learned this in 2020. We have hard-working people trying to give the citizens of America the election that they deserve.
And stay with LBC for full coverage of the election throughout the morning. LBC weather, the mist and fog will linger this morning. A few spots of rain in the northwest, but dry later on. Sunny spells in the west and north and a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. America decides on LBC.
Good morning to you if you are with us from earlier on, and if you're joining us at just after 3 o'clock this morning, you are very, very welcome to do so. John Sopel and I with you until 5. Nick Ferrari will take over after that, and you can listen to us live between now and 5, both on Global Player, on LBC and on LBC News. Let's just take stock of what's happened so far. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are continuing to add up US states, tot up US states. Voters in Florida, as John was talking about much earlier on, have narrowly rejected a measure to overturn its 6-week abortion ban. Long night ahead, though. So far, Harris and Trump have secured states they're expected to win. The final result will come down to those 7 swing states. But John, even though as things stand, they're winning states that they're expected to win, there's still the whole question of what the data beneath that initial appearance is telling us about how voters are moving.
Look, one of the things that we saw in 2016 was Donald Trump winning the presidential election but losing the popular vote by 3 million votes, because it doesn't matter what the popular vote is, and the anticipation was that come what may, Kamala Harris will win the popular vote. Will she get enough electoral college votes to win the election? Now there's even projections that it's possible that Donald Trump will win the popular vote, which would be a spectacular result for him in this campaign. And it's a mixture of factors. The previous guest that we had on talking about things were better when Donald Trump was president. The counterfactual that you simply cannot prove that, Donald Trump ended wars, but look at what's happened since Joe Biden became president. Russia invaded Ukraine and Hamas committed an atrocity in Israel, leading to instability in the region. You can't prove that any of those things wouldn't have happened under Donald Trump. But I think that Donald Trump has kind of harvested well that anti-incumbency factor that has swept politics. You look at the British general election, the Tories have been in power for an awful long time, and they're swept away at the general election in July. And it seems like, look, early days, we still don't have the results of the blue wall states, and there's still a number of states that have to declare. But as I say, if you could have a choice of being in Donald Trump's shoes or Kamala Harris's, you'd choose Trump's any day right now, because the New York Times is predicting, I think, something like a 72%. Let me just, the New York Times has this ticker where they keep up an account, what they think the likelihood is of a Trump victory. At the moment, wow, it's going up as we speak. They're now saying it's a 75% chance of a Donald Trump victory, and that he is on course to possibly get 291 electoral college votes, Harris 247. As we've been speaking to each other, Sheila, on air, the picture has been getting bleaker and bleaker for Kamala Harris.
And the road to correction is a narrow one, but still possible?
Well, yeah, still possible, but everything that looks the way it's trending is that, we're still saying that, it's too soon to call Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin too early to call. But the direction of travel is clear, that there has to be an astonishing turnaround now for Harris to win Georgia, for Harris to win North Carolina. And therefore, you're looking at early indications from Pennsylvania, from Michigan, from Wisconsin, and they don't look great. And so you are left in a position now where you'd have to say that although Harris has run a good campaign, the incumbency factor, the fact that she was only in the race for 100 days, which might seem like an eternity in UK politics, but is a blink of an eye in the long drawn out process of American politics. The fact that it was hard to put, what could she do about putting distance between herself and Joe Biden? That was a tough one to do. And Donald Trump is relentless. He keeps it up. The energy levels flagging at the end. But, he has been rampaging around the country and he appeals to a base. And the core strategy of trying to win over young black men, young Latino men, looks like it has paid off.
Okay.
And, the inroads that he's made in that vote, significant.
Well, Ronald Kessler joins us, a personal friend of President Trump and a journalist and author of The Trump White House, Changing the Rules of the Game. Are we seeing the fruits of changing the rules of the game, Ronald Kessler?
I think that's well put. And by the way, I'm an independent journalist, and my Trump book has lots of criticism of Trump. I was not happy about what happened on January 6th, but I have known him and Melania for 2 decades, and I was saying even before he was nominated the first time that he very well could become president. And, it does look as if he's going to win. And there are so many reasons. If you look at all the common sense factors that you see in the polls, people are sick of the rising prices. They're sick of defund the police. They're sick of listing pronouns having boys in girls' bathrooms. It's just endless.
Can I ask on the trans issues? And I know it's about more than just boys in girls' bathrooms. It's about sports. It's about what's happening to children's bodies. It's about medicalising children rather than giving them time to grow, and all of those issues. Same over here. But how big an issue has it been there electorally, Ronald? That particular issue?
I think it's a very important issue behind the scenes. You don't hear about it as much as some of the other issues, like the rising costs and the rising crime. But it's just sort of a constant stomachache to see these woke ideas that are leftist in approach. And of course, a lot of the problems go back to Biden himself. The withdrawal from Afghanistan that signaled weakness, and it was not a surprise that Putin thought he could walk over us. That's just sort of basic human nature.
You said a moment ago that you were an independent journalist, and you're prepared to criticise things where you see them, and you did about January the 6th, 2020. What do you make of a man who, at 6 o'clock this evening UK time, stands there and says, nobody wants violence, nobody wants interference with the election, nobody wants aggression, nobody wants we want the truth, essentially. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but essentially he was saying we want to play nice, essentially. And yet 3 hours later, once we come on air here, he's putting out statements on Truth Social saying they're cheating in Philadelphia, they're cheating in X state, Y state, Z state, law enforcement en route. And then the officials in those states are saying, simply not true. Please, if you have evidence, do bring it to us. I mean, it seems irresponsible.
Oh, it is. But that's the way he has conducted himself throughout his political career. And the strategy is, well, so what if it's ridiculous? So what if I'm criticized, as long as my name is mentioned? And that's been his calling card. Just get attention, and it's something that emboldens him. He enjoys it, and he also thinks that's the way to win. Well, so far it's worked apparently, okay. But at the same time, it's turned off huge portions of the electorate who don't want a president who stirs things up in that way.
Okay, Ronald, thank you. Good to talk to you. Ronald Kessler, journalist and author of The Trump White House Changing the Rules of the Game.
Yeah. Well, it's 13 minutes past 3 in London, 10:13 here in Washington. Let's speak now to Anne Applebaum, Pulitzer Prize-winning historian, staff writer for The Atlantic. And I was reading your new book while I was flying out to Washington, Autocracy, Inc., about the sort of new class of dictators and autocrats around the world. And here we are in the US, and it looks like Donald Trump is about to win again. What do you think?
Well, first of all, I think what we're watching is that the polls were accurate and it's very close. So I'm not ready to call the election yet. But I think the person who you were just interviewing said something very important, namely that Trump's strategy is to say anything as long as he gets attention, to shout and scream and lie, and he lies repeatedly and constantly. He lied about people cheating in Pennsylvania today. He'll lie, about the election results later on tonight. And yet he manages to appeal to people, and that this is now, in the world we live in, a winning strategy. And it's something that other countries should watch out for, because you now don't even have to pretend to adhere to the truth, and yet you can get people to vote for you.
And what are you making of, there's been these reports of bomb threats to polling stations, apparently in Democrat-leaning areas, and, the FBI pointing the finger at Russia as being responsible for this. The extent to which there is outside interference is quite remarkable, isn't it?
There is now massive outside interference in all of our elections. You know, it was a part of the vote in the UK in 2016. X, the social media platform owned by Elon Musk, is now. I mean, multiple studies have shown that it's open now. It's kind of open territory for Russian and pro-Russian trolls. Russian bomb threats to polling sites is more or less just now what we expect. It's now part of our elections that the Russians try to disrupt them. And it's another thing. It's proved very difficult to get people to care. And this is not just an American problem. It's a German problem. It's a French problem, and it's a British problem. And this is now a permanent piece of Western politics. And by the way, in this election, maybe it's Russian, but the Iranians are interested in interfering in democratic conversation. The Chinese are getting more interested. In some elections elsewhere, Venezuelans have played a role. So it's now one of the things I talk about in my book is the way in which autocratic states now watch each other and learn from each other, and now sometimes even work together in seeking to create common autocratic narratives. And this is just one more example. But as I said, it's been very, very hard to get anyone to take it seriously as a problem or to think that it's important.
Why do you think that is, Anne? Given what we have seen over the past, since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, where arguably a lot of Western help has gone in to help Ukraine and wants to put the shift back, but doesn't seem to sort of recognise the political threat that these autocratic regimes face. Why do you think there is not the alarm in Whitehall, in Paris, in Berlin, or wherever it happens to be?
Well, first of all, I mean, in the U.S., it's because one of our major political parties is now grateful for that help and likes it, and has done its best to suppress whether it's fact checkers or content moderators. It's done its best to push back against anyone who tries to talk about it. And elsewhere, it's often just complacency. People can't believe that an outside power would be seeking to manipulate their conversations, or they feel so certain that they're able to resist it because our traditions and our democracy is so strong. And yet there's evidence of it everywhere. I mean, in most European countries now, there are pro-Russian parties and pro-Russian figures who seek to, change the way conversations are held, and they're successful.
Yeah, Anne Applebaum, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Thank you.
That is deeply, deeply concerning, isn't it? I wonder what it will take for people to wake up to that fact. And as Anne says, not just on the Russian front, but on others as well. I think we've seen evidence of that in the past year here in the UK. It's 3:18.
This is LBC. America Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
America is deciding, and it seems to be deciding, not over yet, but it seems to be deciding in the direction of Donald Trump on the basis of what's been declared so far and what's been called so far. Still a long way to go. Nelson Balido joins me and John Sopel. We're with you until 5 o'clock this morning. Nelson is the chairman of the Border Commerce and Security Council and founder of Balido and Associates. Nelson, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Let's talk about the politics of the border. the US-Mexican border and how it's played into this election. Was it essentially the Achilles heel? Is it the Achilles heel of Kamala Harris?
Well, listen, it's been a number one, number two issue now for years, and it is. I would say it is an Achilles heel because, early on, as you know, the vice presidents are given portfolio duties, and one of the portfolio duties that Kamala was given was to be the border czar, or look at border issues and try to look at how do they go into Central America, South America, perhaps in some areas in Mexico, and develop economic opportunities so that to stop or slow down the outflow of people wanting to leave towards the United States. As we have seen, that has absolutely failed. She has distanced herself from that, but ultimately, what we've seen is a never before border crisis of flow that we have never seen in the United States, up toward 2.5 million people per year. Just last month alone, there was another 160,000 that were going over the border. So even though you were in the middle of an election, it maybe has slowed down a little bit, but it's still 100. Even last month alone, over what saw in the Trump administration. So it's certainly a problem, and a problem that doesn't look like it's going to subside.
And it's an issue that's being seen worldwide, as you know, Europe, the UK, seeing obviously different pressures, different reasons, different parts of the world, but similar political difficulties being caused by it, and social difficulties, and of course the vulnerability of the people, or many of the people coming over anyway. You think of those train journeys that are made, into the south of America. Is it inevitable that it becomes a huge issue, do you think? Is it inevitable that it stays at that top level as a big issue?
No, there's going to be some serious changes if in fact, each one or the other get elected, right? They've promised that. What I will say is that it's going to continue to be an issue unless you put pressure in Mexico and these Central American countries to disincentivize them to send people. Because you got to look at it this way. So I'll give you an example. Just last month alone, there was over $5.4 billion sent to Mexico in remittances. In other words, people sending money from the United States back into Mexico. $5.4 billion. We know that out of those dollars, nearly 40% go to illicit, to substance illicit issues, i.e. human smuggling or drugs. So if I don't have to house you, if I don't have to feed you, secure you, educate you, transport you, and you're going to send money back home to these home countries, which obviously are being sustained by a huge amount of remittances, well then what's to stop these countries from letting you go to the United States, knowing you're going to get money? Not only some of that stuff illicit, but the other piece, it's free money. The delta on that is humongous. So how do you disincentivize?
But an awful lot of people who make the journey, as in non-criminal people who make the journey, are doing so to flee said gangs, aren't they? And to try and get away from the pressure of trafficking and the pressure of exploitation. How much has America been doing, if anything, to try to support those communities so that people can stay?
Well, that was Kamala's job, right? That was the job that she was set out to do. And unfortunately, she failed. So unfortunately, not as much as we could be doing. But I will say, so a lot of these folks are seeking asylum. So what happens when you come to the United States, we allow you in the United States if you have credible fear, and then you basically have to go to court. Court may take a year, 2 years, 3 years based on a backlog. 90% of these people don't show up in court. Why is that? Because when it's time to prove credible fear, they can't prove it. So though they say they're trying to escape these issues, ultimately they can't come back and prove that in fact there is credible fear or the fear is there. So they don't show up in court, because they know if they show up in court, they get automatically deported. So that's what we have. They get lost in America on a one-way trip.
Yeah, I'm interested in whether you think that Donald Trump will see through, Nelson, his threat for mass deportations, that he's, rounding up people in their tens of thousands and forcing them out of the country, because that's going to be a difficult thing to achieve.
So I think what'll happen is this going to be attrition, right? So this idea of rounding up, that's not going to happen. That's almost impossible. But I will tell you, there's so many millions of people in this country that have, for years, have come to this country and have been visa overstays and don't have a legal standing in the country. So whether you get in an accident, you get in an altercation, maybe your neighbor calls you because there's a disturbance, whatever that may be, there's going to be police officers checking your IDs. And if you don't have an ID, and then ultimately if you pop up, especially if you've been put into the system in the last 4 or 5 years where we have your biometrics, you pop up saying, hey, you're a visa overstay, well, then maybe you're going to get arrested, you're going to be taken to county jail, and then you're going to be taken to a deportation camp, which at that point they're going to out-process you and you're going to be sent back. So it's going to be by attrition, but there's so many millions of people that just simply by that, there's going to be hundreds a day nationwide that'll fall into this system where as I check your IDs, as I check your status, I find out that you're a visa overstay, you never showed up in court, and maybe it's time to go. That's where I think this quote-unquote massive deportation will take effect.
And do you think in a sense, sometimes brutality with which Donald Trump has spoken about this issue works for him?
I'll tell you, he's not a politician, right? And he's never was. And perhaps if I was advisor, I'd probably figure out how to perhaps be a little bit more eloquent. Does it work? It worked for some people. It doesn't work for others. But the reality is they're not going to be these roundups. These folks were going to fall through the cracks. They're going to be held accountable for what they did, and they're going to be sent back. That's how this mass deportation will happen. And I mean, otherwise, there's no way around it. That's really the way it's going to happen. Their probably camps will be set throughout the country in certain areas. They'll be pushed into certain areas, and from them, they will be deported. Because, again, they're not here legally. We've allowed them to come legally, and ultimately, they have failed to show up in court, and now there's a warrant for their arrest for failure to show.
Thank you very much, Nelson. It all sounds very familiar, or aspects of it sound very familiar to us here in the UK as well. Nelson Balido, thank you, Chairman of the Border Commerce and Security Council and founder of Balido and Associates. Sonny's called from Milford. It's time we had a call. Sonny, hi.
Hi, Sheila, and hi, John.
Hi.
Night out, so always up for the politics, especially the elections.
Good.
It's too early to call, obviously, but it just has a whiff of Brexit about it. It really does. It just feels like that. He just needed to focus Trump on immigration, and that's all he did do, apart from the tariffs, which I don't think are really a winning issue, but I think the immigration was and is. And we saw that with Brexit, because that was the main reason. I didn't vote for Brexit, but I'd say if there was a reason I would vote for it, it would be immigration. And it's something that the other side sort of ignores, just leaves and doesn't know really how to deal with.
Does it ignore it, or does it just not have the language that's clear, whether it's truthful or not? It's just clear from Trump.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, I think there's some truth to what he says. Certainly not them.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying there isn't, but it's easier, isn't it, to say
100%. Yeah.
Oh, lots of foreigners coming into our country without permission, bad, than it is to say, yes, it is bad, and here's the very nuanced and difficult way in which we'll handle it, and some of them will remain. That one of those is easier to sell than the other, isn't it?
Of course, and the negative voice, particularly with someone like Trump, it can win over. But that's I've seen most of his rallies and clips and interviews, and it's 75 to 80% is immigration, and then a little bit about tariffs, and the rest is just him rambling about himself. But the immigration element just absolutely reminds me. It feels like Brexit night.
It does, doesn't it? Well, and
yeah.
I've got vague recollections of Ian Dale calling Brexit at around 4 o'clock in the morning. No pressure, John Sopel. He's not going to call this election at 4 in the morning, I can't see. Thanks very much indeed, Sonny, for your call. That's Sonny in Ilford. I think you're right about the shades of Brexit feeling to it. John, I see some news coming out of Iowa, not definitive news, but Donald Trump looking like, according to NBC anyway.
That he's won it comfortably, and that means that the poll that so shook everything up at the weekend looks like it was an absolute outlier. Trump seems to have won pretty handily in Iowa, and I've just seen that Decision Desk HQ, which is one of these people that call elections, has just projected that Trump has taken Georgia. That is significant. That is the first swing state that is being called
to him.
For Donald Trump. It was a state that Joe Biden took last time by those 11,000 plus votes, a very, very tight margin. And, just looking at the picture around the country, Michigan, around Ann Arbor, which is where the University of Michigan is, and Kamala Harris seems to be underperforming compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago. And so the picture, you'd have to say, is looking pretty bleak for Kamala Harris. There's still a way to go. But I've just been looking at the sort of New York Times tracker of it, and it just keeps ticking up in terms of the chances of a Trump victory. So an hour and a half ago, we were saying it was a 60% chance. They're now saying it's an 83% chance that Donald Trump is going to win. That they're projecting that Donald Trump will win 297 Electoral College votes to Harris's 241. So the maths keeps changing. And everything is moving in a direction that looks very, very favourable indeed for Donald Trump, that would suggest that he is going to win this presidential election. We've still got a way to go. But, the indications are that if you're at Harris HQ and you've got some bottles of champagne, I'd keep the wire and the corks on them for now, because I don't think it's going to be a champagne night for the Democrats on the basis of what we have so far. And Donald Trump seems to be outperforming expectations, Kamala Harris underperforming, and that, in essence, is it. The polling was right. It is very, very tight indeed. But even suggestions now that Donald Trump will win the popular vote, something he didn't do in 2016 when he beat Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 3 million. And there's suggestions tonight that Donald Trump will carry the popular vote as well as the Electoral College.
Thank you, John, on that for that analysis, because it's all underneath the headline figure, really, isn't it? Unless there is an out-and-out big win in a state. But thank you for that analysis. It's 3:32. John and I with you until 5 o'clock this morning. Let's get some headlines, shall we, from Daryl Jackson.
Former US President Donald Trump is ahead in battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Arizona as votes continue to be accounted in the election. But final results in those states are still too early to call, with results in Michigan and Nevada also to determine the election result. The New York Times says Donald Trump has a 75% chance of winning the keys to the White House and could also win the popular vote. That's something he didn't do in 2016. Also overnight, 1/3 of the US Senate and all of the House of Representatives are also up for election. LBC weather, the mist and fog will linger this morning. A few spots of rain in the northwest, but dry later on. Sunny spells in the west and north and a high of 16 degrees.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. America Decides on LBC.
Well, there is still hope, I suppose, on both sides, but it's very definitely pointing in the direction of a Donald Trump win. As things stand, things could change. John, I want to ask you about Michigan. John Sopel and I with you till 5 here on LBC. I want to ask you about Michigan. You said a moment ago that Kamala Harris is underperforming compared to Biden in Michigan. Would that matter as long as she won it?
It wouldn't matter as long as she won it, but your margins of error and the tightness of the race gets more difficult for you. So I was talking specifically about sort of the southwest of Michigan, where Ann Arbor is, which is where the University of Michigan is, where they've had a huge get out the vote operation, and they've been trying to maximize college students to go out to vote. And it looks like, compared to 4 years ago, she is not doing as well as Joe Biden. If she wins the state by 1 and the result gets certified, it's a majority of 1, then all the Electoral College votes, it's winner takes all. So it's like our first past the post electoral system in a constituency. It makes no difference whether your majority is 23,000 or 23. As long as it gets called that you've won it, you've won it. And so, if Kamala Harris gets 50.001% of the vote to Donald Trump's 49.999%, she has still won the state. She gets all the Electoral College votes. It underlines how divided America is. It's, a blowout election for either side would have at least been able to say the American people have spoken clearly. The American people are speaking tonight. It looks like more Donald Trump than it does Kamala Harris. That's the way you would have to call it as things stand at the moment. We've still got a way to go, but the indicators, the way the wind is blowing, it looks like Donald Trump is going back to the White House for a second term.
And on that point that our previous caller just before the news headlines made about it had a Brexity feel to him this night. I think he was talking specifically about immigration, but you've reminded me that around now, in the days leading up to Brexit, it was very much Remain are going to walk this.
Well, I was based in the US as the North America editor during Brexit vote, and I was in New York and speaking at a thing, and the projection on the betting markets was 82% certain that Britain would remain in the European Union. And I got on a flight that night to fly on the 23rd of June. I got on a flight that night to go with Donald Trump to his golf course at Turnberry, the day after Brexit when he turned up. And when we took off from Newark, New Jersey, Britain was in the European Union. David Cameron was in number 10 Downing Street, and the pound was rock solid against the dollar. None of those things was true when we landed in Glasgow, where David Cameron had just resigned. The pound had fallen through the floor, and Britain was on its way out of the EU. So, just because, and I think that we're not in that position tonight, in the sense that we've been saying throughout that this is a 50-50 coin toss election. And, it might still go down to the wire because there are such tight margins involved in these races that are left.
Was that the Air Force One flight that you went on?
No, because Trump wasn't then the president. He was just the Republican nominee.
Right.
Trump was on his plane, and we were on another plane.
Well, who was president when you were on Air Force One?
Well, I don't want to be bragging or boastful,
it's a
but
great
I've been
story.
on Air Force One.
I love it.
Well, I've been on Air Force One with Presidents Obama, President Trump, and President Biden. So, but mostly when President Obama was president. So I did a couple of trips with Trump, and I did a couple of trips with Biden. And you collect the M&Ms, the presidential M&Ms that are given out on the plane with the presidential seal and the signature of the president when you go. And I've still got them.
And
probably
of
not
course,
edible, but
of
I've
course,
still got them.
It doesn't matter. Keep them. And were you like an excited kid, or did you manage to hold it together?
No, excited kid. Of course. I mean, but astonished to kind of, the novelty of it all and the weirdness of it all was sort of something quite spectacular. And there were bits of it that were kind of, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. I mean, in a bad way as well. I was in Saudi Arabia. Have we got time for this? I was in Saudi Arabia.
We do, of course we do.
And it's morning, and we're going to fly to London later that evening, and you're cleared by the Secret Service first thing in the morning when you're travelling with the president. 12 journalists, you are in the pool, and you're in the bubble once you're cleared. And what happens is that you all line up, you get your suitcases out. And I hadn't anticipated any of this. I thought it would go through a scanner. No, it doesn't go through a scanner. The Secret Service guy has got some latex gloves on. He opens up your suitcase, empties the contents. 4 days of dirty underwear are spilled out onto the pavement in on the street there. And you've got the Secret Service dog sniffing your smelly clothes. It's most unpleasant. I felt deeply embarrassed about the whole experience.
This is why you need a little bag with a string for those things when you pack. I'll have to teach you to pack properly, just in case you ever get on board again. That's hilarious. Thank you. Scarlett Maguire joins us, director of the polling company JL Partners. Scarlett, since we spoke, things are shifting, aren't they?
Yeah, they are shifting, and it does look like things are very much going in Donald Trump's favour. It's now, I think, likely that Donald Trump will win. There's still a path for Harris, but it's looking narrower and narrower and harder for her to make.
Talk us through that path then, narrow though it be.
So with Georgia and North Carolina looking like they're going into Trump's corner, it looks like her best route to the White House would be through the Rust Belt states, which is what people were always saying it was going to be before. But now it looks like she's dependent on them. So on Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania. And now, crucially, Wisconsin and Michigan, though at the moment they are too close to call, they do not look like they're going in the right direction for her. So it does not look like brilliant news for the Democrats.
Describe that to us. What's that data showing in Wisconsin and Michigan?
The data is showing in Wisconsin and Michigan that she is running behind in places like Milwaukee, which she cannot afford to be doing.
John, you mentioned Milwaukee a short time ago as one to watch here for her.
Yeah. So Milwaukee, I was told at the weekend, I had dinner with a very well connected Democrat who said that they were pretty confident about Michigan, we may be misplaced, and that Pennsylvania, but they were worried about Milwaukee, that early voting hadn't been coming out, that people hadn't been coming out for the Democrats, and they were trying to shore things up as much as possible in Milwaukee, one of the main cities in the state of Wisconsin. And that the voters were not coming out. And again, it was the problem of young black men who they felt were not coming out in numbers to support the Democrats. And this is where Donald Trump has really changed the electoral map. So if we talk about 2016 as him bringing in people who had gone off the grid, who were kind of disaffected, older, white, probably non-college educated men who just felt, fed up with the system and wanted to vote. In 2024, it's been a different strategy. It has been getting young Latino, young black men, the bro vote, to vote for Donald Trump. And it looks like it is paying dividends from what we are seeing so far.
Was a lot of that motivating of those two groups? Was a lot of that done online, Scarlett, do we know?
I think it's a great question. I think it raises an excellent point as well about this idea that Harris was falling behind with men that who aren't white. And that's something that we are seeing across the board, where it looks like Harris is underperforming with those categories and will be driving a lot of Donald Trump's victory. And I think on the flip side to that, it's also important to say that I'm sure you've already been talking about Iowa, which now looks like that Seltzer poll was completely off. But that massive historic gender gap that I know me and you, Sheila, were talking about earlier in the program just didn't materialize. So Trump is running ahead with men, far more ahead with men than Harris is with women. And again, that looks like it's part of what's driving the what looks like is going to be a Trump victory.
I wonder what this tells us. This just a question to both of you, really. I wonder what this tells us about the sort of Andrew Tate effect, the sort of conservatism, the new conservatism, small c, of young men that we're seeing.
I mean, we are seeing a trend.
It's fascinating. Yep. Go on, Scarlett. You go first. Go on.
Just very quickly, I'll say that we are seeing a trend, not just in America, but in Western democracies across the world, actually, of young men increasingly seeing the appeal of right-wing populism. And actually, the sort of inverse of that is that we are seeing young women increasingly going towards left-wing populism. But I think it's definitely something to keep an eye on, not just in America, but in lots of other places as well.
John?
Yeah, absolutely. That is clear, and it's just I don't know whether it's a backlash against sort of wokery or political correctness or whatever it happens to be. You can decry it, but it's there, and it seems to be a force in this election. And elections are often a kind of time when you sit up and take notice that people are trying to send a message, because that's what elections do. And as I speak to you, I've got the New York Times ticker, which I've been talking about a bit this evening. It's the evening started toss up, it was then leaning Trump, and now it's saying likely Trump. 85% chance of victory for Donald Trump in the election. So it just seems to be getting better and better and better for Donald Trump as this evening wears on. Things are changing.
Things are changing, and I know we're not there yet, but I'm not sure I expected at 3:45 in the morning, John, to be where we are in that sense of certainty. Not actual certainty yet, but sense of it.
Yeah, I look, I think that, the polling data was that it was going to be, we knew that the Rust Belt states would come in late in the course of the evening. We were looking at Georgia and North Carolina to be our indicators of what was happening, and saying, look, if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina and wins Georgia, it's all over. She's going to win the presidency. She hasn't. It's looking like, as I said, that North Carolina and Georgia are in the Trump column, and therefore all that Kamala Harris is really left with, on the assumption that she's going to lose Arizona and Nevada, is holding on to those old Rust Belt states. And at the moment, it doesn't look that propitious for her.
Well, we shall see. Stay with us. Thank you very much, Scarlett. Scarlett Maguire, Director of the polling company JL Partners. Great to speak to you again. I'm sure we will again sometime throughout the day. John and I are with you until 5 in the morning. Nick Ferrari and his programme take over at 5. LBC News go back to their normal broadcasting at 5 as well. You can find us on Global Player too, with the results coming in as well, and those all-important numbers as we progress on the results. It's 3:47.
LBC. America Decides on LBC.
Well, let's go to a couple of watch parties, shall we? LBC's reporter Charlotte Lynch joins us from a Democrat watch party in Marylebone in London. What's the mood like there, Charlotte?
Well, Sheila, I don't think I've ever had cake at 3 a.m. before, but I have now.
Oh, And she couldn't take any more of it. We'll come back to you with a better line in a moment. Joe Draper, LBC's reporter, joins us from an election watch party at the Lexington in London. Joe, hi.
Hi, Sheila. Well, just to give you a sense of how important this election is to people right around the world, 400 people here at the Lexington, lots of them very engaged with those results which are starting to come through. It's packed to the roof here. People cheering, jeering, chanting, depending on the results. Many American, but also lots of Europeans anxious to see which direction America is heading in tonight. The overwhelming mood, though, I would say, is of support, I think, for Kamala Harris.
I think we all want Kamala to win. Her economic policy is a lot more sensible. It would help the average American a lot more than Trump's. She's much more sensible in the way she speaks. Her policies make a lot more sense. And we've already seen from Trump, and I'm not happy with it. So I'm ready to have someone who, at this point, I'm very comfortable having in the seat.
The type of person that he is, Trump is, being able to have this kind of power with his history is honestly very scary to see how much support he's been able to gather as a woman especially, and it's honestly, it's a very anxiety-provoking night to know.
Trump is not a great representative by any means for women's rights, and I think it would honestly be an incredible moment in history, like we've been talking about all night, how just like this is our first female president.
We'll see what happens, but I'm certainly crossing my fingers that Kamala is going to come through.
It's interesting hearing a lot of women there describing how deeply worried they are, Sheila, about a Trump victory, what it might mean for them and their reproductive rights. We might be on the other side of the Atlantic, but we're definitely seeing that gender divide play out here. There's a small but sizable portion, I would say, of European men sporting MAGA hats, very vocal in their support for Trump. And we've seen that gender divide in the polls. Women very supportive of Kamala, and Trump increasingly liked by young men, and we're definitely seeing that in the room tonight. So whatever people's views, they all agree, Sheila, about just how crucial this election is.
Thank you very much, Joe. That echoes what we were talking about just a moment ago with Scarlett Maguire, what John and I were talking about with Scarlett Maguire, the role of young men in this election. Thank you to Joe. I think we can hear Charlotte again now. Charlotte Lynch, LBC's reporter at that Democrat watch party in Marylebone. Have another slice of cake, Charlotte.
Well, Sheila, I think it got out just as I was talking about how they brought out a cake at 3 a.m. It is a party atmosphere.
It is, yeah.
There have been American flags waved, of course. I've seen a woman in a full blue Democrat wig. It was really lively earlier, but it does feel like something has shifted now here. I'm here with a voter from South Carolina. Jill, thank you so much for joining me. How are you feeling right now? Because, of course, looking at the results so far, it's not looking too good for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, well, you can look at them, but it depends what you're looking at. But in general, he's looking pretty good. But there are swing states that haven't come through yet, like Pennsylvania, and there are other votes that she can get. So right now, we're not happy, but we're hoping for it to turn around.
And one of those swing states, of course, your home state of South Carolina. Have you heard much about the mood on the ground there or in similar places? I know you've got links in Arizona as well.
So I was with my mom in South Carolina, and she's at a retirement home, and almost everybody's in love with Trump. So, you know, we both voted, but every vote counts, but those ones don't get the electoral.
The New York Times and others are predicting now a big Trump victory. Of course, you're a Democrat supporter. What's your fear if he wins? What is it about Donald Trump that has you fearful for the history of the United States?
Roe versus Wade is gone, and he made that happen. But worse than that, what he's done to the Supreme Court is made it a partisan thing instead of upholding the Constitution. So he's done so much damage, and all of the things, the enemy within, he wants to destroy everyone who doesn't agree with him, and all of these different things, they're terrifying. He's terrifying, and I can't believe my country, this is the second time they're doing this. I think it's inane.
Well, it's not over yet, of course. And you've been here before. You know, you say that you've seen some of these, results come in overnight before, and it has gone the other way. So hopefully the party atmosphere returns here later tonight, Sheila, because of course there's so much more planned. There's a cardboard cutout of Kamala Harris here as well, so people are pretending to have selfies with her. But hundreds of people have been here tonight. Many more, I'm told, coming in the morning to see what maybe those final results come in. But of course, lots of people here predicting it could be days before we know finally who is the president.
Thank you very much indeed, Charlotte. Charlotte Lynch, who's at that party, that Democrat watch party in Marylebone. LBC's Ben Kentish has been at CNN's watch party in London.
Think that if he wins, second term secure, final term at least in theory secure, he might moderate himself at all. He might try to suddenly try and sort of bring people back together, or do you think we're just going to see an even more extreme version of him?
I think the latter. And the worrying part, and this is not a political comment, it's a simple statement of fact, as you'll be aware, the Supreme Court said that the president is absolutely immune for constitutional issues and presumed immune for official issues. So 90% of what he does, or she does, will be immune because of that decision. The guardrails have gone. We know he's already said he won't make the same appointment mistakes. So the Mattises, the McMasters, the Kellys, they won't be there. Now, Harris has made a great deal of that. The question would be who would be there. But, there's a lot of people who say, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, On the other hand, that he's not as bad as they say. Look at what he does, not what he says. All I do know, Ben, I think you need a stress ball.
I do need a stress ball. Can I have a stress ball?
You can have a stress ball.
Richard, thank you. I'm going to make a lot of use of that in the hours to come. It's a long way to go, Richard, as you said. Sheila.
John Sopel, you and I and a couple of our colleagues set up a little WhatsApp group, still ongoing tonight, so we can chat throughout the programme and agree that we agree what we're going to go to next and all of that. I presume you have a family WhatsApp group, do you? I do. And if you ever saw the Fogarty family WhatsApp group, we're all into our politics in a big way. So if you ever saw it, you would, I swear to God, I think it could become its own little sort of sitcom, like Bread with A-levels.
Just to inject a sort of moment of humour into this, on our family WhatsApp group, it's all been about the US elections and people staying up through the night. Yeah. And my son lives in Australia. He's got 2 small children. He put up on the family WhatsApp group a picture that his 3.5-year-old daughter, my granddaughter, had drawn. And she said, "This is what a dinosaur's willy looks like." There you are. And so in the midst of all this conversation about the election, we had our granddaughters talking about a dinosaur's willy.
Well, I'll see your dinosaur's willy. I'll see your dinosaur's willy, and I'll raise you this from my brother 5 minutes ago. Oh, God, I'm staying in bed for 4 years with the curtains closed. It's 4 o'clock.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, Donald Trump appears to have taken an early lead as votes are counted in the US election. A total of 270 electoral votes are needed to secure the keys to the White House. The final result could hinge on swing states where the result is still too close to call. Trump's running mate J.D. Vance expects they'll win the race to the White House.
You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago.
Naira Hack, a former senior director at the Obama administration, told LBC that the Harris campaign has been more consistent.
We're starting to see those results play out in places like Iowa, where traditionally Democrats don't even look to really pick up any significant voting shares, but the trend's there. Women are voting in force. Harris is actually up by several points there. So for a red state to have this expression of women's rage in this moment, that trend line shows that demographic will be turning out for Harris tonight.
But the New York Times says Donald Trump has an 85% chance of winning now and could also win the popular vote, something he didn't do in 2016. He's also projected to win Iowa, which voted for him in 2020 and where polls at the weekend suggested Harris was ahead this time. Scarlett Maguire, director at the polling company JL Partners, told LBC that the path for Kamala Harris now looks very difficult.
It looks like her best route to the White House would be through the Rust Belt states, which is what people were always saying it was going to be before, but now it looks like she's dependent on them. So on Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania, and now crucially, Wisconsin and Michigan, though at the moment they are too close to call, they do not look like they're going in the right direction for her. So it does not look like brilliant news for the Democrats.
Well, meanwhile, as polls have been closing, election workers must allow voters already in line to cast their vote. The Harris campaign's deployed actor Paul Rudd to visit students waiting in Pennsylvania, while Demi Lovato has FaceTimed voters in Nevada. Meanwhile, Donald Trump posted a video online.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay in the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
Well, it comes as Donald Trump suggests there has been massive cheating in the city of Philadelphia, claims that have been denied by local officials. LBC weather, a few spots of rain in the northwest this morning, drier later on, sunny spells in the west and north and a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. America Decides on LBC.
Hello, good morning, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. It's 4 o'clock in the morning in London, 3 minutes past 4 to be precise, and it's at 3 minutes past 11 here in Washington, D.C. You are listening to America Decides with Shelagh Fogarty and me, John Sopel, and we are trying to make sense of an evening which has gone from it being a feeling that it was too close to call and now looking as though it is heading firmly in the direction of Donald Trump and a Donald Trump victory, even though we have still got a long way to go. Let's speak to Robert Wiener now, who is a former spokesperson for the Clinton and Bush White Houses and an op-ed commentator. And there aren't many former spokespeople who are for a Democrat and then a Republican president. But I think you were with Bill Clinton and then held over for a while George W. Bush took charge. Is that correct? I just want to get the kind of sequencing right.
That is correct. And I was the spokesman for the drug czar, Barry McCaffrey, the 4-star general. And the point was that fighting drugs and helping young people is not a partisan issue. So I was. And then I also worked for Senator Ted Kennedy, Congressman John Conyers, Claude Pepper, Ed Koch. And I've had a good time and still do. I was at the Democratic National Convention helping organize media logistics, and all of our interns that I brought with me from the National Press Club where I work now were cleared as media. Anyway, all right.
I can't believe we didn't bump into each other in Chicago. There were so few people there. Look, it's good to talk to you. Just tell me where you think we are now and what explains where we are now, that Trump does seem to be on his way to victory.
Well, that's premature to say, John and Sheila, but I'd thought we would have a wave like LBJ in '64, where he had 44 states, and Nixon 49 states in '72, when people were scared of both their opponents, Goldwater and McGovern. It's not happening. This is going to be tight, and Harris is now dependent on 3 swing states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, to get to 270. So everything's got to fall into place perfectly for that to happen. And you're right. I can't imagine how, with Trump's late-breaking, horrible statements and the meanest ever campaign close I've ever seen in all of my career, this is essentially tied. But that's what the country has done. I can't believe, after he says, we're going to protect women whether they like it or not. What woman wants that kind of protection? How you're going to shoot Elizabeth Cheney with a 9 rifle squad. You're going to shoot the press, and everyone else that he doesn't like is garbage and trash, as he had a Madison Square Garden hate fest. How that didn't create a wave, which is what everyone thought was going to happen, I am shocked. So I am as surprised as anyone here.
John, should we?
Robert, is that a sort of?
Sorry, can we just bring in
Charlie?
But Robert, stay with us, of course. But can we bring in Charlie Dent to respond to some of what Robert just said there? Charlie is a former Republican congressman for Pennsylvania, a key swing state worth 19 electoral college votes, just so you know. Charlie, respond to what Robert's just said there.
Well, I do think it's premature to make any calls on the presidential race. I think Trump is doing better than I anticipated at the moment in these blue wall states. Although I'll just caution people, in Pennsylvania, last I checked, only 300,000 votes were counted in the city of Philadelphia, and we're expecting somewhere between 650 to 675,000 votes. So there are a lot of votes to be counted there, as well as in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh, and where 2/3 of the votes were not yet in. So even though Trump is up, I would just say be careful, because there are some big areas where Harris is expected to do well. That said, it's going to be very tight. There's no question about it in Pennsylvania. And what I'm also seeing, too, it appears that Harris is running ahead of some candidates in Pennsylvania, Democratic candidates, and Trump is probably running ahead of some or behind some Republican candidates in Pennsylvania as well. So although it's a rather general statement, we have to look at it on a race-by-race basis. I'm also looking at New York, where Republicans are losing some seats in the House. Looks like Republicans will get the Senate. I mean, that was sort of expected to begin with, but that looks even more clear now. They might even get up to 52 seats there. So right now, the Senate looks like it's going Republican. The House, I don't want to say too much right now. It's still a little bit of a coin flip. And the presidency, again, also a coin flip. But Trump doing better than I think many would have anticipated.
Yeah.
Robert, let me come back to you. Just you kind of sense you express the outrage that you feel towards Donald Trump and the kind of mean things he said in the final kind of stretch of the race.
Well, his whole life,
Democrats
but yes, in the final stretch too.
Yeah, okay, but it's kind of, doesn't it underline something that sort of Democrats have never really found a way to fight Donald Trump. I mean, yeah, Joe Biden won in 20, but it was set in the context of COVID and the chaos of the Trump administration. But when Trump is the kind of attacker, people find him very difficult to deal with.
I don't understand how any parent would want the kind of model that he is, and the viciousness and the swear words and the horrible modeling that he gives for their children. I can't understand that. To me, it seems like that is the worst possible national leader you would want to have. And by the way, on the Senate, I do want to just make a comment. I hosted Gary Peters, the chair of the Senate Democratic Campaign Committee at the National Press Club 2 weeks ago. And he said his resources were going to fight Cruz and Scott, and that was his way in. And that's how he was going to compensate for West Virginia, for Manchin giving up the seat and Tester possibly losing. So, that was fool's gold. I sensed it. I didn't say it as the host because I was the MC, and you got to play objective. But I thought it was fool's gold to try to defeat Cruz and Scott. And Beto O'Rourke made the world's best race against him and didn't get anywhere. And Scott was adjudicated on his $1.7 billion Medicaid fraud when he ran for governor. So why would he have any different kind of a race now when that was decided years ago by the people of Florida? So I think you're right. I think the Senate goes to the Republicans, but I do think the House flips to the Democrats. Thank goodness, at least there will be some balanced government.
Well, did I say something here?
Oh, please do.
Yeah, do. Go.
Yeah, I'm looking at some results in Pennsylvania right now. Northampton County, Pennsylvania, one of the counties I represented. It's the ultimate bellwether county. One of the few predictions I made was that I thought whichever candidate wins Northampton County will win Pennsylvania and probably the presidency. Right now, Donald Trump, with 94% of the vote in, is winning Northampton County by about 8,000 votes. And so that tells you something. And the Republican challenger to the incumbent is also up by a little more than I think Trump is up. Or about the same, actually. So that's a bellwether county. So we'll see. It's not over, but I'm just looking at some numbers, and that's just one that if I were the Trump campaign, I'd be pretty happy about that.
But didn't you say that there's a lot of votes in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh left, and those are going to be Harris?
Correct. Well, that's correct. Well, it should break. I don't know whatever the number percentage, 5-1, 4 or 5-1 for Harris. So it's still very close. But I just know that Northampton County has been a tremendous bellwether because Obama won it in 12, Trump won it in 16, Biden won it in 20, and it's pretty good at picking winners. So that's where it is right now. Again, numbers can change. These are unofficial results, very unofficial. So I'm just looking at them as we're sitting here having this conversation. So, I'm just keeping a close eye on that. I haven't looked at Erie County lately, but that's another county to watch in Pennsylvania. That kind of gives me an indication where things are going.
And of course, the Democrat leaders, the staff, who need to keep staff morale up at this point, they've put out a message to staff, sent an email to all staff saying the following: while we continue to see data trickle from the Sunbelt states, we've known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. And they talk about Pennsylvania in particular, and actually they also speak about Michigan and Wisconsin, as you can imagine in this, but talking very optimistically still particularly about Pennsylvania. Would that be a realistic position, Robert?
Sure. And I think those three states are very much in play, and all the cards would have to fall into exactly the right place. Of course, where that leaves you is Trump is going to claim he won anyway, and he's already come out and said there's enormous fraud in Philadelphia, and the commissioner of elections in Philadelphia had to come out and say he's full of it. It's untrue. There is none. And so he's going to try all of that, and then he's going to have a Supreme Court friends at some point that he's going to be able to use. So it's a very worrisome situation, even if Harris wins slightly.
Did you expect it to go broadly the way it's going? Because there's been good news, I suppose, at the early part of the night for Donald Trump, but you sound confident that good news, even better news, may still be coming for Kamala Harris.
Well, yes, you have to. What are you going to give up the ship when you got the three swing states that could help you get to 270? No, you're going to be optimistic. So I am. But no, I'm a little depressed. The New York Times making the assessment that there's an 85% chance now that Trump wins is a real assessment by some pros. So, but I told you, I thought that because of all the horrible closeout, I thought it was the worst close of any campaign in history. I thought that this was going to turn into a wave. I really did. I thought it was very possible. I was disappointed early in the counting when the Missouris and and the Ohios and those kinds of states went the other way. I thought we were going to have a real chance at a wave and an American confidence in Harris. Her joy and her campaigning was marvelous. I made the point early into her campaign when she first was selected that she swirled around and she took her forever to get the sound bites and she never was able to cohesive. She got so good by the end of it. She was fantastic by the end of it. Her speeches were incredible. She got the guts and the substance and we're not going back. And she had the whole crowd roaring at all of her points. I really thought that she caught a national mood and move, and I thought it was going to be a swell. I was wrong about that. Now I'm hoping for a slight victory.
So, Robert, why did you get... Look, here you are. You've been involved in politics. You're involved in communications. You've served so many different political leaders. Why have you got it so wrong?
You got me. I've been trying to figure out how people vote for Trump forever, and I think it's the fear of replacement theory. He's playing to the demographic biases. It's the desire for thinking you're going to get rich off the tax cuts, when in fact I lectured at the London School of Economics and talked about the difference between the two parties economically, and every hand in the room went up and said you should do tax breaks for the middle and poor and jobs programs, not tax breaks for the very rich, and that's an ineffective strategy. And the Congressional Budget Office showed how you get 5 times the bang for the buck with what I described versus the rich tax breaks that Trump and the Republicans do. So I don't know. They're wrong on that. The other thing is on choice in life, he's got a core there. He's got a core from but they lose 10 points on it, but he's got a core base of people that support life exclusively as their issue. And they'll go for the candidate who says that regardless of anything else. So that's the base that he works from, and also he's got it played out where Hispanics think that crime and they don't want people coming in that commit crime, and they've come in honestly, and so he's got on the immigration issue, he even plays it to the Hispanics, and I don't know. I asked Bankaley Thompson, who's one of the leading black journalists and opinion writers, what's the deal with black men. And he just said, they want jobs and they want real. I think, what I think it is, and I think there's this too. And I said to Bankaley, joking when I did his podcast, I said, there's a reason that black men don't want Kamala Harris as much. This is shocking now, but be careful. She's a woman. And I think that really is the issue for a lot of people. Unfortunately, there's sexist bias in America. Unlike Britain, where you had Margaret Thatcher, and Mexico now has a woman, and Israel had Golda Meir, and we're so far behind the curve. But meanwhile, there is that bias in America by American men.
Sure. Robert, let me just pick up on one quick thought. You said that there is misogyny, the men are sexist, whatever. Would you have been better off with Joe Biden staying in the race?
I'm saying there is bias, yes.
Okay, there's bias. But would you have been better off with Joe Biden staying in the race then?
I love Joe. I was at his house when he first ran for Senate, and he walked by my wife one time at a portrait unveiling, and I said I was at his house when he first ran for Senate, and he looked at Pat and he said, that's exactly right. I've known him forever. I was the youth vote director and did a youth vote forum for him in Delaware back, in the 70s when we were both that age. So I've loved him. But he was losing a step. He was getting softer. He was getting less firm in the way that he dealt with everything. And it was the right decision poll-wise for the Democrats to come up with an alternative. When he said, only God Almighty will persuade me to get out of this race, and 3 days later he got out, I guess God Almighty was Jill, Schumer, and Jeffries.
Okay, you are gloriously hogging the airwaves, but I mean it truthfully, gloriously. Robert, thank you. Charlie Dent, I'm sure you're desperate to come in and respond to some of the points that Robert's been making there.
Well, I just want to say this. Look, I don't know how much of this is misogyny. I have to say, Biden would have been a catastrophic candidate. 2/3 of the population thought he was too old. Everybody knew that except some of the top Democratic leadership until they discovered it after that debate. He should have not run to begin with. Everybody knows it. He'd be getting slaughtered right now. The other issue, too, I think this border issue has been a real liability for the Democrats. They were very late dealing with it. I get it. Republicans and Trump sabotaged the bipartisan deal, but still the damage was done. So they have a real liability there. A lot of voters do care about that, including Hispanic voters. They expect a great nation to be able to manage its border, and we haven't been able to do that very effectively.
Okay, great to talk to you both. We'll leave it there if we may. Thank you very much, Charlie. Charlie Dent, former Republican congressman for Pennsylvania, and thanks to Robert as well, Robert Wiener, former spokesperson for the Clinton and Bush White Houses and op-ed commentator as well. You can find the latest results, the numbers of votes heading towards 270, which either candidate needs for victory. At the moment, it stands 211 Donald Trump and 145 Kamala Harris. After that win in California, she leapt ahead there, having been in the doldrums on that particular count. And you can keep an eye on that on Global Player. Stay with John and stay with me until 5 o'clock. We've got 40 minutes to go. It's 4:20.
This is LBC. America Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
Stay with LBC throughout the morning, throughout the day, because even though John and I finish at 5 here on LBC, Nick Ferrari taking over then, we'll be broadcasting throughout the day because those results, one way or another, will still be coming in throughout the day. I mean, who knows what the next few hours will bring. But it was interesting, our last two guests there, one a Republican, one a Democrat, both still saying this is close, don't assume anything yet. Let's talk to Tony Waterman, LBC's reporter in Arizona, who is right outside the Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center, MC Tech, I think it's called. Tony, how's it looking there?
Yeah, McTech, indeed. It's quiet here, I have to say, much different than we saw in the days following the 2020 election when this was really ground zero for election denialism. There was armed protests that were taking place here. It is very quiet. I have to say the building in the last 4 years has really been transformed into a fortress, though, because of those armed protests that took place 4 years ago. I mean, these election workers that are tabulating these votes right now, taking them out of their envelopes, putting them through machines if they were mailed in, they are doing that work behind bulletproof glass. They have been trained in active shooter situations. They have cameras trained on them 24 hours a day so the public can view exactly what is going on inside of this building here in front of me. But outside, it is surprisingly quiet, and that may have to do with the way things are going so far across the country tonight. Here in Arizona, we have about 50% reporting right now, and it is exceptionally close. I'm talking a spread of less than 2,400 votes separating these candidates right now. Arizona always has these very, very close elections. When Biden won this state back in 2020, he did so by 10,500 votes. Yeah. Exceptionally thin margins. And so officials here are saying, listen, it's going to take upwards of 2 weeks to get all of these ballots counted. Hang tight. Don't stress out. Don't think this is part of a conspiracy theory. This is normal operations for Arizona.
Thanks very much, Tony. Tony Waterman in Arizona. Mitch McCann, LBC's reporter, is at a watch party in Detroit in Michigan.
Well, good evening to you from the battleground state of Michigan, where we're at the Democratic event party here in downtown Detroit. There's a lot of music playing, a lot of Michael Jackson, but I can tell you there aren't too many people on the dance floor at this stage because for Democrats here in the state, it's not good news at the moment. Donald Trump is ahead by around 6% of the vote with 34% counted. Donald Trump started slow and really has overtaken Kamala Harris here. There's still a long way to go, but it doesn't bode well for Democrats in this state. I've seen a lot of solemn faces. People are kind of starting to leave or wondering what to do, but it's going to be a long night here in Michigan. Of course, Donald Trump won the state last time in 2016 by 11,000 votes. Joe Biden won it back again in 2020, so it is a swing state. It could go either way, and the polls have had it as a dead heat for a number of months now.
OK, thanks, Mitch. Mitch McCann in Michigan. Ira Spitzer, LBC's reporter, is at a watch party in Philadelphia in that all-important state of Pennsylvania. Ira.
Well, I have stepped outside from the watch party because it is so loud in there right now with people cheering. Republicans in the state, supporters of Donald Trump, fairly happy with the way that the election has gone so far. Now, this is still, of course, extremely early, but some of those early results those early numbers we saw out of, for instance, Georgia and North Carolina, giving Republicans here some hope that they could be closing in on a second Trump presidency. Now, of course, nothing is in the bag. And in fact, those returns from Georgia and potentially North Carolina really make Pennsylvania all the more important as part of this so-called blue wall. These are the states that Kamala Harris will basically need to win likely. And those are Michigan, Wisconsin, and of course, Pennsylvania. 19 electoral college votes, a critical prize. The winner of this state, very likely to become the next president.
Thank you very much indeed, Ira Spitzer in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania. John Sopel, I know you have to leave us shortly for presumably newsagenty things.
Newsagency things are going to take priority. I'm going to abandon you for the last half hour, which is, I think, really rude and selfish of me.
I'll do the dishes.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Okay, I'll do the dishes.
That'll be typical, won't it? I know I'm going to bed now, love. Would you sort out the clearing up?
Fill the dishwasher, would you, she? I'm off. No, far from it. You're preparing great content for later in the day, which we'll all enjoy and benefit from. Can I ask you then, John, just summarise, if you could, what for people who might just be joining us now, actually, why wouldn't they be? Because we've been up all night. But just summarise where we're up to.
Well, the polls were right. The polls said it was going to be very, very close indeed, and it was going to be everything within the margin of error. And things do look pretty much like that. Maybe Trump doing better than the polls suggested. Again, and this would be the pattern of 2016, 2020, and now 2024, where Donald Trump outperforms. We've just had the declaration that Trump has won North Carolina, and that was a big target that the Democrats hoped they might be able to flip. And we've also had Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State for Georgia, saying that Donald Trump now has an insurmountable lead in that state. So the peach state of Georgia looking decidedly peachy for Donald Trump, that he is going to carry that state as well. And as we were just hearing, as our sweep around the country, you are left with the blue wall of Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and Harris has to win all three. And at the moment, you wouldn't bet much on that right now. And so you have the New York Times saying 91% certain that Trump is the next president of the United States. Now, look, it's still possible that she will do really well in kind of Detroit or in Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh or these other places in the Midwest, which are the big areas of population. But at the moment, there are no indications that that is happening. So, 4:30 in the morning, we're not calling it yet, but I'd be astonished if the outcome is anything other than a Trump victory.
When let's take the Democrats as the example, but when a staff leader of the Democrats sends an email, the one I was mentioning the other about half an hour ago, saying it's not over yet, that is the route, the Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan route is the route we knew would be there. And then I won't read it all out to you, but then he digs down into some of the detail in each of those states. Is that just morale or is it true? Bit of both?
You don't know You don't. Yeah. I was in the Javits Center in New York in 2016, preparing for the Hillary Clinton victory party on the night of the election there. And her chief of staff comes in at something like 2 o'clock in the morning and says, "It's not over yet. There's still a little way to go." And everybody knew it was all over, and that there was no way to go, and they just weren't ready to concede defeat. I mean, no, we're not at the moment of a concession from Kamala Harris, but the route is looking really difficult, and you just feel that all the cards now need to fall, every single one of them, with no margin of error in Kamala Harris's favour, because if they don't, then Trump is home, and I just think that for every single card to fall now in her favour, when we've seen so much disappointment everywhere else, then the blue wall would be bucking the trend of the rest of the country. And so not only is Trump on course to win the Electoral College, getting to 270 Electoral College votes, maybe on course as well to win the popular vote as well.
And if it's the case, and it's another Trump presidency, we're not Americans, so we'll put their domestic issues to one side. What will it mean for the world, do you think, John? Just a small question to finish on.
Yeah, look, I think it means big changes. I think that, Joe Biden, when he became president, his whole message was America is back. Donald Trump is an isolationist. Donald Trump, he won't put it like this, but broadly, it's America is staying at home, and he'll want to slap tariffs on foreign goods coming into the country, and that will have its own economic jolt on Europe if tariffs are imposed on European products, as he is threatening. And likewise, in terms of diplomacy and geopolitics, it's going to be a bumpier ride for NATO, and it's going to be, if you're Volodymyr Zelensky or you're a Ukrainian who's been involved in the fight against, Russia invading your territory, you're going to feel pretty depressed. And I think if you're Poland, if you're Estonia, if you're Latvia, if you're Lithuania, you're going to feel worried that what this means about Russian expansionism now.
Thanks, John. It's been a pleasure to share the airwaves with you for the 155 hours that we've been on air overnight. Thank you. I've given up counting now. Thanks very much, John. And I'm sure we'll speak later in the day. I hope so. John Sopel heading off to do the important work of the newsagents and the newsagents USA. But do stay with me here on LBC, with you until 5 o'clock. Nick Ferrari coming up at 5. Let us know what you think as well. We'll take more of your calls, 0345 6060 973. And in a moment, I'll talk to the Democrat strategist and former advisor to Bill Clinton, Sidney Blumenthal. You're listening to Sheila Fogarty now on a Todd. It's 4:31. Let's get some headlines from Daryl Jackson.
Donald Trump looks to be on course to win re-election. The former US president ahead in battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Arizona as votes continue to be counted. But final results in those states are still too early to call. Meanwhile, results in Michigan and Nevada could also determine the election result. Trump is also projected to win Iowa, which voted for him in 2020 and where a poll at the weekend suggested Harris was ahead this time. And the New York Times says Donald Trump now has an 85% chance of winning the election and could also win the popular vote, something he didn't do in 2016. LBC weather, a few spots of rain in the northwest this morning, but dry later on. Sunny spells in the west and north and a high of 16 degrees.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. America Decides on LBC.
Well, that road to 270 votes to win is as follows at the moment. Donald Trump on 211, Kamala Harris on 153. Kamala Harris is being projected to win Washington State, not to be confused with Washington, D.C. Just for your information, that's the Pacific Northwest home in America to the first Starbucks and the famous Seattle Space Needle. Let's talk about what all of this means as things stand. Sydney Blumenthal joins me, journalist for The Guardian, Democrat strategist and senior presidential advisor to President Bill Clinton. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to you, Sydney.
And good evening here.
Good evening, wherever we are. Yeah, it's very confusing. What are you making of what we are seeing?
We're on the edge of a potential second Trump term. We're waiting right now at midnight here, which is 25 more minutes, for the release of some votes in Philadelphia to see what the margin is. The Harris campaign feels that those votes may be sufficient to provide a margin for her to win Pennsylvania. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she'll be elected. So we're still on an edge at the moment.
If she wins Pennsylvania, or if those Philadelphia votes point in that direction in half an hour, she's clearly back in the game. I'm reading here, though, on Michigan, and we saw this effect happen in our own general election, actually. People in Michigan voting for the Green candidate because of disaffection over Gaza and Israel.
Yeah, that would be in the Arab community. I don't know what the percentages are in Michigan right now and what the final vote will be in Michigan. Michigan, I believe, will be won by Harris, but we'll see how this all goes. If she were to lose Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, obviously, it would be a Trump landslide. And that would be devastating to her in the election. So that's where we stand right now. And it's really on a knife's edge, and it could easily fall towards Trump.
From your perspective, and as you see America and what it needs, what would the worst thing be about another Trump presidency?
Well, it'd be the worst event in our lives, and also the lives of many of the people in the world, including Britons. I think Britain would suffer enormously from a Trump presidency. It's detached from Europe, and Trump wants to wage trade wars against the world and impose tariffs through executive action. So that would have a devastating economic effect, particularly since he's won the Senate and it's possible he could win the House. Then there'd be zero guardrails on him. Within his administration, there would be no guardrails on him. He's gotten rid of all the normal people around him, all the regular Republicans. He's not a conservative. This is something that people need to understand. He's not at all like he's the opposite of a Reagan or a Thatcher conservative. He doesn't believe in, limited government and liberty and that sort of thing.
What is he? How would you describe him?
What is he?
Yeah.
He's a quasi-fascist. He's a kind of national socialist, to be precise. He believes in big government. He doesn't believe in civil liberties, does not believe in, and he believes in big government as an authoritarian state in which he rules. And it would be crazy because Elon Musk would be the overlord. Trump is incompetent. He's probably suffering dementia. He's, malignant narcissist, and all the people who were around him in the first term, who he got rid of, who tried to prevent him from doing mad things are gone, and he's surrounded himself with madmen. So it's a very precarious situation. I think the people who will suffer immediately and the worst will be the Ukrainians, who will be abandoned to Putin. Putin is popping the champagne tonight. It is a major victory for Putin if Trump is elected.
The whole question of a person's character, even mental capacity in the job, has been a question, well, initially hanging over Joe Biden, now you hang it over Donald Trump. I was overhearing three older American men who happen to live near me, and we sometimes have breakfast in the same cafe. I just was earwigging on their conversation, all retired guys. And they were saying, one was saying to the other two, listen, if he wins again, it's not the end of the world. They weren't fans of his, clearly, by what they were saying. They said, America has had crazy presidents before. Put him into that context for me, in your view.
Well, actually, America's not had crazy presidents before. It's had presidents who made egregious mistakes, but we haven't had crazy presidents. Nixon, who committed crimes in Watergate, was not a crazy president. Certainly Ronald Reagan was not a crazy president, although he had his critics. George W. Bush had his critics on the Iraq War. He was not crazy. So the people, especially Trump's large business supporters who want advantages and privileges from him, justify what they're doing by saying he's not going to be as bad as he seems. Actually, he has been as bad as he seems. He was utterly incompetent in COVID and caused, according to Lancet, the British Medical Journal, hundreds of thousands of needless deaths. And he has abused the system of justice. He's a convicted felon. He tried to overthrow the government. He's waged war against judges, juries. He demeans people. He's an adjudicated rapist. So that you may excuse all these things, but the problem is he's not competent really to be president except as an out-of-control authoritarian surrounded by people who will manipulate him, like Elon Musk and his pawn, J.D. Vance, and others who are even crazier. I don't know who's crazier than Elon Musk, though.
Can I turn to Kamala Harris, given that, as you said, and the numbers just about still tell us that Kamala Harris could rally from this if she wins Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan. What the 100 or so days that she's been able to campaign, having taken over from Joe Biden, an impressive campaign.
Yes, it's been one of the great 100 days in American politics. She came in with enormous disadvantages, deep unpopularity of an incumbent president. She's a vice president. It's very hard for vice presidents to get elected. Just on the face of it, as a Black woman, she carries that because there's a lot of misogyny and racism in the country, which ought to be factored into if she loses. And yet she overcame that. She put together an amazing campaign in a short period of time. She consolidated the party. She created enormous enthusiasm and momentum. And what she was running against was really the cost of living. That's what she was running against. And it was people's resentments over that and their desire to make a statement about it and to somehow punish somebody for it, regardless of whether or not they understood that the rate of inflation has basically ended in the United States and that it's all under control. And as the Economist put it in a cover story 2 weeks ago, the U.S. economy is the envy of the world. But, they've experienced cost of living problems and they're still struggling and they blame the incumbent. and she bears that burden, regardless of having stepped in and waged a brilliant campaign.
The reality is the economists of this world, as in the journals and newspapers, can say, look how the American economy has rallied, and they can be correct in saying so. But if it hasn't trickled down to your household, and in many millions of Americans' cases it hasn't, they're not buying it, are they?
Even if they are not struggling, the prices of goods have gone up. And even though the rate of real wages has exceeded the inflation rate, and the inflation rate has basically disappeared in the United States, it's about 2%. And the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell has declared it to be over. Inflation is over here. People don't understand it. They confuse inflation with the cost of what goods had risen rather than a rate of inflation today. And they resent it, and they want to make a statement.
Well, I guess the job of a politician is to explain that to them, isn't it? Or people like you, people like me, that the job of us is to explain things to them where there might be misunderstanding. But as you say, they may just be in the mood to punish someone, and which is also a part of politics, isn't it? Sydney, thank you very much for joining me. Sydney Blumenthal, journalist for The Guardian, Democrat strategist and senior presidential advisor to President Bill Clinton. We'll hear more from Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent, in just a moment, and more from you as well on 0345 606 0973. It's 4:46.
LBC.
Up Clark's now.
America Decides on LBC.
Well, North Carolina is a big win for Trump, but it is in line with historic voting patterns. The route now for Kamala Harris is Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Let's hear from Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent. I think people are going to have to start getting used to hearing that trilogy of states, aren't they, Simon, from here on in?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Sheila. It is all coming down to the blue wall, and that is not where the Harris campaign would like to be tonight. Jen O'Malley Dillon has sent out an email to Harris campaign staff, as you may already have reported, saying to them, "We have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states." That's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan. "We feel good about what we're seeing." But that is not at all what the New York Times seems to be interpreting from the data. They now say that there is an 89% chance that Donald Trump is going to win this election, and they are arguing that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin and Michigan are all leaning Republican at the moment. Pennsylvania most of all. So there is evidently going to be concern among Democrats that this election is heading in a different direction than the direction they had hoped, and certainly is not going to be the Kamala Kamala Harris landslide that some strategists had been predicting confidently over the course of the last 10 days. I'm joined here in Washington by Patrick Basham, who is the director at the Democracy Institute. Patrick, what on earth is going on here?
What's going on is what's been going on across most Western nations in recent years. Incumbent parties, governments, candidates, whether liberal, conservative, right, left, are losing power because the most of their voters think that times are tough and they blame them and don't trust them to make them better. And at the moment, can't be certain about the outcome. At the moment, it looks like Donald Trump's benefiting from that sentiment and Kamala Harris is being punished by it.
I mean, it is too early, though, to say that this is 2016 all over again?
It's too early. It is looking increasingly like it is 2016 all over again. But as long as these blue wall states remain close, competitive, she still has a chance. From her perspective, what I fear is that she has to win all of them. He only has to win one of them. It makes it that much harder for her.
And if he's going to win one of them, it would probably be
Pennsylvania. I think that's where his largest margin will be. That's where, in terms of the votes that are in and the votes outstanding, he looks to be in the best position. Although he is looking in a decent position in both Wisconsin and Michigan.
I mean, they have to fancy Michigan, the Republicans, because of the difficulty that Kamala Harris has had there with the Arab American community and other grassroots Democrats over Gaza.
Absolutely. One of the huge surprises of this election is the Muslim vote, especially the Arab American vote in Michigan, is divided between Democrats, that is Harris, Trump, and Jill Stein, a third-party candidate, and actually divided four ways because plenty of Arab Americans in Michigan are simply not voting.
Now, when we started this program on LBC hours ago, the exit poll had just come out showing that the top issue on the minds of voters, 35%, was the future of democracy in America. And you read that and you thought, well, that's got to be pretty good news for Kamala Harris. If, in fact, Donald Trump's vote is holding up in all of these states, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, Texas, other parts of the country, and he does go on to victory, what was that exit poll showing? That, in fact, she needed a number higher than 35% in order to make the case that democracy really was the key issue in this election?
She needed the intensity behind that sentiment, concern about democracy, to be much, much deeper. It needed to outweigh the intensity of the concern over cost of living, immigration, crime. Day-to-day matters affecting people's lives are what most Americans, I believe, are voting on. Whatever their views on Trump as a person or whatever they think his threat he may present to democracy, people vote their pocketbooks first and foremost. This, like most Western elections recently, is a pocketbook change, anti-incumbent election. I think that's what we're witnessing tonight.
And you and I both live here in Washington, D.C., and I'm sure you will agree that this has been a brittle, nervous few weeks for the nation's capital. We're looking out over the city, just above the White House, ringed in steel, the vice president's residence ringed with a security fence. If Donald Trump wins this election, this city and other Democratic Party strongholds like it all over the country are going to be catatonic, aren't they?
Many will be. Particularly, and this may surprise some of the listeners, but I think particularly for the white liberal bastions, because one of the ironies of tonight, apparently, and if Trump proves victorious, part of the reason for that victory is that he has dug out quite a number of African American votes and Hispanic votes, particularly amongst male voters, the working class, blue collar people. But your middle class, well-educated, urban, white liberals are really going to have a hard time with this. Not simply because they don't want Trump, but I think many of them didn't anticipate that he could win.
Patrick Basham, Director of the Democracy Institute, thank you very much indeed for joining us on LBC tonight. And as Patrick was saying, not only is there going to be astonishing surprise if Donald Trump does pull this off, and he has not pulled it off yet, there will also be the question of what happens next year, because he has relentlessly insisted that when he forms his next government, he will not be finding compromise with the kind of people that he brought into his administration in 2016, who were not of his ilk ideologically. He wants to fill his government out with only Make America Great Again loyalists. People like Elon Musk, who recently took to his own social media platform and put out a message that simply said, game, set and match. Well, it's not game, set and match yet, Sheila, but it might be soon.
Really interesting to hear you and your guest talking there about Michigan and the Arab vote there. Dearborn, which we've been speaking about this evening, and I know you have as well. Dearborn in Michigan, an Arab majority city, and as you were saying, that Arab vote split three ways, arguably four if you take in people who aren't bothering to vote at all. Interesting to read the account of one of them, one such person, Sajid Syed, used to call himself a Democrat, says he doesn't prefer Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, but that Trump may well have won some voters over by visiting the community. He said he engaged with the problem. He had dinner with people. He talked to the leaders. He made himself visible. Now, it's interesting that the Democrats saw their chance in Michigan and put some ads out last week, extra ads out last week, but I don't think they went and really did the same thing, did they, as Trump, or did they? Did they go and try
Kamala Harris? Yeah, I mean, Kamala Harris did. She had meetings with Arab American community leaders in Michigan, and indeed, I think it was as late as, I think within the last 2 or 3 weeks. And but what really came late was, I think it was either on Friday or Saturday, Kamala Harris finally gave voice to a bit more detail about her desire to see an end to the war in Gaza, and said that she would pledge to do everything that she could to get the hostages home, to advance down a path of diplomacy, to try and create a platform for negotiations between the Israelis and the Palestinians that would take care of Israel's security concerns, but also help the Palestinians realize their desire for an independent state. It all felt very 11th hour and 59th minute. They'd had Bill Clinton there just a few days ago saying to Arab American voters, she said she's going to do what she can to end the war in Gaza. That ought to be enough. Well, it probably wasn't enough for many of them, and it may end up being a factor that costs Kamala Harris the keys to the White House.
Well, let's see. As we've been saying all along, it is looking heavily in Trump's favour, but not over yet. It's not over till it's over, as they say. Thanks very much indeed, Simon. Plenty more to come from Simon as well, and from the rest of us here at LBC, and the newsagents too. Mike has called from Beverley. Keen to have a word with at least one of you before I sign off. Mike, hello.
Morning, Sheila. Yeah, I gather you're doing the afternoon shift as well.
I am. Well, these elections don't come around very often, do they?
Okay, my big fears out of this, once I saw the way it was starting to go, is Trump is a climate change denier, which could affect the whole world, because if America takes no notice of climate change whatsoever, there's no encouragement for India or China or anybody else to do it, and that's really frightening.
You think, is that your biggest concern about a potential Trump presidency?
That's my biggest concern. My other concerns are the fact that because he can't serve another term after this unless he changes the Constitution, he's going to be random. He'll do stupid things and what have you, but there's no guardrails there.
Well, he was asked about...
The people that might be in charge are people like Steve Bannon and Michael Flynn, and they do scare the living daylights out of me.
Donald Trump was asked earlier on today whether he won or lost, would be the end of his political career. As in, obviously, if he wins, he carries on to be president for a while, but that would be it then. And he just kind of he didn't say yes, he didn't say no, but he looked like a man who was aware of his age and was not going to try again, another time.
No, I think so. And just as I say, there's no guardrails because he doesn't have to worry about the election. He doesn't have to worry about being re-elected. Anything he does, there's no consequences. And to a narcissist, when there's no consequences, they can do anything. But just one quick thing, if I can say that.
Of course.
I had a horrible image when things started to go wrong for Harris, and that was Planet of the Apes, the first time with Charlton Heston. The last scene is riding along the beach, comes round the corner, sees the Statue of Liberty laid flat on the beach and goes, "Oh my God, they did it, didn't they?"
Yeah, I know.
And that's just a sort of thought.
It is a thought, and it's a dramatic one. But maybe the scene will end this time, Mike. You never know. Thanks very much indeed for your call. That's Mike in Beverley. I mean, time has bent, hasn't it, since 10 o'clock when John and I came on air. I cannot believe the speed, the warp speed that this programme has gone. That is it from me and John Sopel and the rest of the team for our special overnight election coverage. I'll be back with you for my usual show this afternoon at 1. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player, where you'll also find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as all of Global's live radio stations. Download Global Player for free from your app store. Plenty of election information for you there as well, or head to globalplayer.com. On LBC and LBC News, you've been listening to America Decides. The election coverage continues. Up next on LBC News, Breakfast with Lisa Aziz, and on LBC, it's Nick Ferrari.
Thanks, Sheila. Thanks, John. At 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 6th of November, and coming to you live from Washington, the presidential election that's had the lot. 2 assassination attempts, a Democrat mutiny, unrivaled ugliness, and a TV debate that plumbed new depths looks to have a final twist. A comeback on an historical scale